So the lie is from the time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because they start somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Okay, let me tell you this, guys. Darkness has no power. Darkness has no power at all. Like darkness, it has no power. Why? If you're in the deep darkness, all right, you don't see anything. You don't see where you're going. You don't see what is next to you. And then you just turn light. In 1 second, that darkness disappears. So do you understand the importance of light in the midst of darkness? Okay, on the other hand, if you have light, it doesn't matter how much there's a deep darkness, it doesn't matter, but you always see something as long as there's a light. This is to tell you that, guys, in the midst of darkness, there's these bright moments that happen, and our job is to focus on that. Sometimes, you know, there'll be a time we'll talk about the issues and everything and the struggles that are happening and how can we get over this, and there'll be a time that we channel our energy and we channel our hearts to something good that is happening.
Hello? Yeah, thank you guys. Sorry guys for the delay. Sorry guys for the delay. Today was a little bit hectic. I think, as our brother Pastor Ezra once said, that when you don't stream for a while, you get rusty, and the internet, you forget that the internet can also get dusty and a little bit. And so just some things came up, and I had to delay a bit. I couldn't even change the time, but here we are. We have arrived. We have arrived. For those of us, I'm sorry for those who are waiting from the beginning. I'm sorry. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Marie Antoinette, Mariette, Nate, DJ Cube. Oh yeah, thank you guys for joining the stream. And today we're talking about, first of all, donate. You know, the campaign for the offices are still going on. There's a new announcement that's probably Mika's going to make in a few days or some so. But yeah, things are going well when it comes to the office. So you guys continue to donate. Here is the GoFundMe stream. Is it really a GoFundMe stream? It's a GoFundMe. Yeah, 4,400 euros. So yeah, let's see if we can add a little euros here so that we can, you know, continue to donate. The studio is coming up, guys. Don't worry. You're going to see a lot of surprises coming soon. But as we progress, I'd like to start with a short word of prayer. Holy Father, thank you for today. Thank you for this day. Thank you for the life we are living. Thank you for everything you've blessed us with. May this be a beautiful and glorious stream. In your holy name I pray and believe in. Amen. So today we're talking about a very interesting topic. For those of us, I think some of you have welcome back, Maria Antoinette. Some of you have missed these talks. Including me, including me, even me, I'm a little bit is it rusty? I don't want to say rusty. The word has eluded me, but I'm slowly getting my stride back. But today we're talking about, the funny thing about the StreamYard is you can't see the topic from this side of the platform. You can't see this topic, but we're talking about African integration, ethnicity, and race. Because we had this argument just a few. Welcome, Mariette. We had this argument a few hours ago, and I was like, you know what? Let's see if people can come and talk about it over here. But what about African integration? What about African ethnicity, tribes? Because everybody knows, it's not a secret. We are all tribal people as Africans. I think this is something that has already been determined for a while now, forever. I think the whole world is tribal, but African tribalism is usually put on a microscope because we are Africans. But what impact does it play in our politics? What impact does it play in our integration as Africans, right? So I wanted to play a video. Let's see if I can get it. Stop screen. I hope you guys are having good. But how is your Sunday, guys? I hope you guys are having a great Sunday. Today I had a beautiful meal of ugali and pork. I know some of you might not eat pork, but I had ugali, pork, and something called mboga. These are typical African foods that I think ugali has a different name all over. I think in East Africa it's called ugali, but in another country, like maybe South Africa, I think it has another name, but it's still a staple. West Africa, I think it's called fufu, but they add they put West African style. They put some spice into it, some is it butter or palm oil? I don't know, but it's not. It's basically the same thing, but it's not. But so I really enjoyed my meal. I hope you guys having today. It's actually a Sunday evening in East Africa. I don't know what time it is in your places, but it's been a really chill Sunday, man. Yesterday I went for a. Let me not narrate too much of my days, but I hope you guys are having a great weekend. Let me see. I'm just talking as I try to load this video. Where is it? Oh, Mariette. Have a great night, my sister. I hope you're not leaving too soon, though, because I know you are also I'm sure you have a thing or two to say about what we're talking about today. But basically, personally, let me just give my own personal opinion. I think, I don't know. I'll say it later after this video. Here is it. Here it is. This is from an African news channel called KTN. Let's see, where is it? Here it is.
Welcome back. Siasa Fiesta here on Morning Prime. And this is editorial cartoon there in the Star today. We shall be discussing this because on Thursday is a big day for the RBC4. Another, we shall revisit more
from Garissa to visit my uncle in Arusha for holidays. And I visited my uncle in Arusha. I was given Tanzanian shillings. I used those Tanzanian shillings when I came back. That is the ultimate objective. The objective is a customs union,
common market,
a common market, and then a political union finally. Monetary, common currency.
Finalize our discussion on IALA as well. We're to hear from Farah Malim why some of the legislation that are coming from the IALA Parliament, when they're brought to Parliament.
So yeah, this is it really. So what's happening here is, let me give you context. So the IALA is East African Legislative Assembly. So this is the, what is it? It's practically the, okay, I don't want to say Europe. It's like, the East African community, the member states of the East African community, there's Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Congo. They nominate members of the legislature, basically an assembly where they make laws for East Africa. Basically, that's it. They usually meet in Arusha. That's what's happening right now. So Kenya nominated some people, and yeah, this is what's being discussed because of this nomination, East African integration, basically in the context of East African integration, was being discussed. And what I liked about this video specifically that made me save it actually is how their perspective of tribes, because people think that tribes will go away. Me personally, I don't think they're going to go away. I don't think they're going away. I don't think tribes are something that you can just wish off or give somebody, a speech, or you can anything, or a lecture, and you think it's not gonna go. But many have tried. The tribes are the colonizers. They found the tribes and they left. When they left the tribes. So to me, I don't think it's a realistic thing to think that there will be a situation. I've seen even Wodemaya have a shirt, or even a guy called African Traveler. If you see his channel, they have shirts called Tribeless Africa. I think that's a dream. I think that's a fantasy. I don't think Africa will ever be tribeless. So me personally, I feel like sometimes we just have to embrace. Just embrace what? Just embrace who we are, right? We just have to embrace it and, take it as it is and deal with it, other than pretending it's going to go away when it's like a guest who, it's not going to go away. This is now a resident, In fact, you're the one who found that, you don't find him in your house. So he's not going to go away. It's going to probably, that's a huge chance, And I know there are countries who have succeeded or have made some strides in ending tribalism. One of those countries is just here, one of our neighbors here in Tanzania, right? I think Tanzania have made great strides in ending tribalism. Although, I don't know. I hear, when we hear things about the Maasai going through issues, I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's classified as tribalism. Maybe, somebody from Tanzania can explain if it's completely eradicated or it's still there, but just in form. Welcome, Redmond Music. Welcome, Mariette. Oh yeah. No. It's not. I don't think we're going to keep it easy. I don't think we're going to have much of a heated debate. It's really just going to be, guys just giving their opinions, and it is what it is, right? But personally, my opinion is that I don't think, I know ideally there is the ideal Africa, and I see that, amongst the Pan-African community, there are those who believe in that ideal Africa, right? Then, there are guys like me, right, who believe in Africa as we see it, right? Like we believe in welcome, Mami Thug. Interesting name. And there are those of us who believe in Reggae music, man. Well, Reggae music, it might give us the sermon of the day, the message of the day from the pastor. There's another argument. That's another stream for another day. But there's another argument about theology that I might introduce another time. But let's talk about the African integration. So to me, I feel like sometimes, we look down on African politics, right? African doctrine, or African, is it, I think you can say it's policy, doctrine, what's the other word? I've forgotten the other word. But, okay, yeah, it'll come back to me in another time. But basically doctrine, right? The African way of politics. I think tribalism is a huge part of it. I think, to me personally, I see tribe as like, as I said in the group, that once you get elected, once a leader is endorsed by their tribe, like, that's when they can now go for a nationwide campaign. And I see this especially when you're talking about the lady from Zimbabwe. I think her name is Elizabeth Velori. I personally, I have nothing. She seems to have a good a good agenda. Maybe, I don't know. I saw the speech and it was okay. Yeah, she's Pan-African, right? But you can be Pan-African, but if your people don't support you, right, you are not going to make that much of a impact, right? So when I say that, first of all, that what is her does because she's running for, I think she's a presidential, Elizabeth Velori. She's a presidential candidate next year, 2024, for Zimbabwe, and I am sure, because I know about Zimbabwe politics. I think I'm not. If you are from Zimbabwe, come. I think, let me drop the link. I know I've been late too long, so I'm not going to hog the link because I've been late. So yeah, for those who want to join, here you are. But our sister from Zimbabwe, what she's running for president, right? And I understand why she's running for president. She's running for president because the people who created the AU, the guys who created the AU, the guys who created the East African Community, the guys who created South African Development Community, is it the Horn of, what's the IGAD? I don't know if North Africa, I don't know, the one for North Africa is called what? But I know West Africa, ECOWAS. They were created, these are organizations that were created usually by heads of state, right? So, like, she's creating the African Federation, right? But it's obvious that to create an African Federation, you need, it's a no-brainer. You need heads of state to endorse such a organization. Otherwise, where are you going to get your funding, right? Because if it's a private funding and it's a lobby, when a head of state comes with a lot of political will, a lot of political goodwill makes it more legitimate, right? So when I was talking about, okay, so now she's into politics, right? So if you're into politics, then you're going to have to be subject to the African political doctrine, right? Meaning that you have to be subject to your tribe. You have to, with people. I know we can talk about the middle class, the mediocre middle class, who will feel like, yeah, Mariette, she's the lady from the African Federation. Okay, we can talk about oh no, this is not the lady from, no, the lady on the screen is not that lady. No. This is a caricature of the one on the screen is a lady from who's nominated to be a member of parliament of the East African Legislation Assembly. It's a different assembly. this is like a parliament for East Africa, although they do make laws. So, but my point is that you cannot get rid of the tribe. Let's just watch the video and see. Even here, the guys talking in these videos are politicians, and they'll just demonstrate. They just look the way they talk about
the country. They never see the light of day. Will that change with the 13th Parliament for Mali?
You know, ordinarily, and I will only look at one case. I look at the European Union. The laws at the European Union are superior to all the laws of all other constituent governments and legislatures. So basically, you have to have that piece of East African community has got to come together. In which case, we will have to make certain amendments into our own constitution, in which we say,
wouldn't that really be usurping also the
sovereignty? No. You see, you're looking at a union, pretty much that progressively over a period of time is going to become a confederation. That is the ultimate objective. The objective is a customs union,
common market,
a common market, and then a political union finally.
Monetary,
common currency, monetary, and then finally a political union. That's exactly what the so-called 13 original states of the United States were about. These were independent, 13 different states that came together. So we are coming together right now. So we cannot make a fundamental decision to come together in every aspect of our lives, and then begin playing hanky-panky business along the way. That's exactly how we ended up destroying this community in the 70s. And they say it was destroyed by the likes of Njonjo and others who are basically beholden to the so-called Western interests, who saw this imagined powerful market, which was going to become independent from them, as a threat to the long-term European domination of the African continent's, what you call, resources. And you are told that the European Union was crafted, is a concept taken from the East African community. Look, I remember as...
Did you get that? Did you get that? For those who are looking for a lesson in history, the European Union was crafted from a concept of the East African community. So the East African community was made earlier before the European Union. They were first, there are two East African. The first East African community, it collapsed it collapsed a few years because of differences between countries. But that was where that's where the Europeans got the concept of union, because the East African community already had a monetary union, they had a single currency, they had open border policy. Then it was functioning then, but now it fell. Actually, they say that it fell because of external interference. So this is a very historical video, by the way, guys. These guys, these old men are telling us about very interesting things that I actually learned also. So yeah, let's continue watching.
As a young man, a 14 years old young man, I traveled all the way from Garissa to visit my uncle in Arusha for holidays. And I visited my uncle in Arusha. I was given Tanzanian shillings. I used those Tanzanian shillings when I came back to buy everything I wanted to buy here. And very often you'll be given the change in Ugandan Shikari shillings, in Tanzanian shillings, in Kenyan shillings. You get all this mixed up. I personally experienced that. And as he puts it, everything was common. The East African Airways used to train their pilots on those fixed wings and small light planes in Soroti. You get my point? There was the East African National Shipping Line. And that was my first place where I was trained myself as a marine engineer. I don't know, most of you don't know that. I trained as a marine engineer myself.
Oh, you're a marine engineer?
Yes. I started off as a marine engineer. I studied law and other disciplines much later.
You finished?
Yes, I did finish.
Starting is another thing. You can actually...
No, I started my career. That was my first discipline. That was my first, what you call, professional discipline. And I had my friends. We had 6 ships. Actually, Zambia joined us. There was MV Harambe. Oh, what did we call it? Harambe Uhuru? I can't remember, one of the two. And then MV Uganda. You get my point. MV, there was the Zanzibar was there. Ujamaa was there. There was also one from Zanzibar, because Zanzibar and Tanzania were two countries that are independent from one another, essentially came together, and they were still consummating their own union. We had Mulungushi, MV Mulungushi. So we basically had a national shipping line. We had everything common in the port of Mombasa. We had a common customs. I remember somebody who was late, and now since deceased, who was a Kenyan and was working in Dar es Salaam. There was the East African common harbors, East African railways, and all those were common services. We had the parliament also, which was in, it was not in Arusha, those days.
He used to see it sat in Nairobi. He used to move.
No. I thought it sat in Uganda.
The Yakla.
Yakla. Where did it sit?
The 1948 one.
No. The later ones, post-independence, sat, I think, in Uganda.
Yeah.
It sat in Uganda. And Robert Ouko started off his politics there as a member of parliament and as a minister in the community's parliament. They had ministers. So what happened? We destroyed it. Kenya destroyed it. We were used by the West to destroy that very powerful budding thing, because Uganda basically got rid of all the Europeans those days and all that vestiges of colonialism and the rest of it. And you remember what Idi Amin.
So yeah, I don't know, for those guys who can't hear him properly, he basically saying that Kenya working, he's a Kenyan, by the way. This is a Kenyan member of parliament. I think he's a Kenyan politician. He's a member of, I don't know, I think he's a member of parliament in Kenya. He's saying, although it will be disputed because, people, but he's being a little bit controversial, but he's saying that Kenya will, following the orders of the West, under Western influence, destroyed the original East African community because it was strong. Which, by the way, he has said, and I think maybe somebody can fact check, but I think it's a fact, because that was created way earlier than the European Union. So sometimes, some of our brothers here come and say, hey, we should look to Europe. We should look to Europe to show us how they integrated, and and we learn from them. No, the concept of economic union began here in Africa. So even here with our tribes, us here with our tribes, we had already done it. It might have fallen because of, as he said, external interests interfering. But we had already created it. So yeah, let's continue.
Indians as well.
I mean, did with everybody. I mean, so this is something that Ugandans are proud of Idi Amin because of that. You know what I mean? Among other things, it accelerated the desire for the African people themselves to take charge of this. By the way, we started taking charge of our own economy here after the Somali refugees came in here, and they taught us that we can do it ourselves. But before that, the entire CBD here was either Asian or European. You remember that very well. It's up until 1991.
Down to River Road.
Yes, down to River Road, down to Groton Road, down to everywhere. You get my point. And these Somalis came and said, what the hell? And then they pulled up,
Yeah, Mariette. Yeah. The lady you're talking. Okay, let me see. Yeah. The lady, she wants to run for presidency. The lady we're talking about, the lady who was the African Federation. Yeah, Elizabeth Valori, she's running for presidency in Zimbabwe. But here, I wanted to point out this part. This is the first point of tribalism, where this is the first aspect of tribalism. If you are very keen and you are, I know if you're in Africa, you've already noticed. This man is a Somali, and he says that it is the Somalis who came to Kenya and realized and showed Kenyans that, hey, it's Europeans and Asians don't have to be the only business owners. You can actually be business. So that's the first aspect, First point of tribalism. But you see, this is casual. Is it casual tribalism? It's the. If it was rather, it would be casual racism, but now we're talking about casual tribalism. And I'm just trying to point out to you guys how tribalism is a very huge part of African politics. And maybe guys, maybe in the diaspora, you might not understand this. You might think, no, look, this is the first point. Barely 10 minutes into the stream, it's begun, It's like, yeah, we know Somalis, yeah, he's a Somali. He's talking about his tribe. Somalis came here and we showed you guys this. But you see, this is a national TV. This is national news channel, and these other guys, they are okay with it. This is just normal, You big up your own tribe. It is what it is. You can actually even big up other tribes, but tribe is important. Let's continue.
They basically went on importing from outside, going with Kenyans, and that's how we ended up actually opening up our eyes. But let me tell you, the East African dream, which was the best dream ever in this continent, was killed by Kenyans. By the way, let me tell you one thing. We killed it for selfish reasons, very selfish reasons.
And that's why we've seen even recently,
yes,
Tanzania, Uganda, they've been greatly shy to...
They are shy because they don't trust us anymore.
They don't trust Kenya.
Yes, and then what we did, we just we seized all those assets, by the way. You know that. We stole all the assets that belong to the common services.
No, it happened in one day.
Did we steal?
What happened?
Let me finish. Call us spade a spade. If you're a crook, you say we were crooks. Let me tell you, you cannot. Let me tell you.
So this thievery began way back.
We have always been thugs. And corrupt. Let me tell you one thing. Let me explain something to you.
Yeah.
We say in my language. I want Dr. Nikal to hear this. If you have a boil in here which has got pus inside, you can never treat that boil by massaging it. You have to look
to lance it
for a knife and literally,
Be pus, be
yeah.
Wherever there's pus, remove it.
Wherever there's pus, remove it.
What's the Latin one?
Ibi pus, ibi evacua.
Ibi pus,
ibi evacua. Evacuate the pus. You get my point.
I
like it.
I'm partly also from a medical family, so basically I know what you're saying. Now let me tell you one thing. And this is exactly what we need to do. We need to be brutally honest with ourselves and tell ourselves, look, right now everybody's shy of us in Tanzania, in Uganda, and the rest of us, because we given an opportunity, we will rob the ATMs, we will rob what you call everything else within a day. You know what I mean? And a lot of things have happened. There's so many Kenyans who are in jail in Tanzania, in Uganda, and the rest of them. We can't go after them because of the fishy things they were doing. You get my point? So, but in any case, now we are getting into a community together in which Tanzanians only went south when they lost hope with us. They went to SADC when they totally lost hope with us, and say, look, these people can never be redeemed. You get my point? I mean, it was the man eat man stories and the rest of it. Pinyakal remembers that very well.
Smuggling from
Uganda. No, Ulanguzi. For coffee for Uganda. Chepkube. What did we do? We took an entire harvest of that country through our own, including politicians who ended up in jail. You remember? You get my point? The smuggling, the ivory trade. These were done by the people at top, the government, the top government. When I say top, I mean top. There were even rumors that, not rumors, it's a fact, that the first family was involved in that. You know what I mean? At the time I'm talking about. So basically, we have a repetition deficit that we need to deal with. Let
me come to Ajito, because I think the sins of our forefathers have been revisited.
Not forefathers. not forefathers. No, we were there. Me and him were there. It's just the other day. It's just the other day. We're all in college.
You're all in college.
Yes. And Maura may have been born or about to be born.
Yeah.
Let us really not demonize Kenya.
No, we're not demoralizing.
Because
but it's good to have this memory where we're coming.
Even institution collapses, even your own family, if it collapses, we cannot say only the wife or the husband. So the collapse of East Africa was not only mainly by Kenya. Remember, we were three, and the first trigger, ideally, Honorable Farah, get your facts right, is not Kenya. Yes. The first trigger of this conflict was when Idi Amin took power in 1971.
Yes.
And he brought some conflict in politics. And as he mentioned, Nyerere was delaying independence of Tanzania for purpose of this community. And as such, Tanzanians and Kenyans and Ugandans had the political suspicion. Kenya, is true, it was asking for more say in decision making. If we read the history, I and Maura. And why was it asking more say, just like we are doing today? And I will come to that point. Because of different economic systems. Primarily, Tanzania and Kenya were at far edge from each in terms of economy. And as such, members.
Okay, let me explain what she's giving. Let me give context to what she's saying. She's talking about, I think our brother Ridge, he talks about systems a lot. So this is another difference between Africa and another actually big, it's another big issue when it comes to African integration, is that Africa doesn't have just one system. Like Kenya and Tanzania at that time, Kenya was full-on capitalist. Kenya was full-on capitalist. Tanzania was full-blown communism. So, and these are bordering countries. You see, so I know we talk. It's not even just an aspect of tribe now. It's even just ideology. Like, I googled African, and I challenge everybody here by the way. Just go Google African ideology. Just Google African principles. You're going to find the funniest things. Respect for elders. That's an African principle. Respect for elders. Because like the things we have in common, like as in and if you go and just Google European principles and Google African principles, you will find that European principle is, it's about democracy. You have human rights. You have, like very specific issues. Africa, we're like, we respect our elders. We have hospitality, like it's very, and I understand the African perspective, because it's very difficult to find like things that these 53 countries have in common that we go like, okay, like, you can even just put there, we don't like anti-LGBTQ, we can even just put that there, because, that's one of those few rare things that Africans, we have in common. So sometimes, and this is another thing where I'm always skeptical when somebody says I'm running on African principles. Very few. Okay, what's up? Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're not that many. So yeah, just another food for thought. Let's continue.
Were not able to agree. Remember, the member state then were on a mutual agreement, unlike today when we have structured agreement. So all is not lost. We didn't do so badly. Reason, if we did so badly and we stole everything, what do we have from the community? Only the Lake Victoria Basin. We have 10 institutions, 10 in East Africa. Where is East African Development Bank? Kampala. Where is Kasoa? The in charge of aviation of East Africa? Entebbe. Where is the Lake Victoria Fisheries? Uganda. Where we have about 4 institutions. If I may remember another one, what do we have from East African community as Kenya? Just 1 institution. I think even going forward.
So this notion that is being advanced by Farah is not entirely true.
No.
It's not entirely true, and it is not factual. And I want to bring objectivity of once institution, any institution collapse, you cannot say only that person made it collapse. And purely this was triggered by Idi Amin. But
that's the
notion that we store everything. What I remember, and Tanzanians say this, is that the East African Airline, which was there, a national carrier for then, because it was national, it was a regional carrier. Once they landed at Jomo Kenyatta, the Mzee, former Jomo Kenyatta, said then, if it has collapsed, that the East African airline remain.
Can I explain? Let me explain. This is I never had. Let me explain from the class. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Now make Kenya look like you took everything.
Let me explain now.
What about the
We need to review this curriculum.
Let me explain.
This curriculum of ours is not giving a full knowledge of what will happen in the East African community.
Let me explain. By the way, let me tell you where this thing started. And I want you are reading these things. We lived through it. Me and Mikal lived
But
through
you did
it.
degree on Bofara
Just a
before
moment.
East African
Just a moment.
Development Bank.
Just a moment.
It's not in Kenya.
Just a moment.
It's
Just
not
a
in
moment.
Kenya.
Just a
These are the
moment.
reactions.
Just a moment. Let me explain to you. Actually, the Idi Amin thing, we had a role in Idi Amin's takeover of Uganda. Are you aware of that? As Kenya.
You know, a lot of these people are giving us a lot of rich insights to African history, basically East African history. First of all, there was when the East African community fell. Mzee Jomo, I think it was in the 70s when the first East African community fell. There was the first president of Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta. He it's not, these guys are laughing, but I think our brothers in Tanzania, I don't know if Nika can say something, but Kenya seized the airplanes. Like, I think even one of them, most of the airplanes, I think was stolen. Even one was stolen from the airport in Dar es Salaam or something by a very daring Kenyan pilot who went and stole an aeroplane from Dar es Salaam. But yeah, these are the histories of East Africa. Sometimes you see you see a lot of grudges, and you think they are petty grudges because you see Africans and this is something. This is a huge symptom I see also, that maybe you see Africans and you feel like African grudges are petty. Yet maybe external grudges, maybe European grudges are way more superior. They cause world wars. African grudges are just petty tribalism. No, there is a huge history behind all these things. Like, some can say, oh, the real grudge is between China and America. Those are the nah. That's because those are big countries, China, America. Oh, those are the big grudges, or Russia, and nah. Those grudges don't make our grudges any more less significant, or any or less or more inferior, because just Africans squabbling about maybe nothing. They should just unite. Why don't you say that to Russia and Ukraine? Why don't you say that to China and the US? They're just squabbling. They should just unite. No. Why is it that Africans get talked down to? Why is it so easy? Just because when Africans have grudges amongst Africans, you feel like it's just squabbling. Sometimes, I challenge people. I challenge you to go read the history behind this grudge. Look at this here, this old man here. Old wise men talking about history in the 70s, why some of the countries in East Africa are not really trusting each other that much, even though we are part of the East African community, So I always challenge you guys, just go and just go read into it, and you might find, oh, okay, yeah, this is a significant conflict. There is some weight to this conflict. Instead of just arrogantly, by the way, I'll say arrogantly dismissing them as just basic tribalism or basic African squabbles, and we should just unite because Europeans have united or because Asians have united. Nah. This is just food for thought. So yeah, let's continue.
As Kenya.
Take over.
Yes. We supported with the Israelis, and the British and the rest of them supported Obote to be dethroned. Obote came in here immediately, coming from.
He was in Singapore.
He was in Singapore. He came here.
At the meeting, he came here.
Let him finish.
Even in Parliament, you give information. I think, let me give you.
No. Let him finish. Just a moment.
We are building an economic bloc.
Yes.
And now, most of us, like myself and Mwaura, are enthusiastic that we are going to build
But it's good to also learn from
It
history.
is good to learn, but when now we demonize our country.
We're not
and
demonize
do
it.
it on a
Even
national
for me, I'm
TV.
interested to know.
I feel very uncomfortable that now we are sending our members to Yaba and members from Uganda who are of our age. Can you start looking at these members and maybe they have to keep their bags because they are fearing Omar Hassan. Omar Hassan.
If you didn't know they do.
Why are we stamping? Why are we stamping that? Let's debate. Should have some limits. We should have limits. You're not members of our country. Members of our country.
We listen to you.
Members of our country.
Listen to us.
But at least within the context.
I'm interested. I never learned this in this. So,
Can I finish?
You know the bar. This community, we are building it now. And now that we are building
I'm
the
talking
community.
about that, and primarily because we want to have a strong community is why we are saying what we are saying now. Just listen to me.
And what is the capacity
my
of
God.
this building it?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to get my bell.
No.
How will these people who are building a community make that?
Okay, let's have some order. Can we just have fun? I'm interested to know what happened.
And another doctrine of African politics, for those who are curious, is that African politics is not for gentlemen or gentle ladies. You know, if you are a gentleman, don't enter African politics. You know, if you are a gentle lady, because you might think you're a gentleman, you'll get shouted down by a lady, and I can show you clips. You know, I think even Marie Antoinette had one clip where if you feel like you're a gentleman, you will get shouted down by a lady, and you just be there, and you will lose your next election, because like, hey, your people will tell you, why did you get shouted down by a lady? You know, why did you not push our agenda? You are busy being a gentleman. So this is something you'll find that in African politicians, they are very aggressive. You know. Because they have to be. That is the nature. That is the doctrine. For those who are not aware of the doctrine of African, this is the doctrine I'm telling you here. And so this is the doctrine of African politics. So let's continue.
Listen, can you listen? Listen.
I know you are the chair of the Yala committee. On a very squeamish position you are, but it's good to also have this history for the benefit of many Kenyans.
Let me now explain this to you.
Yeah.
Let me explain to you.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
Obote came with what was called the Common Man's Charter, which is socialist in inclination. Nyerere brought in African socialism, which was called Ujamaa.
So left of center.
The left of center. We were literally capitalist, the bulwark and the bastion of Western influence in this part of the world. The British held us with a stranglehold, including having white ministers. Bruce Mackenzie was a white minister.
For agriculture.
For agriculture here. You get my point? Including having Bob Morgan as one of the top guys in GSU. We had them everywhere.
Bernard Shaw in the police.
Bernard, everybody. Bob Shaw. Yeah.
Bernard,
yes. Now listen to me, let me explain to you what happened. We supported that coup. Obote ran all the way from Singapore and came here to Pan-African. Those days was called, you remember Pan-African Hotel, which is a 5-star hotel. And he wanted to contact his military officers to create a counter coup. We closed all communication for him here. And kept him here, not allowed him to leave here to go to Dar es Salaam until such a time that the matter was fait accompli. Done deal. Okay, we were doing it. We're doing this bidding on behalf of the British, the Israelis, the Western interest that time. Once that has happened and Obote was out of the way, of course, Nyerere knows that he's the next person who is going to be there and will be used against him too. Then Idi Amin chased the Asians out, gave them 90 days for them to leave.
And they came here.
And they came here. We had to have a massive influx here. Now, that is when the problem between Idi Amin and
Now, I love history sometimes, but you know that what he's talking about is the coup that led to Idi Amin being president. So apparently, it was sponsored through British and Israeli interests, And yeah, apparently when the I think is it Obote, Milton Obote, the current the president who was being ousted, when he fled to Kenya, he was trying to organize a counter coup in Uganda. But because Kenya was pushing the interests of the British at that time, this is why a lot of countries suspect Kenya. By the way, you find a lot of countries, including Ethiopia, I go Kenya. That feeling that Kenya is pushing Western interests. This is where it came from. This is the era. This is late 60s, early 70s. This is the time when we were fresh, a decade when we were fresh from independence. A lot of crazy stuff happened. But fun fact: the current prime minister of the UK right now is an Indian, right? He's an Asian. His parents are part of the Asians that were chased by Idi Amin because of that coup. They moved into Kenya. His parents. So it's very interesting how the world is connected now. So the guy, one of those Asians, who will have known that their child will become the British prime minister. At that time when the British, so it's just a crazy world. It's how the world is just interestingly connected. But yeah, that's just a fun fact.
Started.
And we process them to Britain.
Yes, and we process them and send them to Britain ourselves. For all intents and purposes, listen to me carefully. For all intents and purposes, Idi Amin was our friend when he got into power, and we helped him. But later on, we realized the man was going too far. You know what I mean? We were hoping that he was just because of his closeness to the British and the Israeli army officers who trained him, by the way, who were close to him. We assumed that we're going to have another capitalist thing and we'll just have Tanzania to deal with. He turned out to be an African dictator with an African dream who said, why should I have white people here controlling my economy? So the guy became much more extreme without any ideological persuasion. But here he believed in that simple thing. Kwanini, how to happen? I need this to be taken over by blacks.
So some of the Asians were taken to...
The Asians came in here. All of them came in here.
All of them.
Yes, and some of them remained behind, and most of them all went to Canada and the UK.
So you see, now this is where a lot of Pan-Africans support Idi Amin. I've seen a lot of Pan-Africans say, hey, Idi Amin was, he was unfairly portrayed by the media. Because look, apparently he was posted there because they thought he will be a capitalist. Because at that time, Tanzania was full-on communist. Kenya was full-on capitalist. So there was and it was during the Cold War, So there were, for guys who don't know the effects of the Cold War in Africa, this is one of those. The Cold War was also playing in Africa. So that coup was pushed by the British, the Americans. That way, wait, what's happening here? That way, it'll only remain Tanzania. It'll isolate Tanzania. Yeah, Kenyans like to welcome foreigners, these former colonizers. But we also welcome other Africans. Yeah. No, we're talking about Kenya in the 70s and 60s, not now. We're talking about now we are different. But then the point was to push the capitalist agenda, the Western capitalist agenda. So we were trying to make Uganda more capitalist, so that now in the East African community, we only have one communist country in the name of Tanzania to deal with. You see? So that was the chess we were playing. That was the game of chess that was being played. That was the Cold War in East Africa. That's basically, I think it's safe to say, yeah, that was the Cold War of East Africa, We may not be in the TVs and have all the action movies and all that, but we had our own furious battles or something. Let me just say that. So now that Idi Amin has been placed, so people thought, okay, now that Kenya thought, okay, we now have our own capitalist here. But it turned out, no. Idi Amin was not capitalist. He was like, why are these Asians and these white people owning all these businesses in Tanzania, in Uganda? So Idi Amin, he was not a very intelligent man, but he had he had as he said, he had a simple African ideology. Like, yo, we need to chase these people out. We need to kick these Asians out. And in his first 60 days, he kicked them out. In fact, there are those who say, I don't know if this is true, but this is a common thing that is said all over East Africa, that he put lorries full of Asians and he dumped them into the Lake Victoria. You know, that is something that is commonly said. I don't know. Yeah, Tanzania. We wanted to capitalize these Tanzanians. So yeah, this is so now that backfired on Kenyans on East Africa, because now Idi Amin became a wild card. He became proper African dictator. You know. You know, let me tell you something, Tanzania. Kenyan hospitality. Hospitality is actually one of the principles of African principles. Apparently, if you Google African principles, you're going to find respect for elders and hospitality. You know, like the weirdest things. You know, so when somebody says I'm running on African principles, you know, you have to like, you haven't really Googled that. You know, that's somebody who hasn't really checked up on that. You know. Yeah, let's continue.
So this is where you took,
if you go to Oxford Street,
Sunak's father was taken to that particular
Yes,
village.
yes, yes. Can I now explain
if you
something?
go to Oxford Street, you will find some of them.
They are there. They speak. The older ones speak Swahili up to now. You know, the older ones. Now let me explain. Let me now explain to you. The moment we started playing hanky-panky business with him and doing the bidding on behalf of the Western dominant powers, UK and the rest of them, we started sabotaging him. You get my point? The moment we started sabotaging him and hobnobbing with the opposition, now he said, up to Naivasha is my country.
Yes.
That's a genesis. So he put in again another massive spanners in the works. But finally, there was an agreement. Idi Amin came here. Him and Kenyatta shook hands. We became very close friends. He said nothing like that, but let's live together. Do you know what he did? Later on, there was such a powerful relationship between us and them that Bruce Mackenzie left here to go to Uganda. First of all, we assisted in the Entebbe raid. Everything done on the Entebbe raid was fully assisted by the Kenyan government.
Was in Nairobi also.
Yes. We did
The rescue plane,
Yes,
the operations.
everything.
What was operations?
Entebbe.
Operations in Entebbe.
Nairobi Hospital was prepared.
Yes.
To
take all those patients and everybody who was going to be injured in that. We were fully part of it. Fully part of it. Against Idi Amin. And his Air Force was destroyed there then. The Israelis destroyed all those.
Now, for those who don't know the Entebbe raid, this is a famous raid. Actually, I think there's a movie about it. There's an actual movie about it when the Israelis pulled off an operation in the middle in the Entebbe airport in Uganda. I think there's a movie. There's definitely a movie about it. I think it's a very famous movie, but I think with big actors, I think it was an American movie. But yeah, the Israelis basically, Idi Amin, he was a Muslim. Let's start with that. Idi Amin was a Muslim, and he was like, I don't like Israelis. I don't know. And so he held a plane full of Israelis captive. I don't know where they were going. I don't know if they were on transit somewhere, and they had to stop in Entebbe, but he held them active. What is it? Captive. He held a plane full of Israelis captive. I don't know for how long. For a couple of weeks or yeah. So now Israelis during that time, that was peak Israeli. That time, Israel was doing daring missions. They had done that Nini with Egypt. They had won that. Is it the 3-day war with Egypt? They were going through some. So they were Israelis. At that time, they were really daring during that time. Everybody was daring. Even it was a very interesting world at that time. So the Israelis planned a mission to rescue those. And they didn't have a lot of. They didn't go with an army. So it was a very covert mission. In the middle of, I don't know, it was in the middle of the night. There's a whole movie about it. I don't know if for somebody who maybe you should Google that movie and watch it again. I think I've watched that movie, there are countless documentaries about it. It's one of those famous covert. Those is it? SEALs, I don't know what type. The SEAL Team 6, the SAS, those types of units are called what? Special Forces. Yeah, it's one of those famous Special Forces wins that the whole world is aware of. You know, like the Israeli Special Forces. So they went to that airport and I don't know what it was a very it was a very exciting mission. So just go watch the movie, but it was a great movie. That's what I have to say. But that Kenya apparently assisted in that, you know. So apparently there was a hospital or there was a clinic or there was an infirmary waiting for those patients who are those injured during that Special Forces mission by the Israeli. They were in Nairobi. So this is one of those things that made Idi Amin and Jomo Kenyatta, who was the current president of Kenya, who was the president of Kenya at that time, and Idi Amin, who was the president of Uganda, were in bad blood because of that.
Those plants out there in the field. Now, and then of course later on we even supported. In the midst of all that, now when these other forces were coming from Tanzania to go and evade and get rid of this guy, we took all his coffee. You know, and Richard Kube. You understand my point? So basically, let me explain to you.
Yes.
Let me explain to you. Now, we have had a role in that. There was a change in Uganda after that, of course, progressive. Museveni was a student in Dar es Salaam University through that East African community process. My class was 1 year before me.
And he lived here also?
Absolutely, 1 year. The students who did their A-levels in 1974, good number of them ended up in Dar es Salaam University and others ended up in Makerere University. You remember that?
People,
there was a common admission.
About Wako, a little bit before Wako, in the above. All those lawyers are from Dar es Salaam.
All of them are from Dar es Salaam.
The doctors,
even Wako was from Dar es Salaam,
who taught me, the lecturers,
were from Makerere.
All of them were from
Makerere.
The engineers, at that age,
were from East African, Nairobi, East African Technical College. University of Nairobi was called East African Technical College. Technical College. So basically, these things were there. We had been way ahead of everybody in creating that dream of an African Union, United States of Africa.
Thank you.
We can still do it.
All right, we can still do it.
Listen, we can still do it. But we have to avoid the old pitfalls. We have to be brutally honest.
I'll just say one good thing that we need to do forward.
We'll come to you. We're going to wind up with Isaac Maura on this as well. We move on to other issues. I think we belabor the point on East Africa, but it's very important. It's good history as well.
It's good history. But I am not part of the history where Kenyans told Kenyans
we'll come to you. We'll come to you. Let's hear from Dr. Dika.
Let me tell you. Maybe the details.
By the way, Bruce Mackenzie was brought up in midair. He visited Idi Amin. Idi Amin gave him a small present.
He died in
smart as he was. Just before he ended up in Nairobi, it was blown up in the air because he put in a timer. He gave him a sculpture. You remember that? And he died just here. He blew him out of the skies.
Anyway, we don't know. But anyway, but the way forward.
Move on to other issues. I think we belabor the point on East Africa, but it's very important. It's good history as well.
It's good history, but I am not part of the history where Kenyans told Kenyans
we'll come to you. We'll come to you. Let's hear from Dr. Dika.
Let me tell you. Maybe the details.
By the way, Bruce Mackenzie was brought up in midair. He visited Idi Amin. Idi Amin gave him a small present.
He died in
smart as he was. Just before he ended up in Nairobi, it was blown up in the air because he put in a timer.
So Bruce, now this is why I tell you sometimes, check out African history. Like this should be another movie. So Bruce Mackenzie, I think he was a white guy. I don't know I think he was a Kenyan minister or a Kenyan head of GSU or something, but he was a Kenyan official, but he was a white man. And he went to visit Idi Amin in Uganda. So what happened now? Because Kenya now we were still in that Cold War. So this is what Idi Amin gave him a present. Kumbe, in that present, there was a bomb. There was a timed bomb. So his plane, when he was going back to Kenya, blew up. So, and that's how he was, and that's how he was. According to this, of course, there are those who say otherwise, but apparently that was common knowledge. So yeah, it was a very crazy time for during the Cold War time. It was very crazy in Africa also. We also know our great leader Lumumba from Congo was also a casualty of the Cold War. So yeah, let's continue. I think there's somebody here with me.
He gave him a sculpture. Yeah. You remember that? And he died just here. He blew him out of the skies.
Anyway, we don't know. But anyway, but me, the way forward.
Welcome. Idi Amin is again. Welcome Tanzania to the stream.
Sasa Tezi.
Wow. We're talking about African history, East African history.
Yes. Yes.
I know. Maybe you know a thing or two also of the happenings of during that time. Like I didn't know even the raid of Entebbe. For those guys who don't know that, go watch that movie, The Raid of Entebbe.
When we had characters back in those days, we had, every day was like an interesting thing. Not a good thing, but an interesting thing. So with Idi, you never knew how he woke up that day. But that story with the lorry, that was not actually Indians. Indians actually chased them away. So even with his, feeling about Africans and all these other foreigners, he still had more, hatred, more brutality on his own people. The people that were put in those lorries were poor people in the streets. He was tired of seeing poor people begging in the streets of Kampala and other places. So he told them that they were going to get, a free meal at the State House. So put them in a truck, lorry, and then he dumped them, over the lake. But yeah, it was the poor people. Well, that's the version I had. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You see, Idi Amin is that's why when people, I think that when he died or when he was overthrown, he didn't die, he was overthrown because I think he died in Arab country.
He left, we went to Saudi Arabia for a while and then, he fled. But I don't know where he eventually ended up dying, but he wasn't like taken in or anything.
Yeah. When he fled, I think when he was overthrown, his death toll was around 300,000. Ugandans had died, I think around 300,000. I don't know, around there. That was around.
And one never knows with the numbers, But yeah.
This is why I find it weird, by the way, when guys, and this is usually Pan-Africans. It's like of all the people, it's Pan-Africans that they talk about how Idi Amin was misjudged or was misreported or was represented by the media, that he was not that bad, that he was fighting the Mzungu.
He was bad.
Yeah, because I know, because I've read a book, and this guy says that if you had a good car, you will you will wear your slippers and walk to work with slippers, and you leave your Mercedes at home. You don't know, you don't want attention.
Creativity. Who comes up with that? Like even our panos in high school, you have to get creative with punishments and bullying, So
that's what I said. Like if you had a good car, you don't want to be, because at that time, if you are seen to be rich, you get attention from the soldiers, you get attention, and you end up with the wreck, So you just go. So you just wear your slippers, you go to work, and you leave your Mercedes at home, but you're hidden. So it was
the part I respect about Idi is this. Yes, he was not like a great person for people, but he did instill fear and respect in these other people, these foreigners. That is something that they had never done. Not even, I think, Independence Day which was that French country, the Congolese. Yeah, Patrick Lumumba. Was it Lumumba? Yeah, Lumumba. And then he told the French that your reign of terror and all this is over, and you can go leave your country. You think those white people take those words kindly? They go back in there and they plot.
That was Sankara.
Sankara.
I think
Okay.
Lumumba was the Belgian.
Okay, well,
but he also gave the same speech to the Belgian king. Lumumba also.
Okay, cool. well, whichever one, he gave a very, manly, African speech to these people, and they could not take it. They're used to people bowing down and looking down at up at them and just thinking that they're the best, that they could not imagine an African telling them to bow in front. Oh, this was unheard of. They're used to the other way around. So in that respect, yeah, I'll give him that. He inspired, respect amongst, people who came in there, and he was actually the few people who actually, took out, he said, there's a distinction between the people who are here and the people who came here afterwards. So yeah, he wasn't nice to his people, but at least he knew who his people were.
Yeah. This is actually what I was talking about. I don't know if you were here in the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, I caught up. I was listening in on double time, which I do.
Oh, okay. I was talking about how Africans, we are dismissed. African conflicts or African grudges are dismissed as mere squabbles, as like, oh, you people, you should unite. While when we talk about European squabbles, it's called World War. It's called Cold War. But when Africans, like our grudges are inferior, are given that inferiority, like they are. So, and I'm challenging guys, like, hey, if you see these two countries don't like each other, if you see Rwanda and Congo not like, read into their history. Why do it, and respect their conflict? I'm here to advocate for respecting of African conflict. Respect them. The way you respect
our
European conflict.
I wish someone type that in the chat room. Respect our conflict, and let me tell you. Yeah, our African conflict. And let me tell you the other thing also with how that also plays out with this whole slavery thing, because they always talk about, oh, Africans sold Africans into slavery without even going into, who had a beef with who. It wasn't just, or you woke up one day, decided, oh, I'm tired of seeing my sister and my mother and my father, I'm going to sell them. There was usually some historical, trouble or reason or thing that something inspired. So it wasn't just, oh, let's go because we're heartless human beings. We're just going to sell each other. A lot of that stuff was also about conflict, and some of that was even conflict that was, created by those foreigners. Some of it was ours. Some of it was long ago traditional conflict between this tribe and other tribes. So yeah, people have to go in there. If you're too lazy to go into African history and really learn the people and the individuals who did that, then don't make all this broad generalization. You have time to pass between a Romanian and a Ukrainian and a Chechenian and a Armenian and a Bazagian and a Belarusian. You have time to learn all those things. You have time to learn all the 50 states of the UK and all the Scandinavian countries, but you don't have time to learn about the different tribes in Africa. If you don't want to learn the details, then don't talk about generalizations. So yes, respect our conflicts.
Yeah, actually, you have said it better than me. That should be a hashtag. You should have when somebody says, "Oh, these two people, petty squabbles, petty tribalism."
Yeah,
no. It's hashtag respect our conflicts. Okay, let's see what these guys, because these guys have a lot of history.
Let's go back there. All this that happens, maybe the details may not be exact, but in principle they are true. It's not only the planes that were blocked here. What about the coaches? East of where the railways headquarters, where Mudavadi will now be going, that was the East African Railways and Harbors.
And the harbors, yes.
So what you are seeing now, which we must handle carefully, is a reaction. So the other countries are reacting. But the way forward, in my view, let's get East Africa together. There's one thing it will solve for us, in my view. If you get that big East Africa, now it's getting bigger with Uganda, with the
Rwanda,
Burundi. It will sort out the problem.
And as soon Somalia, most likely.
Of ethnicity. There will be no single group that will consider itself a large group and can determine by numbers. These ethnic alliances, if you have a very huge country with very many tribes, it then dies off. To me, I think That's the way we will go. Because again, you will find all the ethnic groups they are in each country. Yeah. You come to Kenya, the Luos are there, the lawyers are there, Masai. Even the Masais are there. Even in Central, there's a relations with the Chaga people. They're almost the same people. So if we actually come together, we'll minimize this thing of ethnicity.
Right.
And
another powerful point from, I didn't catch his name, but I think he's a politician. He's probably a member of parliament. But this is another thing I was talking about. I think you're in that argument there, where when I was asking that tribe is, I know even Tanzania, you're going to disagree with me, because what I feel like tribe is a huge, it's not I feel, it's a fact. It's a huge part of African life. African politics, Africa, it is, look how this guy, even look how he's talking about you. This is how an African talks about unity. He starts mentioning tribe. He starts mentioning tribes. He says, hey, there's this tribe here, this tribe is there. You cannot, that is the perspective. That is, he does not say Africans here, Africans there. Oh, he doesn't even say, countries. He starts talking about tribe. So whenever you enter African politics, and this is why I was saying that lady, Elizabeth Velori versus Barack Obama, and I was saying Africans kind of, I know the West, I know our brothers in diaspora in America, they are not big fans of Barack Obama, right? But why is he respected in Africa? He's respected in Africa because they know his tribe. They don't even see him as mixed, they just see. I don't know if Tanzania they're going to disagree, but that's why he's made feel like, oh, he's from this Luo tribe, which is in Western Kenya or parts of Uganda. That thing, just knowing your tribe, I don't know what it does, but it makes Africans comfortable with you, or I don't know, trust you, or I don't know. But it is part of legitimacy it gives you. That, oh, when you speak, when somebody asks you, even in Kenya, even in Zimbabwe, even in South Africa, you will see somebody saying, I'm from this and this tribe, and he speaks. So I don't know, what is your opinion, Tanzan? Because I feel like people you cannot just dismiss tribe, and tribe is a huge part of African doctrine. Today we're talking about African doctrine. The real African doctrine, not the ideal African, what the African doctrine really is, So what do you think, Tanzan?
Me, it's not that I'm against tribes. In fact, I am for tribes. Kabisa. I'm like, you should be proud of your tribe. You should speak your vernacular. You should talk your mother tongue. You should know your customs. You should know the stories, songs and everything associated with your culture. You should be able to speak to your great-grandparents in the language they spoke to their great-grandparents in. So cultural pride and tribal pride is a wonderful thing. Everybody should have it, and everybody actually does have it in Africa. We don't have a lot. I don't think anybody in Africa is ever ashamed of their tribe. Everybody just thinks, their tribe is like the best, and everybody else should just, be part of that tribe. But on the other hand, the tribe is simply, the start. We as Africans should know that it is now a global world, that we're not just, stuck in Africa, that our tribe only means something to us, but it doesn't mean anything to anybody outside of Africa. Outside of Africa, people don't care that you're this or that. They don't even care that you're a Kenyan. They just call us Africans. Europeans don't even get to be called Europeans. They're called, the French minister, the Italian prime minister. When they look at us, they're like, oh, some African leaders did this and that. They were put in a bus. They don't even give us that distinction. So, outside of your tribe, very few people care about who you are. So, the identity that does not have to end with tribe. And in fact, that's very, it's a start, but it's not the end. And we should also recognize that the world goes beyond the tribes, and some people are actually deprived of their tribes, but they're still, part of what it is, the race. So, yeah, tribe is a great place to start, but it's not necessarily the end. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the end. I'm not saying it's the end but I'm talking about I'm talking about tribu. I'm talking about politics and
Oh, for
African
politics, of course,
doctrine
it's
in the
important.
politics. And
I think democracy should be tribal, that we should have, instead of like areas, geographic areas, we should just have tribal democracies where each tribe nominates their own people, and then they go in front, and then they all talk about, what they want. They could even be tribal alliances where this tribe comes with this tribe and say, okay, we're going to work together, because it's a reality. And trying to put people into, except, in some places, maybe they are mixed places, like in the main cities, but yeah, we should just acknowledge the reality. And if we want a good representative democracy, then every tribe should have, equal representation.
Yeah, and not just about representation. Even if like the perspective is that if you are tribeless, better. Like, I'm not saying that better have a tribe. Like, when it comes to African politics and pushing African policies, like, Pan-African policies, or pushing, you have to have, you have to be engaged in politics, because that's where you get the people. People, like I said this, people will not vote for you in Africa. This is African doctrine. If you are not endorsed by your own tribe. Is it true or false?
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Definitely.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. Like, people don't people usually dismiss the importance, and they work tribe plays in African politics and in African policies. What? That's like, this is just all over across the board. Like that, when you run for whatever post and whatever seat, I used to be against this, but now I've come to accept. Whenever people will want to know what tribe you are.
The first thing, like, we don't really say it like that. But you just want, okay, so that's your English name. Forget that one. What's your real name? People
think because it's not asked directly. People don't. In Africa, somebody can tell your tribe by your name. It's like
sometimes even by your face. All they have to do is just look at you and say, "Hey, who are you?"
Like, I'm saying,
this is be like, how can you tell? And you can't describe it to somebody. You just know, and you can't
you just know that this person is from this place. This person is from. Like, it's like, this is the thing. That's what I'm saying. People, you cannot, like, this thing of, we are all Africans. You come as I am, and I see, and I'm here because I know the diaspora have this perspective too. And I'm just here to, like, give you, like, the reality background, like the African doctrine that, a lot of people, you might not want to acknowledge, but Africans are very hyper aware of tribes, like hyper. So, and this is just doctrine. So if when wherever you push and you don't have a tribe, you are not going to, we are most likely not going to get the support you think you're going to get because of you. I know you maybe may feel like, and maybe in an ideal world, you might feel like, it's my ideas that should be doing the talking, right? Because, I have good ideas, but that is not the African doctrine. And I don't even think this is the truth in any other place in the world where your ideas are I don't even think it's true in America. It's just the ideas that will make you popular.
Let me tell you something, Wendetezi. This is something that, for me, we are supposed to bear the burden of morality for everybody else. We are supposed to be the good ones where everybody gets to do what they want, and we're supposed to take on the burden of doing what is good. We cannot be the better person. We're the worst right now in every condition, but somehow we're supposed to be open and honest and welcoming and all this stuff. We have no power and no privilege to do any of that stuff. We do not have the time to be nice to people when people are taking advantage of our niceness. So this whole thing of, we're supposed to be just nice to each other and nice to everybody. No, we are human just like everybody else. We're angry, we hate each other, we love each other, we resent each other, and all of that stuff. So this whole idea about, Africans just being this nice, beautiful, welcoming people, this is one thing that we should also just get rid of. That is not true, and it hurts our reputation, because it it makes us look as children, because only children can continue reacting the same way when even things are going bad. You're drowning, but you're pretending that you're swimming. No.
Yeah, exactly. And also, if African people have said that, you know what, we as the people, we as the residents, and we are the people who are left, who live in this land, indigenous to this land of ours, we have said that tribe is important. You know, why is it difficult to respect that? Why is it difficult to respect that doctrine that we have said as Africans? You know, that
I'll tell you why. Because Europeans gave up their tribes. Like, you know, when people come, if you're Irish in Ireland, when you come to America, you're just an American. Yeah, you can say, oh, my great grandfather was German, but basically you lose your tribe. So, you know, white people accepted that they will have that, you know, racial superiority if they give up their tribal identity. They made that decision. But we Africans still want to hold on to our tribes. And that's the one thing that people don't want. They want us to give up our tribes so that we can be part of this, you know, greater human race. But we're like, no, our tribe is our tradition. Let us hold on to that. If we want to come into your greater human race from time to time, great, but we'll still go back to our tribes.
You know what? Thank you for joining the short answer, because I will not have said it as good as the way you say it. Because to me personally, democracy is just, if you respect democracy, and the majority have spoken that and you know, this is something that is spoken in every election in Africa. You know, like even now, even in the next election in Zimbabwe, I think it's next year, the election of Nigeria, you will see. This is something that African people have spoken. Their will. They have said that, you know what, tribe is important. It is important. It is important. Every election, every year, they will call. But why? You know, even it's becoming difficult. People are just saying, no, it's not important. Why are you imposing other doctrines? When we in Africa, the Africans people, the people who live in Africa, the people who are voting in Africa, you know, have said that this is an important aspect of our lives, and we. Oh, welcome back, Regmon Music. You're just in time when we're talking about tribes. So they have said that this is an important aspect of our lives, and we like to know, you know, that when whoever and you know, I know tribalism is bad, you know. And even you can see these politicians here who are pretending for the camera. I can, when the camera is off, I've heard them. They are very strong tribal people. But when Africans have said, you know, and it doesn't even have to come from a tribe. You know, people think tribalism. Even a good example is Kenya, that people just vote because, you know. People vote from outside other tribes too. People vote for people from other tribes. It's not that there is this.
That's why I say that it should be tribal democracy, and it should also create, you know, alliances where people can have alliances with each other. So it's just like a party, but it's a party based on tribes. So if these two tribes decide to work together, they are allowed to do that and form their party, and they can also dissolve their parties and so on. So, but everyone is represented and they feel by tribe, and this whole. Also, the problem is not tribes or tribalistic. It's, you know, this idea of the superiority, and this is something that is very European in its aspect, that you regard yourself as better than, you know, or supreme or superior to other tribes. See, we have tribal pride where every tribe feels like, you know, they are just the best and all that, but they don't necessarily feel that other tribes are less than them because they're not them. So we can respect.
Or neither they impose their tribal culture on other cultures.
Yes, there's not that imposition. So for them, you know, once you make a distinction, you have to make a comparison. For us, we can just make a distinction and leave it at that. You know, you're this, I'm this, and leave it at that. For them, they have to go to, you're this, who's better? That's the second, you know, the follow-up question, who's better? If you're French, I'm German, who's better? Let's go to one, fight it out. So for them, they cannot, you know, imagine being tribalistic, but still not being, tribal supreme. They can't imagine that, for them, when they think that, they think, oh, tribal pride is like white supremacy. It's like tribal supremacy. Now we want the Bantus to rule over everybody and so on. But, that's not necessarily how we view it. We just view it as every tribe gets to do, to practice their own culture and customs as they wish, without interference. So, yeah, it's not about, this person, dominating over that one, or, imposing, like you said, their values on other people. But for them, it was usually like, if we are right, everybody has to, follow our systems, whether it's economic capitalist or, it's religious, the Catholics versus the Protestants. If we believe this, you have to believe it too. Otherwise, we're not sure if we're right or wrong. And that's some insecurity that they have that we really didn't have until, recently. But
yeah. I don't know. Well, in that part, I saw we had the European Union was actually taken from the fact that there was an East African community.
Yes, and before that, even, the South Africans, they had, well, they did have to be, coerced into it, but they also had their federations of tribes and so on. So from time to time, we have had, these alliances, and we have worked together, although under times of peace, we have just generally, everybody to themselves. That's the one beautiful thing about Africans. We leave each other to our own devices. If you want to do this, practice your religion or your culture in this way, just do it, as long as it doesn't interfere with ours. So in terms of peace, I think we basically just leave each other alone. But in terms of war, sometimes we do have to form, alliances.
Yeah. But you see, my point was that you don't have to look towards Europe for things that, as our elders here have spoken. And I'm glad that our elder leaders, sometimes, they are aware that, the first actually union of economic union was East African community. That was a monetary union, labor union. It was already united. And the European Union actually came after that as a follow-up concept because of the success of the East African community. So it's like, why are we looking to? Go to the original,
Because we like things in a European package. That's why we can grow in our own tea, but it just looks better if it has, like, English House Grey tea, South from Manchester, UK. Yeah, instead of Kericho. Hapa Kericho tu. Imetoka Kericho. Unajua unataka chai imepanda ndege. You don't want regular.
Yeah. But hopefully, that we are changing. I think, I'm optimistic that at least we are starting to appreciate. I think at least the younger generation. I don't know. I'm seeing, if you are on TikTok, I don't know. I see those guys having that change in mentality. But the different time, you think it's the same.
Mi saa zingine nafikiria ziko inakuwa different, when it comes to vitu politics. I think nowadays tunakuwa more independent, lakini ikifika vitu za consumerism na music, entertainment, sijui nini, hiyo bado tunawafollow kabisa. So politics, I think there's an awareness, but in terms of culture, I think we're still following the Western model.
I don't know. I feel like the Kinabana boy dominating this guy. I've forgotten the other guys' names. Davido, I thought they were dominating the world. Like, the African music is coming up on the. I don't know. I feel like even in our music, like.
But a lot of that music is really copying just, Black American music, like that trap music and like Boogie Jack. No, not that one so much, but a lot of that, Afrobeat music, a lot of it is it has like an R&B Africanized version of it. It's not like the traditional. And Kenyan music is different because us, we don't follow them as much, but even Kenyan, we have our trap and our drill music.
Yeah. But me, I'm more like, okay, I don't mind having that here in Kenya. I don't mind diversity. But in fact, a good example, me personally, I feel like Kenya, when it comes to traditional music, Kenya is one of the biggest leaders in Africa. I feel.
Yes, that one I can say. That one I can say. As we do everything, we do when you think that we are going backwards, you find us going forward. When you think we're going forward, we're still over here. You know, we're everywhere. So
yeah, like this artist who just focus purely on traditional music, like they are getting millions of views. Like like another
and
like
people actually like even like the vernacular music. People actually like their vernacular music. Like everybody has their own music over there and their own radio stations that they play. So we have our African music, and then we have our typical the stars, the Kenyan stars. But everybody just has their own some small things on the side. So yeah, we're able to take it all in.
Yeah, we have another historian on the building. we have coaxed him out. We have been we have been able to tease him out.
Welcome, who is that?
It's not fair. A couple of Kenyans bragging about how number one they are in their country. It's not fair.
Wow. Okay.
At some point, the conversation was getting tense and tense. Then all of a sudden, when it went to tribal dances and music, you say we are the best. Come on. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing good, my brother. Welcome to the stream.
It's been a while.
Yeah,
it's been a while. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
I've been really having a problem on YouTube getting the live stream, and every time I go in and I couldn't get the live streaming, and I've been having a hard time. That's why I disappeared. But I always try, but I don't get live. The live coverage. Anyways, it's good to hear from you guys once again.
Yeah, welcome. Actually, we have not been. I don't know. We are coming back to being active. I think for a while we are taking like a short break. So, but I like to assure the people of Swahili Nation family that we are back, and we'll be having a little bit more regular live streams. So we have another one here. Pastor Edra. Yeah, now
it's getting interesting, huh?
How to defend SA. Okay.
I'm a piano in the house.
I'm a piano. It's almost as bad as it's the one that has the same beat and they just, change a few of the words.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same beat, but different. Different in this one, they are surprised like this. In this other song, they are surprised in this other way.
The only thing that's changing is the dancers.
This song they're saying Allah. This song they're saying
hello.
Pastor Ezra because of you.
Sorry, Pastor Ezra. Pastor Ezra, we are sorry. We love Afrobeats. We love Amapiano. We love Amapiano. In fact, but my favorite song is Oruongo. Actually, it's I don't know if it's qualifies as a Amapiano, but you guys, Oruongo. It's URWONGO. I don't know. It's a very even Barack Obama. He has this thing where he has a list every year. I don't know. He has a list of his favorite songs of the year. He posts them on Twitter. Yeah, and I was surprised to find it there. I was like, even Barack Obama enjoyed this song this year. So it was a very popular song. So Okay, Reggae Music is saying, by the way, the music us African Americans do here in America is just an extension of what was brought from Africa. So yeah, Tanzania, what do you say about that?
I'm for it.
Back.
I'm for it.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
Right now, you were saying for a second over there, you were saying that you are playing African American music, trap.
Well, yes, the what we're getting now is what the African Americans have made of the African music that they got. Like when you go to, there are certain communities like the Gula Geechee, the Garifuna, who actually play very African traditional sounding music. They have communities in Ghana. That was the old, the old African music. But the new music like hip hop, no, that one is totally a Black American creation. So what he's talking about is, the old beats and the drums and so on, which were very typically African. In fact, in some places were even forbidden to play the drums because, they didn't want them to have anything to do with Africa. So, but you can still hear a lot of the beats, there was a cross-pollination between, the Africans who are there and the ones who are here. So in terms of, the original like samba, the rumba, a lot of those things who are back and forth between the Africans on the continent and the ones on the over there. So yeah, those ones had commonalities. But this new industrialized, music, no, that one, they created it and we are copying it. The other ones is we created it and they took it over there and there was a back and forth. Yeah.
I think I want to compartmentalize somehow the way we are looking at things, because I suppose if we look at the African American music, there are groups within the African American community who feel that hip hop is dead. It's no longer hip hop; it's more of trap now, and they criticize one another that the present generation have really evolved into something which is not even hip hop. Hip hop is no longer there. Why? Because the African Americans, I don't know what is African about them. It's simply because of their skin color. They are labeled as African, but they are far from the African identity. But music is not, yes, part of it is the beats and the harmony and every instrument that takes place in the music. But the major part is also the lyrics. What are the lyrics saying about? What are they talking about? And basically, if I summarize it, I'm not even scrupulous to say that it's either with power, money, or sex. You see these three things evolving in their music. I feel somehow it just, I have a feeling that it just comes from a kind of losing self-belonging, or maybe asserting oneself strongly into the community with these three things, which cannot define a human person. Yes, in the capitalistic world, if you have money, you are somebody. If you can spend, you are somebody. But I don't think it can explain a human person as a whole. Because I have two women naked on my bed and I'm splashing money, which I doubt is real money, and I'm talking about shooting others. So I don't think there is anything African about it. And the dress code, probably nowadays you see them, pulling their trousers and whatnot, no belt, whatnot. Yeah, in the beginning, it has evolved from being a slave, being imprisoned. So no shoelace and no belts in prison is allowed. So it symbolized that. But I think now even the present African Americans, if you ask them why, I don't think they know what the real meaning is. So when we talk about African Americans, I think that we were talking about even a divided community when it comes to music. I don't think the real old school hip hop and R&B lovers will criticize trap as not being a music. With Africa, the same thing is somehow coming. We can talk about the old school music, which is a storytelling. For example, if you listen to Sina Makossa, Sina Makossa is, for example, a story. I don't know if you know that song. If you listen to Mamu, Franco's Rumba, it's a story about this woman called Mamu.
Yes, I mean, you're
story.
starting familiar chords, Natnael. We
Yes,
know Mamu,
yes.
Sina Makossa, yes.
Yes, but if you critically look into it, instead of, because Fally Ipupa also is a rumba artist, he plays rumba, but the content is very different. You get Franco talks about stories, and they tell stories. They tell about love stories, family stories, social evil. So they talk about these things in their music, and somehow it is appealing to the people. But nowadays, if you listen to rumba, it all goes back to more of sex, power. Or if it is love, it is more, it's a dirtier version of it. I mean, you know, we listen to, for example, Diamond Platinums. Many people listen to him, but the people who listen to the lyrics, it is not something that you can, I don't know, Tanzan and Mwendatezi, you are here, you can talk about the lyrics part of it. I don't know if you can be proud of some of the lyrical content of, for example, Diamond is singing. But as an artist and beautiful music, harmony and all that, we love that. We enjoy it. The beat, we enjoy it because we don't know the content. But music, it's all about the beats, but more, it's about the content that we are putting across. So that's where I am.
Tezi,
Yeah,
do you have
yeah.
anything?
No, I agree. I was going to give Diamond Platinum as an example of African music, African music doing wonders, because okay, I understand. I don't listen to his lyrics actually. I'm not going to lie, but he gets a lot. I think he's reached 1 billion views in YouTube. I don't know. I think he's reached 1 billion views. Something like that, because he's been getting 100 million views, 100 million. And you know what I like about him? Not his lyrics, but the fact that he doesn't even sing in English. He doesn't even sing in English, you know? He just sings in Swahili. Songs are majority Kiswahili. And maybe he does remixes with Congolese and maybe some Amapiano here and there. But what I like is that he has not crossed to English, and still he has already arrived at 1 billion YouTube views. So it just shows you how you know. I
understand. I mean, most of the time I come in strongly being overcritical, but I love Diamond Platinums, and the music, the harmony, the melody is beautiful and all that. And I'm not saying that African music is sane or it's only about storytelling. For example, Mwendatezi, you've been in Mombasa, and most of you know Tarab music. Tarab music sometimes had a very vulgar language being told in a very interesting way. And we have it even in Amharic. As an Ethiopian, we have some Asmaris, we call them, and they make lyrical content music, but the lyric, they could be talking about a piece of bread, but it is something else that they are talking about. So we have that. I mean, I'm not denying it. For example, the other very trending thing is, for example, twerking. Again, if you go to Dar es Salaam and on Fridays and weekends, you will find the kigodoros and whatnots where women are twerking properly. And there are even clubs where you say kangamoko, kangamoja. These are African twerks, by Coco. These are African twerks. And we are not saying that we don't have them. We have them. But if the most appealing things, and you know, for example, if you can change, if you are meant to be a Rumba artist, but the most view is in hip hop, you cannot be a hip hop artist. You will not make a breakthrough. Everyone has his gifts. So we cannot measure the success of music and all that with views. If not, you can sit with your mom or dad and ask them who was the most hit in your time, and they will tell you, oh, this guy was really good. Now, if you open and play it to the young, they will throw stones at you. You know, things evolve, but at the same time, it's good to keep the variety, tell story, and give it identity. Language alone cannot, because music surpasses language. So sometimes language is good, but at the same time, because he has a lot of viewer or one has less, we cannot somehow compare them. We have so many bands that are very famous, but they don't have any views. But if you go to a certain club, a certain bar, you find them for years playing music. That's where art is as an art. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, you've spoken. I think, what I think the perspective is the word. Is it sourceful? Is it saucy or classy? Classy. The way, like you talk about the bread part, you know, like.
Well, Africans are vulgar. Let's not even lie, you know. But we know how to hide, you know, all that stuff. And under certain words. But I've come to realize, just with talking with a lot of people, every tribe have their dirty songs. Like, you know, you can find them. You can find them somewhere or another. Every tribe have their, you know, their dirty dancing and so on. But they're not looked at, because it's also the context. It's not just done anywhere, and then it's done in a way that those who know, and those who don't know have no idea. So it's not just put out in the open like that, where, you know, grandmothers and children are going to be. You know, that's one thing that we know, you know, the place that things are supposed to be. So, you know, even... Yeah, we even have like festivals where people are allowed to, you know, just, you know, do what they do and dance however they were going to dance. And that was in a certain context. You wouldn't stand up in the middle of dinner and, you know, start doing that, or, you know, start misbehaving, you know, in a sacred place. So yeah, we had all those different aspects of life, and we knew, you know, when something was supposed to be done. Like you said, proper twerking. It sounds like
moderation.
Yes, moderation.
Everything is balanced, you know, balanced.
Yes, and contextualized. Like there are places where you do this, and there are places where you don't. There are people that you do this with. If your grandmother is there, you're not going to suddenly start getting up and, you know, doing stuff. So, you know, everybody knew how to behave in certain places. Not that we didn't have those behaviors, we just knew when to have them, and around whom. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And
Yeah.
That's the beauty of culture, I guess. Moderation. Everything is moderated. Everything has its own time. When we grow up, things that we saw on the TV is no longer the same thing that we watch. Some things are censored. Some things now. Everything is unopen, and when everything is open, there are so many things that get lost. Or there is also a possibility of being swallowed by other cultures. So it's good to be open, but moderation is very, very important for a human person, you know.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of moderation also. You know, as I think there was a stream with Tanzan a while back, and I was talking about stoicism, how how it is a very important trait to have as Africans. I think we demonstrate this a lot, like the way you talk about, you know, that conservative nature of even the way we music. You might be talking about, you know, in the words that they're talking about bread, but you know, there is that conservatism that, you know, and there is, you know, I think it's called, I don't know if it's called poetry, where there's a sweetness also of being when you're talking about bread, but you're not talking about bread, even the person who is listening, he knows you're not talking about bread, but there's a sweetness. But because of the way you've played with your words, you know, it also adds to the sweetness of the music. I don't know, I feel.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, and we have it in our culture. In every culture there is. People tell stories, people even tell the social evil, and it is all there. Even tribalism sometimes pops in music. And that will take us to the initial, actually, even topic that you're talking about, tribe and identity and race. How do we relate with others? And unfortunately, for example, in the Ethiopian situation, there are some tribal songs that really applaud one tribe. And in a way, when you applaud to it, if you don't critically think, it somehow undermines the other. And you just say, oh my God, what's happening really here? So we need to find our ground and stay true to ourselves. It doesn't matter whether we have views or we are making breakthrough in the market. If we are artists, I think we need to be true to the art, to the growth and the impact that it makes.
Yeah. And the multiplicity of expressions of artistic expression. My problem with both Amapiano and Afrobeats is that they have reduced music to a very simple, you know, easily almost, you know, industrialized beat that can just be reproduced by anybody. It's like when they had that 808, that share. Do you believe in love? Yeah, that whole
share, yes.
Yeah, that monotone thing. So anybody can do that, and then there's no. To me, it's like reggaeton. Reggaeton was the same beat, and it's like do 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 do. Like you can go literally mad if you had to endure 8 hours of that in a club. Just same beat. Yeah, it stifles creativity when we know that African music has been firstly very creative and very diverse. Even Congolese music went through different, you know, iterations. There was a time when there was, you know, that whole Franco rumba, the slow, you know, long ones, and then there was, you know, the Kofi and Papa Wemba. There was the, you know, the very fast extra wenge musica and extra musica wololo, and then, you know, you had also Kanda Bongoman, you had Alus Mabele, you know, very soft. You had Bilia Bell and Yondo Sister. Bilia Bell was like the romantic one. Yondo Sister was like crazy auntie. Yeah, so we had all this different just in one country, and not just one country. Now imagine all those different other places. You know, South Africa, we had, you know, from, you know, one country produced both what's her name, Vulinlela, Brenda Fassie.
Brenda Fassie, yeah.
Yeah, and Yvonne Chaka Chaka and Lucky Dube, who sings, you know, reggae, and Lucky Dube, you know, also Alpha Blondy, who also sings reggae in the whole of West Africa. We had all of those. Now African music is going to be reduced to 2 single beats, you know, Afro beats and Amapiano, and it doesn't even seem to be changing. Even South African music, there was a time they had that what was it? It started with a K. I think it was like Kompo or Kumpo something. I can't remember the sound of it, but even South African music went through the different, you know, phases. It comes, it goes, people, you know, build on it. But Amapiano has just been going for years and years and years, and it's just endless nonsense. You know, you could find some more creativity in music. We can do so much more than this endless, you know, just it's easy, it's fun. I can't lie, like that stuff just makes you want to dance, but we are capable of so much more than this. We're capable of Mario was a whole like 18-19 minutes long, and Mario was about the story of Mario the lazy one, and then Mamu 12,000 letters was was about well, Franco was receiving all these letters from women, and their main issue was their sisters-in-laws. Like, oh, my sister-in-law, I come to her house, but she has cooked for my husband before my husband comes. You know, just things like that. We're capable of so much more than just this limited. Yes, it's fashionable, it makes a lot of money, it's simplistic, it sells a lot in the outside world, but you know, music is not just for money. It's our culture, it's what we produce, it's who we are.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Exactly.
Yeah, of course I know about you and the sister. Wapio, hey, that woman was crazy from the get-go. Like the song would start, she would start dancing before the song started. Yeah, you and the sister was. And continue with the same energy throughout. So Panda Peter, yeah, I'm glad you also appreciate her. So yeah, I'll
Okay, I think we've we've exhausted the music. I think, but personally, I don't think African music is just going to be reduced to 2 beats, Tanzania. I don't think Afrobeat and Amapiano. I think Afrobeat and Amapiano are, what is it? Is it mainstream? I think they're going to be just popular mainstream music. What we have just talked about, the other ones like the vernacular music in Kenya, even in Ethiopia, they are still thriving, So I feel like there's space for all genres of African music. That's what I feel like. I feel like there's space for all. I think Amapiano and Afrobeats, they have a specific audience, and that audience, I think, was is it mature? I feel like Africans, there is a stage where they just revert back to old school traditional music or vernacular music, or that's why you find even vernacular music is still the views are still going high. So to me, I feel like they can all exist in the continent. Or what do you guys think?
Well,
so you guys agree?
I like to be optimistic, so I share your optimism. But yes, I hope it turns out that way as well.
Well,
okay. Yeah.
I guess we need to be very cautious about it, though, because music is a universal language, yes, but there are moments where some genres can really disappear just like that. Especially the trend that I'm seeing now is it scares me whether art is really a calling or it is just an emotional response to the socioeconomic situation. Many people, I don't think, sometimes you even find some artists really wanting to be someone. It's good to be wanting to be someone, but especially when you are trying to imitate the Western world, and you have a lot of stories to tell as an African, and you get swallowed with the beat, then the second one would be the dance that goes with the beat. For example, if some people are dagging and jerking and whatnot, these are not African per se. They evolved in the Western world, but the young people are swallowed in that. So they might forget how really Kisukuti is being danced at some point. And I think in the near future, we are going to be really wondering what happened to our folk dances and music and storytelling. So there is always a risk if we are not careful.
Yeah, I think we were with you, Nathaniel, when we were having the stream about music, and even though it was rudely interrupted by YouTube, before that we were showing you. I showed a video about the
the instrument.
Yeah, the nyatiti. What they were saying, and the people were saying, and even the guy was saying, the people who are teaching children, actually, they were saying that they thought it was dying out. They thought it was dying out. Then all of a sudden, there's this new vigor, and everybody is now, everybody can't have enough. Now, even now, that's the point that now they are teaching children, the whole class of children. If they were having the nyatitis and they were learning, people were parents who are taking their children from a spiritual perspective. But I feel like, sometimes, some things are, as Africans and our ancestors in this, when we walk this soil, this soil is old soil. We were not the first people to walk. Our ancestors here, we are buried in this. They cannot allow, I feel like because that's the only explanation I can get, where that it was almost dying, then it just all of a sudden there's a huge spike. So I feel like maybe it's a spiritual thing. Maybe I might be wrong, but I feel like they cannot allow these things to die. It's like that's what I feel like. There is a force that cannot allow this.
They will not allow, for as long as we're alive. They will not allow, and it might be almost dying, and then someone might be born who will start this thing all over again. So yes.
Yeah, that's what I felt also when I was like that. I just felt like, like it was, how is it that it was almost dying, and it was, then all of a sudden it's become a mainstream now. The people are just playing it. All this tradition, they're all being played. Even this year, there is this event. I know, Nathaniel, you're a teacher. I don't know if you've heard of the drama festivals of Kenya, music festivals.
Oh, they are the best. Oh, just magnificent.
Yeah. It is dominant. I saw this year.
Tell them we have everything.
I've seen this year. It was so dominated with these African instruments. I was like, what the? And these are just young people, people in school, and they were playing it like masters, like like the Urutu, the Nyatiti, the one I've forgotten the other one. There's another one from the Kisii people. Even the current deputy president, the new one, Gachagua. He was he was there, and he was also playing one of them in front of the crowds, and it's like, whoa! It's like we are experiencing a renaissance. Like we are back now. These things. So I was. I really, the videos are in YouTube. You just see these students just playing these things like maestros, and I was just, my heart was filled with with joy, with
tribal pride. See, that's the difference between pride and superiority. When you're proud, you're simply proud of who you are and your achievements. You don't need to lord it over somebody else, and you can actually appreciate somebody else's, achievements and culture and all that without, feeling that they're better or worse than you. You can see, oh, that's interesting, and all the tribes come and they present something, and even if you can't understand the language, just seeing that, cultural expression, and sometimes they do tell you a little bit about the song and so on. Yeah, it's a wonderful feeling, and it doesn't even have to be your tribe. It's just seeing that tribal pride, and this is something that makes us who we are. It makes us, into Kenyans. It doesn't make us less, nationalistic. It actually makes us more. So yeah, let's promote tribes, because
that is.
Yes,
that's actually good enough. That's the main reason that I jumped into this chat room. When you were initially talking about tribalism, and by the time I got into the room, it was tribal music anyways. Exactly, this is the answer to what we have talked about tribalism. You see, these students being taught the traditional instruments. This is the power of education. This is one of the answers to abolishing these things that we hold on to in a negative way. If it is educated, it becomes a heritage. It becomes something that needs to be celebrated. But if it is indoctrinated, it becomes a divisive killing instrument. So this is where, as Africans, we have faltered. Our education system somehow does not help us to get grounded and get rooted in our own identity. How many schools, for example, and I've been doing this for a long time I remember at some point I said I'm going to start doing something new. And this is what I was doing my research on. How many schools do have Pan-African subjects, Pan-Africanism as a subject, for example? How many schools do teach the real history of each and every other tribe without necessarily being biased? It's only the political leaders and people who are using their agenda to push their agenda using tribalism and identity in most of our platforms here in Africa. If it is educated, our students and young people will celebrate it. If it is not educated and the political leaders are the ones who are controlling the media, they are talking about it in a very divisive way, yes, we are divided. Don't underestimate the power of media. A simple farmer cannot hate another tribe who is miles away from him for nothing, if not for the media. So education is the first and foremost tool that we need to use to ground ourselves in our own identity, instead of just teaching European history. And we teach, but not in a way that we forgot our own. The second one, we need to get out of poverty. And this is an answer to even the music industry. Most of the artists, they want to show us how much money they have and whatnot, simply because we are poor. And if we are poor, we swallow any doctrine that comes our way. And tribalism also, we would have celebrated it if we were rich and we have all the resources. But now, it becomes a means of conflict, because you are in our land, get away, they are in our land, these ones, they need to get out of our land. Mother Earth is enough for everyone, but because of poverty is what is driving us. If we were rich and we have all the resources, we wouldn't even care what tribe and who inflicted what on who. And you have been talking about it, and I want to remind you, for example, in the Kenyan scene, if you critically look the political life of Kenya and ask yourself how many tribes are involved, or how many tribes are really screwing the whole Kenyan politics, and how many tribes are there in Kenya, you will find the answer yourselves. Sometimes it becomes a tug of war between few tribes fighting for power, and the rest still are waiting for water and wells to be dug in their villages. So poverty and education, this is something we really need to work on. But now our generation wants to be rich in a very short time. Shortcuts, everything is made simple. Everything is summarized. How can we get there? No, we can't. How many of our politicians have gone to school? Recently, I was reading a newspaper, and one of the politicians graduated after 20 years with a degree from university, because he had shelved education because of work. How do you give him work and he has not even graduated? And we have young, energetic, powerful young people roaming on the streets of Nairobi looking for work, qualified to take that position. And this guy has been a politician, and he has not even finished it. How many of our parliament members, they are not even qualified to be sitting on those chairs? And many young people are killing themselves, literally, committing suicide. Go and really do research on the number of suicides that's coming up in Africa, which was a taboo we don't talk about. But people are hopeless because even education is discouraging our young people. So education and poverty is killing us. We are a stone throw from each other. Even the so-called rich people we're talking about, if you go to the next village, they are not rich anymore. But everyone wants to be rich, everyone wants money, and we are losing everything that we have down the line. Anyways, I got a bit caught up. let me allow you to speak.
No, that was excellent. I was waiting for you to speak some more.
Yeah. We are all here. That's a beautiful speech, man. If it can continue, we are here to listen. You know.
Not really. This is what I want to do. What brought me to the chat room, by the way.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Nat. That's a very important thing you've talked to us by there, and you've actually
and we need to be really honest, you know, even when we talk about the political life and all that. People who have not, I mean, I'm very sorry to say, but some presidents cannot even read the speech that has been written to them. They can't even have the time to reread the speech so that when they go out, they are eloquent enough to be heard by. They cannot. They are not even orators. Our grandfathers can tell a story very nicely under a tree better than our presidents in an Italian suit standing in front of thousands of people. It's a shame.
Yeah, I remember Magufuli had to fire a member of parliament who could not read his inauguration. Is it oath? His oath. I remember it's a famous video. I don't know if you Magufuli having to fire this guy because he could not even read his own oath of office. You know. So yeah, education is.
It will be interesting, even the inauguration of the recent new government coming in at the stadium. Just look at that video again, and you'll be laughing that someone is saying his own things, and the Chief Justice is reading something else, just following simple instruction. So you question. So our education does, if it is really discouraging the young people, it needs to be overhauled. Let's go back to the village and sit around together under an elder and listen to stories. That will save us, because our country has been given to us by people who have studied in the village. My grandmother, I think she knows only how to read and write. And these are the people who have given us this country. But some of us who have gone to school, we are simply using words and accents, foreign accents, to convince people that we have gone to school, but we are not producing. So that's where I am as, anyways.
Yeah, you've spoken some deep stuff, something food for thought for all of us, actually, especially the part of education, and also mental health in Africa is in the decline. This has been a fact. You have even students who kill themselves even before finishing high school. We have been seeing them all over the place. It's been crazy, you know, and you know, I don't know if you're going to let me not veer too much, but I have to ask you this question because you're as an educator. There is this thing where even the student commits suicide, and the parents say, and I've seen all the time when they're interviewed, they always say they didn't even like they were normal. They didn't even look like they were depressed or, you know, but all of a sudden they have off to themselves. So I don't know. No, what is your opinion on this type of phenomena?
Because the first and foremost thing, this is not really the answer to your question. It is more, it has to do with also psychology and behavioral science. But what I can talk about as an educator is that our children are no longer protected. Okay? Why am I saying that our children are no longer protected? Go to some houses. I'm just trying to simplify things. You go to some houses and you find the teenagers, either they are in bedroom. If there is no bedroom, they are next to you, but with their headphone and a telephone, chatting with Mr. Nice Guy or Miss Charming or a diva who they do not know. They are watching some of the videos that is released either in Japan. Some of our students, some of my students are obsessed with Korean movies, and I said, Since when do Koreans became powerful in soap operas? And I found out from my own students. And some of the music, they listen to Korean music. And I said, my goodness, an African child listening to a Korean music, how exposed are they? Some of they see the things they see and they are exposed to is no longer safe for them. For example, you find a student reserved or not mixing with others or crying, or sometimes we have counseling in the schools that I've worked, we have counselors just segregated from the rest of the students, and they come to their parents and they don't want to talk about it. They have failed, and when you ask them why do you separate yourself from the rest of the students, they will tell you something very, very, very shocking. For example, I have some students who say that they don't like the way they look, they are fat, or they are not beautiful. Self-image. Why? Because they are exposed. The people that they saw on the social medias are displaying their figure 8, how to live healthily. If you are above this kilogram, you are not healthy and all that. And it completely defeats the cultural background that I was brought up with. If you look bigger, they will tell you are doing well, you are getting fat. And elsewhere, it is not a compliment to give to someone. It is an insult. So our children are too exposed that they no longer, the parents and the teacher can no longer safeguard them. What they learn within the weekend is nothing compared to what I teach them from Monday to Friday. And if we are not open teachers, and if we snap at everything that our students do and say, then we lose them for good. And that's also the problem of parents. For example, how many teenagers can go home and say, Mom, I think I'm liking the boy who is sitting next to me? The mother will say that, hey, are you really serious? You better focus on your studies. And they will just be insulting them, if not beating them, for having feelings for someone. Because we don't know how to accompany our children. We are still stuck, but our children are more exposed. How do we bring the gap? Gap is important for things to move, but how do we narrow it? There are some teachers who snap and try to beat students, and I've come across, because the students challenge what they are teaching. For example, a teacher is teaching in class, like, okay, students, 3/4 of the globe is water. And the student says, but no, sir, it is not true. How? Oh, because under the water, there is still land. And the teacher snaps instead of using logic to explain. You get me? This is where we are. Our children are overexposed, and we are not giving them what they need. We have just thrown them to the world. We buy them phones for their birthdays. Even if we don't buy them, some of our girls and boys, they get it their own way. I don't know how. So anyways, I don't think I can say I've answered, but these are some of the things that are bringing binarism in the identity of our young ones.
No. Okay, I've understood your point. I've actually, I don't know, Tanzan, do you have any question?
No, actually, that was a full, an excellent analysis of the situation. There's, definite obstacles, but we have to recognize the reality first before we even, come up with a solution. So education is a great way to, to mold the young people's minds, and that's why it begins. So we have to look at, what we have, what we can, do, and the possibilities. So I appreciate, especially you working directly with them. You can see, what's going on. You're on the ground, and yeah, it's just been enlightening, hearing your information. So I appreciate you very much, and yeah, I can't really add any more to that. That was just summarily put.
Yeah, from the Minister of Education himself. But
yes,
yeah.
indeed.
Yeah,
By the way, do you know that one of the most worrying things, though, being also a teacher, that I can tell you is that very soon we are not going to have teachers in our own schools. I think from my own analysis that if not half of the teachers that I come across in most of the schools are not happy to be a teacher, and it scares me. So how do you expect them to take care of others? It's a calling. Profession it needs to have some sense of calling and belonging, that yes, I'm doing something with the lives of others. But most of our teachers, first of all, even the government, the way they assign educators, and some people are put in education, and it gives a sense that because they cannot do medicine or other stuffs. I don't know if you share the same sentiment, but the government is also aggravating the problem. Plus, teachers, most of them are there simply because they need to keep a job, but they have side jobs that they are doing just to survive, and they don't like actually teaching. It scares me. It scares me. And still the poor are on the disadvantage, because the ones who have and who can spend on education can go to some private schools and all that, but no one is going to be in government schools or simple schools to help our poor babies. And this is something that we need to critically think about.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. I was going to even to ask you another question about, I don't know if you've heard about the CBC.
Sorry?
Have you heard of the CBC? Curriculum-based...
About the curriculum, yeah.
Yeah, what is your opinion?
Well, I may not say much about it because I'm still trying to figure out what exactly is going on. But still, whatever the change, in Ethiopia, the education system with the curriculum that we went through changed. Then again, it went back to the old system. It is just a ridiculous, desperate move that the government is doing. If you just sit and look at the outcome, is it meant for the students and the creating citizens that are responsible? I doubt. I just want to say that only.
Okay. Tanzan, have you heard about the CBC? Hello, Tanzan, are you there? Or
Okay, Tanzan. I'm sorry. I was looking for the unmute button. I'm so sorry about that. Yes. Yes. What were you saying? I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
Have you heard about the CBC?
CDC.
CBC, competency-based curriculum.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what that is. What is that?
Oh, it's the curriculum that the previous government actually imposed late, and it's actually based on American model. I don't know. I feel like.
Let me ask you something though, Tezi. Yeah. This is, and I'm sorry to alienate and once again go all Kenyan on our brother, but why is Kenya all of a sudden just copying everything American? Like they changed to grades, they changed to this new, what is it called? The elementary junior high system.
Yeah, that's the CBC. That's the CBC I was talking about. That's
okay. I didn't remember that. What does it stand for? What does the acronym stand for?
Competence.
Hey, I
English.
How competence kusema competences.
Yeah.
Well, I would say at this point, I would say that what we need, be it in Kenya or Ethiopia or elsewhere, competency-based employment. That's what I would say, because we try to. I mean, the whole idea is that to empower students to grasp more and to achieve the curriculum that's been presented to them and have a command of the education that they are receiving. But I would say that some of us, we went to government. I went to a private school when I was in elementary, but in government, I was among those 80, if not 100 plus students who sat in the government classrooms. And even after graduating in some of our tertiary education level, how many of them are given the jobs? I mean, we just, this, it sounds sweet and it sounds very appealing when you talk about it. I would say competency-based employment. There are so many people who are employed simply because they are party members, simply because they belong to the bosses, their uncle, their aunt. There are, as I've said, some politicians who do not have even a degree. I mean, I'm not saying that a degree is really one of the criteria to measure competence. But when you are in a country where millions of BA and master's holders are seated hoping to serve their country in what they have learned, someone making a mockery out of a high school, just dictating things and earning even much more than a normal hustler staying for 12 hours on the streets of Nairobi is a mockery to the people. Competency-based employment. Give jobs to the ones who are competent. Empower the youth. I tell you, some of the guys, even some of the guys who are educated, should not claim more. I hear some doctors and pilots nowadays, they just can't go on strike anyhowly. How about those who are pulling a cart on the streets and selling tomatoes, shouting on top of their voice, carrying a stone? These are the people also we need to empower. Even if they have not gone to school, it's not a punishment. They need to be empowered. They are citizens. Both a laborer, physical laborer, and intellectual laborer, we are all laborers. So we cannot claim to be better than one another. That's how we build a nation. So I think this curriculum and all that, it's not even our curriculum. We are just trying to be them, not ourselves.
Yeah. Let me explain. I think what you've said, Natnel, about competency-based employment, I think that's one of the arguments actually they made for this system, this new curriculum, that the people who are with this old curriculum, they are unemployed, So basically that so the government is pushing this thinking that because they are unemployed, they don't have the required skills for the current market. So we need a change in curriculum, that now this new competency-based, even that's why they named it competency-based curriculum, so that it results into people who have skills. For
when that is it, it's a lie.
Competent.
When that is it, I think it's a proper lie, because let me give you an experience that has been done recently in Addis Ababa.
Yeah.
In Addis Ababa, there was a crackdown on professionals claiming to be professionals with fake documents. And the crackdown knocked on many people that were really applauded among the community for being educated, and doctors on a doctorate level. Some people faked documentation, and they were treating us as doctors, some of them teaching us as professors, instead of just cleaning up people who, by paying some amount of money, are getting the document, and a poor boy bare feet studying at Mo University, how can he get the position that he deserves? Most of the guys who are not competent are not because they have gone to school. They should be able to do the bare minimum, but most of them are fake. Around 4,500 in one crackdown were caught to be fake doctors and professors. Sometimes it's scary even where you are going for treatment nowadays. If the doctor has not bought it or faked it, God knows. So these are the things. It's a cover-up. The language is sweet, and it makes the education system feel better by talking about these things. No, it is a chain of events.
Well,
so I don't think it's about competence. Yes, it is scary that most of the guys are graduating and they don't deliver because they know that they won't get anywhere. They see those who are before them discouraged, so they do the bare minimum and graduate. Yes, that's also another reality. But I think we need to clean up our system.
Well, we are blessed to have two educators here in the stream. Let me introduce another educator in Gas Them Up. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Barely with that echo.
Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
How did you know I was an educator? Are you with the CIA, Tezzy?
We have our ways.
Man, you see? These Kenyans, man. This is why I only like the people from Burundi and Tanzania. Because you Kenyans, you guys are some dangerous people. You pretend like you're so sweet and nice, but you're dangerous. You're very dangerous. Very dangerous people. I know some gangsters in Kibera. You guys are gangsters.
No, we are the nicest, hospitable, Jambo Bwana,
Yeah, that's what you tell the people before they die.
Wow. You know what? We were earlier, you missed the whole how Kenya is a great place and country. So, you should go back and listen.
Yeah, it's a great place as long as you pay your tax to the local mafia boss.
No, things are run in a very up and up sort of way.
Because the mafia bosses have control. That's why you guys don't have problems during your elections, because everyone knows it's like, okay, my friend, look, you, Tezzy, you, Madili, right here, this is your 4 years, steal all the money, we'll take 20%. It's okay. After 4 years, we switch, everybody's happy. Kenyans are very, very efficient at corruption. I love it.
Like violence, we are all one people and we should just get along. So,
one people.
Let's just work the country and move along,
The only thing that helps Kenya is you guys are smooth at your corruption. I wish all Africans were corrupt like the Kenyans. We'd have less problems. So that's one thing I will admit. The Kenyans are the best at running a corrupt country without any hiccups. It's a compliment, right? No, not a compliment.
When it comes to Kenyan corruption, I don't know. I think Nathaniel has spoken to it. And in fact, there is this. Since you're here, Gas Them Up, and you've talked about the corruption. Maybe I know Chrissy is listening, and Chrissy always likes us when we stay a little bit on topic. So since you've talked about corruption and we talked about tribalism in corruption, I once heard Gas Them Up talk about Kenyan corruption and how all the tribes in Kenya are connected, are participating equally. Is it equally or each getting their cake?
Yes, you guys are able to see the bigger picture, and more importantly, so let's say a Luo, a Kikuyu, and an Oromo, and all these other people everyone says, look, listen, you have your region, run it the way you need to run it. You know, this is your percentage. So on paper, it's 10 billion Kenyan shilling, but wink, wink, 8 billion goes to your region in your pockets. Everybody's happy, and that's how they're able to rotate corruption easier and manage it. And I think it should be a case study for other African nations. How do you handle corruption efficiently? Because, you know, compared to like a Nigeria, holy smokes, you know, it's just one guy eats everything. He gets some pawns and this, and everybody else is just sitting there, wow, we're starving. So it creates a lot of disenchanted citizens. So for the most part, I think you Kenyans believe in Kenya. You guys enjoy the Kenyan citizenship process as Kenyan citizens, whereas other countries are not able to enjoy. And that doesn't mean that every Kenyan is having the time of their life, but yeah, no, you guys. It seems like a backhanded compliment, but I'm saying it because I know Nigeria's a crap hole. I don't want to curse, but I'm saying it that I wish Nigeria would approach it the way the Kenyans approach it.
Okay. It's a very interesting perspective. Tanzania, you have something to say?
Well, I think that it all started with a handshake. It didn't come very easily because this tribalism thing is very deeply ingrained in people. But I think we all decided that let's look out for our own self-interest, and then because even if one group becomes the top people, firstly, if there's no country to rule over, then there's nothing that you're winning. If we devolve like the rest of the countries around us, then we'll have no country to win. You'll win the battle, but you'll lose the whole country. So I think we realize, and Kenya has always taken in. We did have our upheavals, but eventually people just settled into things and accepted. And it was not an easy acceptance. I think a lot of that is also with some resignation, some, this is just the way things are and so on. Just like we make fun of, the little things that you have to go through to get through where you're going. But,
I mean, I'll say something controversial, Ten. Imagine if the Rwandans thought like the Kenyans in terms of their approach to the nation state. And so when I say it, it seems like, oh, I'm indirectly insulting, but no, obviously, how dare I talk as a Nigerian? My country's, the bastion, one of the head places of mismanagement. But what I'm saying is that, again, it was contested. Everybody wasn't in agreement with the final conclusion, but the bigger picture prevails. And I think is because corruption is fine-tuned and managed. There's a managerial approach to corruption that other African nations would do well to copy. And so that's why I give the example of like Rwanda. Imagine if the people of Rwanda had approached.
Okay, you went out there for a bit. I don't know if it's.
I can't hear him as well.
Okay, see, it has been firmly established that the Kenyan Wi-Fi is better than all the rest, because previous to this, none of us had any problem. Yes, finally.
Yes.
Yeah, listen, I'm on the road. Obviously, they're going to be dead spots, right? Like, I'm driving. There's not, I'm not stationary. You guys are stationary, so your Wi-Fi strength is going to be much stronger. I'm not plugged in directly, but yeah, no, I'm just saying that can you imagine if the Rwandans thought like the Kenyans when it came to their country? We wouldn't have had that atrocity.
Yeah, and you know, we don't like to comment on other people's, you know, business, but one thing that has always helped us also is this, even in the past, this is why, going back to music, music was not just a form of entertainment. There was even music that was exhorting people in the past to, you know, to get up and go to work. You know, there was music telling children to work hard in school and, you know, respect the elders, or, you know, to be patriotic and all these things. So music was used in such a diverse form that people were taught to naturally think of themselves in this one way, that, you know, we're all Kenyans and that trumps everything. And, you know, but it doesn't mean that you're not also, you know, the other thing. Like we say, we recognize each other, but at the same time, we recognize that we're Kenyans. So, you know, it's not an easy thing, but it's always like, what is the most important thing? And another thing is, you know, this is less, you know, nice, but yeah, we do like, you know, money. And then you figure that you're going to, you know, run around, you might lose your life, you might do this. You calculate the risk and say, look, I don't have the time to go about doing that and spending time, you know, hopping around on one foot, you know, with one shoe. You know, I might as well just go home and try to make a living. So that may also have contributed to it. But yeah, you know, it was through various, nowadays I see that whole thing going down, but there used to be a time when, like, holidays, they had people going to the stadiums and having these, you know, military parades, which are really, really cool. Like, they'd all go and then just turn their heads all in one direction at the same time. That was pretty nice. But yeah, so that's one. Oh, yeah. Oh, speaking of that, Marie Antoinette says the new thing that I'm seeing, and Mondatezi, if you can go back to Sam's question about, can you explain the competency-based education system? Because I'm also trying to figure out what it is. The old system was one that was based on, you know, the 844 system, and it was like this Kenyanization of the old system. But they're doing a new one where they're changing over from, you know, from classes to grades. It's becoming more and more Americanized. So do you know a little more about it? And the reason for that, they were saying, is that the old system, which to me seemed like a very competitive system to, you know, the rest of the world, but they were saying that the old system was not producing, you know, they had all these graduates, like Nathaniel was saying, roaming the streets of Nairobi, and they could not find employment. So if all these students, we have such a great education system, but we cannot guarantee employment for the students, then we have to overhaul the education system and concentrate on, you know, maybe was it becoming competent at careers, or what was it? Maybe Tezi. It's a new system. So yeah, Tezi.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
It's about pushing for some jobs that are not, you know, people are they're trying to deal with this obsession with the white collar jobs, you know. So this new system is about pushing people into more practical jobs, like nursing, you know, like is it plumbing? I don't know, like practical skills. That's what they're trying to. That's the agenda, or not? Okay, maybe the PR. The PR about it is that they want to push people into practical jobs that are actually needed in the market, you know, than people who are maybe they look like the philosopher degree, you know, like they're trying to minimize that. You know, somebody going to university, maybe doing is it philosophy or what's the other one? I don't know. All these degrees, you know, they're trying to minimize.
Anthropology,
yeah. And then, so that's what they are saying. That's why competency is like you're pushed to practical jobs in the market. Although there is a lot of pushback, I'm not gonna, even including from me, because I feel like it denies and it mocks the original purpose of universities. Like before capitalism, what was the purpose of a university? Because the universities have been there before capitalism. They have been there for centuries. You know, they're not there to make people to go. They're not there for you to go get a job. You know, that is what capitalism has made universities into. But universities were there for knowledge. So you ask, where else will you learn philosophy if not in a university? You know, like where else will you learn anthropology or sociology if not in a university? You know, so you know we risk losing a whole part of our culture. Not even because a lot of this African culture, if you like to research in a lot of papers or African culture, you find that it's universities that were sponsored these papers. You know, you find a lot of professors who are sociologists. A sociology professor in Africa is probably going to study African sociology, isn't it? And is going to come up with a lot of interesting findings. You know, an anthropologist in Africa is going to do anthropology in African societies, right? So all this is a lot of valuable information which helps us, which is good for us in the end of the day. So if you look down on these people, you know, as somebody who does philosophy is going to probably focus on African philosophy. I think I showed one. There's a time I think I showed an African philosopher who thoroughly criticized the African church, you know, and like insights like that, you're not going to get them if we look down on these causes and we destroy them. We're going to I don't know, we're just missing out in a lot of stuff. And unfortunately, by the way, the West has already done it. You know, the West is destroying their own philosophers. The West is destroying their own sociologists, and they want us to do the same. The same way you talked about how they have destroyed their tribes. Now they want us to destroy. I think that's the same thing is happening. But there's this professor of literature. I don't know. Her name is Wandia Njoya. I quote her a lot. Even I've shown her videos. Go check out. She's against CBC also. She's against this new system, and I think the new government is also against it. So
is she the one who was talking about the expression of emotions during elections or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the problem. That's why I am passionate about I'm against this new system, this competency, this so-called nothing left. Oh, I didn't even. Yeah, this is why I'm against this competency-based system, basically, because I'm just universities are not supposed to be taken over by capitalism. That now each cause is looked at in terms of what its market value is. You know, that's like we're going to lose a lot of knowledge.
Why do you think employers started demanding that workers go to the university system to get that training? Or was it, you know, that's something I think we could look into the history of that, right? Like, what came first? Was it that employers demanded that people get university training? Or was it that universities somehow found a way to present themselves as the viable alternative to employers? Because when you look at the history, like you said, of capitalism, in the old, when factories first came up, these satanic mills, they just, you know, wanted anybody in there, right? Of course, you had your guilds and your skilled laborers, but, you know, they didn't give a fuck. Go in there and learn. If you lose your hand, if you lose a leg, you know, if you survived the first 3 years and you haven't died, well, then you've earned enough skill and you'll be a skilled laborer. So it's interesting, right? I mean, what do you think came first? Was it the universities presenting themselves to employers that, hey, our people who finish our system are the better hires, or was it that employers started making that demand for the university graduate?
Okay, that's a good question, but I'm not going to even pretend to know the answer to that question. All I know is the history of universities in Africa. I think when capitalism came to Africa, it was already, you know, it was a set deal. Like, I don't know. I think I don't know. I think the question is, when did universities start replacing the guilds, right? Because it was the guilds that were doing that stuff before through apprenticeship, right? It was before the universities. It was apprenticeship.
Yes,
right?
it was guilds, apprenticeships, and things like that.
So when do they lose their power and give it to the universities?
Well, I mean, it's fascinating, right? Pardon the noise, there's a plane overhead. But, you know, when you look at, for example, the idea of the surgeons, right? Surgeons were pretty much hacks. You know, they were just guys who would chop off a limb and they didn't know what the hell they're doing. But if you think of a surgeon now, a surgeon is he's basically a bioengineer, right? He's an auto mechanic, you know, he's a body mechanic, pretty much. That's what a surgeon is, and he's compensated quite well. So how is it that surgeons went from this profession where they would just give people, you know, lots of alcohol, chop off your limb, and most of the time when you went to a surgeon, you died within.
They were actually barbers and butchers, like barbers.
Yeah, they were butchers. Yeah,
even the barber of Seville, he was a barber and a butcher. They used to have like this station, and even that whole black, red, and white thing that goes around and around, it stands for butcher/barber. They used to perform actual medical exam, you know, medical practice procedures in there. So yeah, it transitioned. So yeah.
So the question is, how did the transition happen?
I think when universities began to combine sciences, I think before, I think scientists in universities pretty much stuck to their lane, right? Maybe if you did chemistry, you really just stuck to chemistry. If you did biology, you stuck to biology. If you did all the physics, you stuck to physics. I think when the people who did physics or crossed over to chemistry, and there was a lot of discoveries, like when the cooperation and people who did chemistry went to biology and could, that was when I think universities began to build up a more, is it competent or more discoveries? Just all that discoveries from the universities through these guys. I think it took over from the guilds, in which, just naturally died a natural death to me, because now if all the innovation is coming from the universities, I think people are going to naturally look towards the universities for more competent people or more. Yeah.
But the universities don't teach practicality. So it's funny, right? The universities aren't teaching practical skills, they're teaching theoretical skills. So why is it that employers have this demand for theoretical skills as opposed to practical skills? Yet when, a young child leaves university and tries to get a job, what's the first thing they say? Oh, you don't have work experience. So it's the funniest thing in the world.
Now, I think the work experience, let me tell you something. I think all these hoops, it's because there is a lot of competition in the labor market. I think if there was less competition in the labor market, when there was a time it was less, they didn't care about work experience. But now, because there is more competition, they're trying to come up with all these criteria to constantly eliminate people so that they come with the highest crop, But it's all like now they care about if you have a master's degree. There's a time they didn't even care. There's a time you just you had to reach high school, and you can probably become an engineer. But now now you are told no. You have to have like a master's, maybe even a PhD to get a job in this company or this company. So I think as the job market becomes more competitive, this is what happens to employers are looking for more and more creative ways to eliminate. Like now they're looking at leadership skills. Yeah, you have to write all these weird things that really are not necessary.
But let me ask you this. You're talking about, plumber and, shifting away from white collar jobs to blue collar jobs. But it seems to me that the world, as, the whole STEM system has been preached all over that people need to become more, technological. So why is it that they're emulating the American system, but they're insisting on the more, mundane aspects of employment? Why aren't they stressing, for example, STEM? And because that was what I thought was happening when they first started talking about it a few years ago, that they were saying that the old system was outdated and they wanted to become more technologically advanced. So not to say anything, there's nothing wrong with, blue collar work, but, I thought that the initial move was more towards the technological and modernizing aspect.
Yeah, the truth is, and Professor Wandia Njoya actually alluded to this, is that this system is pushed by American companies. And not just American companies, American examination companies. You see, the people who produces the exams, they make a lot of money. That's why you have all these examinations in America, like even in UA. Oh, you gotta do this exam to get this. All these weird exams that are really so. In the current system, before the old system, it was just like 2 exams, one after primary school, one after high school, right? And it's a done deal. But now this one, they are just more constant, and all these exams are not produced by Kenya. They're produced by these American companies. So it's really a system in which somebody can make money making exams. So that's really the motivation to all this, guys. It's just capitalism trying to make some money from giving. So this system, you can see there's exams here. It has a lot of examinations, this new system, and that's the theory that's being pushed by Wandia Njoya, that she's saying that, hey, this is just capitalism interfering with our education system.
Okay, but since we are in a capitalistic system, what use is a philosopher or a thinker in this day and age? In the past, when education was for the privileged few, the people who got to be philosophers were people who were already, people of means, and they really, it was more of a leisurely activity than necessarily a career choice. So when people needed to make money, and they still do, you can't expect for them to make money in leisure careers, because thinking is simply, sitting down and thinking of something is not really productive and valuable in itself. So, I can...
You see, I disagree with you. Because let me tell you something. Philosophy... This is, I think Nat Nile was here. They were talking about the suicide of a lot of young people. Philosophy is actually described as the clinic of the mind. It's not just, it's about the mind. It's about healing the mind. It's not just about, I don't know. That's basically, I think, if you look at I don't know, is the Greek? I think it's a Greek word, isn't it? I don't know, is it a Latin word? I don't know, but it's basically, that means that's what it means. It's a clinic of the mind or something like that, or doctor of the mind, or hospital of the mind. Basically, having a philosophy is just, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff I can't get into because I can't really explain it properly. But if you look into it, that's the origin of philosophy. It's just the healing of the mind or stuff like that. So yeah, it's important in society that philosophy thrives, because that's how people get to be told, oh, this is why when you go through hardships, this is the type of thinking you need to have. Or when you go through When somebody is dropped off, wait, let me bring him back. But basically, that's it. When you go through hardships, this is the type of thinking you have. This is the type of life you should be living. This is the type of way of life you should have. No, it's a lot of deep stuff. Even so, you cannot just dismiss it, and it'll be just the peril of our society. That's basically what I feel like. Philosophy is important. Also, literature. Also, all these arts. Just because capitalism really makes. Capitalism is not God. Capitalism will leave us here. Will leave human being. Will come at the way it came, and it will leave us here. And what is it? The way we are left, we might leave us here, like, because I see the way the Western world is really like the British have the owners of English have found that literature and English as a study is not relevant to to their own society. To the universities are dropping English as a study in England. So look how it's eating itself. They're eating themselves, their own culture. They're dismissing it in the name of capitalism. It was actually it was this professor that was saying it. Like, look how this guy, capitalism is making these guys eat their own language. They are just this like. So it's no longer being taught in I think Oxford, or I don't know. They dropped it as a subject, English. So imagine if we go that path, we drop Kiswahili, or it's not proper, So me, I'm always pro arts, Me, I'm always pro the thinking. I'm pro, because even if you look at the Greek philosophy, the Greeks, the Americans right now, the only reason people want to go to America is not because of it's not because of, I don't know what other. It's because of the arts. It's because of the great music. It's because of the movies that have advertised America. It's because of all these heroes.
Hollywood, California, baby.
Yeah, you see, all their heroes. All their heroes are not scientists or
yes,
or STEM. It's people in the arts. It's people in the arts. All the heroes of people who want to go to America are people in the arts. They're not people in the STEM. Because if it was STEM, they will even. Why aren't they going to Asia? Why aren't people dying on the sea trying to go to China, which is one of the second? Is it the second largest economy in the world? Why? Why are they dying to go to Europe instead of the arts? Because so I think we should not look down on them. We should even promote them. In fact, this is a good time to take the advantage and like, oh, these guys are killing their artists, killing their art classes. We should now be promoting ours just to get the upper hand. Yeah. So today we have been honored to have another OG, Maria Antoinette. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you, Tanzan. Hello, everyone.
Welcome, Maria Antoinette. Karibu.
Karibu.
Thank you. I'm at a loss as to why Kenya agreed to adopt an American-type education system. Was this voted upon?
Oh, yeah, it's because. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I told you it's because of capitalism and the president at that time. He was dusty. May he rest in chaos. Yeah. Oh. So he was a bit of. He was a dusty president. Thank God he's gone though. So we might correct that very soon. I think it's already been challenged already, and the signs are that it's getting corrected. So, But yeah. But the argument was that it was a very lousy argument, really. And even Nat Naylor said it, that that because there's a lot of jobless youth who have graduated and have degrees, it means that the education system is wrong. So it's gone. It was not a good time to be. It was not a good regime. It was not a good presidency. So yeah, I think it will be fixed. That's the indication I'm getting. So yeah, basically it. But also, so there was that Western capitalism that's coming through in Kenya, because the exam industry is actually $1 billion industry. If the examination industry, I don't know if you've heard of it, but these days, if you want to go to, if you are especially in Africa, if you want to go to the Europe or you want to get a job, you have to do, like, how many exams do you have to do? Do you know, just to, and this you have to do so many exams just to go to maybe the West. Why? Is the examination industry has become so, it's a $1 billion industry, and these exams, like, you have to take an English test. If you want to go to France, you have to take a French test. If you want to go to, and it's the same body. It's not, it's the same companies that give the same English test, they give the same French. So how many millions of dollars and billions of dollars they get from all these guys who are trying to migrate?
It is an industry. For example, to practice medicine in England, I would have to take an English language exam, and I am from a former British colony. Why do I need to take an English language exam in addition to other medical exams? It is it is for financial gain. There's no other reason. If you colonized me and your language is all I know, then I don't need a test. I have exams that I've done in my country to prove that I can speak English.
Yeah. Nathaniel is saying it's the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, who developed it. Yeah. They developed it around 2017, but you have to look at where they didn't. Okay, it wasn't the way. I remember the way it was being developed. It was not. It was rushed. It was not. It was copied, basically. So yeah,
Mwendatezi? Did he go?
Kenyan internet.
No, I'm sure he had a very good reason. He was interrupted by the president of
his wife. His wife is upset at him.
Yeah, but so they're changing the whole system. They used to have 2 exams, the primary education one and then the secondary one, that was the entrance to the university system. But now they're going to be having 2, one at, I think, grade, and it used to be class or standard, now it's grade. So now it's grade 7. I think that's when they have their first exam, and then now they're going to have their second exam. But they haven't even decided where the children go, whether they're going to stay in the primary school or they're going to go to a secondary school. And secondary schools are usually boarding schools. So, boarding schools usually, they go around age 15 for Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, and then they finish at 18. So now you're going to send like 12 or 13-year-olds to boarding school, which is still a very young age to send them if that's the option. But at this moment, I don't know whether they've decided that they're going to send the children to boarding school or they're going to keep them into primary school, the ones who did that junior, elementary, whatever, that is. So things are still a bit in chaos. Mwendatezi, you're welcome to join in anytime. I'm just trying to...
all right. Okay, I think when you guys can hear me?
Yes, now we can.
I think when the screen lays too idle for so long, it cuts off. So okay. I don't know where I was. I was talking about how the curriculum was developed, or where did I get cut off?
Yeah, around that. Yeah.
Oh no, it was just copied basically. Yeah, they rushed it and they copied it because the previous government was really not looking at the interest of Kenyans, basically. That's what I was saying. But does anybody have anything to say on that before I go back to talking about tribes?
Wow, we went all the way to the other side. We went from tribe. Okay, let's see. What were we saying about tribes?
No. It was this man here. I think he's been in this position for too long. His hand is tired. The guy on the background.
Who do we have in the background?
This guy. You haven't seen him?
Oh, this guy. Oh, I forgot all about him. He's just pointing his fingers, his finger in the air. Like,
yeah. It's been tired for too long. But Marie Antoinette had something interesting to say before that. I saw her comment about the tribe. I don't know. What's her opinion by the
about the tribes?
Yeah, you said you belong to all the tribes.
Yeah, I'm not I know it creates a sense of camaraderie among a group of people, but I think if we introduced that into the Caribbean, it wouldn't do us it would do us a disservice, because it would create more division in the society. There's enough division as it is. So, for me, nobody in the Caribbean really, I mean, nobody holds on to tribal identities, and nobody feels any impulse to attempt to do a DNA test to trace tribal origins.
Yeah, personally, I'm not for DNA tests personally, and actually, it's actually I think most African tribes are not pro DNA tests because tribes weren't formed like that. There is no, a lot of yes, these days, because obviously you can, as the Tanzan said, yeah.
I will never do a DNA test. Never.
Yeah. Also, me, I don't think I'll do any DNA. I don't, because tribes were formed. The way the tribes were formed, or the way people entered tribes were sometimes people just began speaking the language, right? And just like that, they were part of that tribe. So DNA test is going to confuse a lot of Africans. To me personally, and I actually read this from a book that it's actually against a lot of African cultures are against their own people, or African tribes are against their own people taking DNA tests, because a lot of these tribes, even though they are those of, I think Tanzania said, you can just look at somebody and you can clearly you can tell which tribe they are from, right? But a lot of guys also, there was a lot of mixing, there was a lot of mixing of tribes. So in the end of the day, yeah, I get that there is I don't know, it's just the culture part. Is that I don't know how to describe whether it's a very interesting question you've raised, Maria Antoinette. I don't know, Tanzan, what do you think? What is a tribe? What is a tribe?
I think that DNA test, you should just trust your instincts and trust your wife. If she tells you that you're the father, just trust we don't need to go down the clinic, Maybe your great-great-great-grandfather had those big ears and nobody in your current family does, but, it's okay. It's okay. So, I don't think that people should necessarily go for that. And as for, those, you like ancestral DNA and all that stuff, I'm a bit, distrustful about what they're doing with that information, and whether they're really, whether it's really that accurate. They really just discovered these things a few years ago, and they can only pinpoint to certain areas, and they would have to have a bigger sample from the original population. Anyway, if people want to do it, that's great. For me, I think that if you're from the diaspora, you can go to anywhere in Africa and see the different cultures and see what appeals to you, and pick one that that you like. So travel, look what's around, look what feels comfortable for you, but you don't really need a test to do all that. But
yeah, but what's a tribe? What is a tribe?
A tribe is the people who share the same tradition, culture, lineage to some extent, and practices.
Yeah.
And of course, language. That's also a big aspect of the tribes. Yes.
That's a great answer. So I don't know if, because the map, you have something to say about this.
Give me a second. I'm occupied right now.
Oh, okay. As we're waiting for my brother Gus the map.
And
let's see this guy.
People in East Africa are more united than our governments. Our governments are delaying our people. Let me leave it.
Let's hear from Monjiko.
Thank you. First, let me appreciate that you're bringing the East African debate almost every time we are here, because we are sensitizing the citizens. And I want to appreciate KTN in particular, because I have seen, as much as we struggle to educate our people in East Africa, very little is also on air, and no one really is speaking of East Africa. And as this panelist, we are happy to say the history, but at least the history in context. One thing, but we were there unstructured. Here we are structured. After re-establishment of ESC in 2000 with the new treaty, I want to say from one question you had put that why we don't implement, and I think Honorable Maura asked about the legislations there, are they superior or minor than the legislation here? I want to say that this treaty supersedes this constitution.
Okay. Yes.
So any law that is made here in East Africa, it supersedes the laws here. The summit members, the president just need to sit down, sign, and that become law. And I can give you a very practical, very practical. The summit members are the highest. They are the presidents. They are the highest organ of the East Africa. Now, with this re-establishment, with this new structure, all what they have said is coming. That's what Honorable Farah was speaking of as objectives in terms of pillars. That is the custom union. And today, we can all see the common passport. We all have the light blue passport. Actually, end of this year, we are doing away with the original navy blue passport, the whole region. So it's all is not lost. That is where now what they are speaking of people moving from this side to this side is true. We are same people. We have Mount Meru there. All the time in Arusha, we sleep at Mount Meru Hotel. The mountain is there. So we have Meru here. We are same people. And that's...
You saw that? You saw that what she said? I don't know. Did you catch that, Tanzan?
No, I missed it. What did she say?
She said Meru. She said, oh, we have Meru in Tanzania. We also have Meru. That's a tribe. I'm just like, I'm just trying to show you how tribal Africa is.
Things in, people don't even notice, but we just sneak them in little by little.
It's like in natural.
It's in a nice way,
Like you can't. You see, this is why when I say African, I was going to ask if you like. That's why I was talking about that lady, Elizabeth Velora. I keep saying her name so that because I don't want to forget it. Her name is Elizabeth Velora. She's running for presidency in Zimbabwe. So what I keep saying that, what is her tribe? And I know it sounds like an irrelevant question. It sounds like an annoying question, but
it is not. It is valid.
Is yeah, but just look how this is. We've been going through this conversation. These guys are talking about integration of East Africa. But they're not talking about as Africans. You know, they're not being general. They're talking about whether we have that tribe Meru here. There is also Meru. Like that makes Africans comfortable. You know. Like that makes even when Museveni talks about integration of East Africa, he talks about we have Kalenjins here. We have like this is I don't know what it is about tribes, but it makes Africans comfortable knowing your tribe and knowing that we have I don't know. So my point was this is the whole point of ethnicity and. The whole point of this stream was about the ethnicity. Although you ventured a lot into education, which was very educative for me too. But one of the points of this stream was ethnicity and race and all that, and its aspect in African integration. Because sometimes as Pan-Africanists, our view of integration.
Wait, hold on. I'm not a Pan-African.
Okay. As Pan-Africanists.
Believe me, we know.
Okay. Yeah.
So just say as you Pan-Africanist.
Yeah. Well, he was speaking on the behalf of Pan-Africanists, not saying that we are all Pan-Africanists.
Yeah, but just to clear for the record, for posterity's sake, people will play it back. Just so they know, Gas Them Up is not a Pan-African.
He said that Gas Them Up was a Pan-Africanist. All right.
Yeah, basically Pan-Africanists will tend to ignore this aspect of Africans when they talk about the integration of Africa. It's like tribe with that. Even when remember in the group, even guys are talking like what does that matter? Tribe doesn't matter, right? But it matters to Africans. Look how much just in this video, how much they are talking about integration and how, but their perspective of integration is very much. Look how it's just a very interesting shift in view from the normal when you look at in the Pan-African conversations, the perspective of integration, like the East African Federation, the African Federation, right? Like the lady is talking about, how we're supposed to be, tribeless Africa. That's the agenda of Pan-African, is tribeless Africa. But Africans are, just too deep into that tribe that even she doesn't even notice that she's talking about tribe. It's just coming now natural. Even Tanzan didn't notice. Even me, I would not have noticed if I was not if I was not looking for it. If I was not just looking for how many times will be tribe be mentioned. Yeah.
Cognizant.
Oh yeah. Thank you for the English. But
you're welcome.
Let's see. But that was just generally my point. Like I know, Marie Antoinette, what would you think that? Do you think that tribe? I don't. Okay, I was talking about the tribal doctrine. This is the doctrine of Africa. The tribe is a part of it's just a major part. If there is an African doctrine or there is African ideology, then tribe is there. It's definitely there. It's not going away. It's definitely there. So if the next time, I feel like when we are discussing African ideology, or when you are in I don't know, if tribe is not mentioned, I feel like then we're not being really genuine with each other. I feel like we're being too much idealistic that we're just going to end up frustrated. Because or what do you guys think?
I think it would be a long process of evolution, really, because there are people who see a tribe, their tribal identity is part of their spirituality. And in that case, then it's not simply an affiliation like a political party. The way they worship God is dictated by their tribe. So that's one of the main reasons that it bears such significance on the continent. In the diaspora, it's a little different.
Yeah, but I feel like tribe is just, there's also the part of religion, but there's also the part of philosophy. Like each tribe is its own culture, right? Each tribe has its own philosophy. Basically, each tribe has its own beliefs. So when like if I say I'm from tribe A or tribe B, when somebody sees me, he tends to be like, okay, I know that tribe B believes in this and this and this and this. This is generally what they tend to be. This is what they believe. You know, I don't know. I feel like that's also a huge identifier about. Oh, okay.
But I think we also have to recognize and maybe be sensitive to the fact that for us, you know, we can take it for granted, but for some people, you know, they might not be able to, even if they can pinpoint it, you know, historically, you know, genetically and so on, they still don't have that whole tribal experience, that, you know, belonging to a tribe, the whole mother tongue experience and so on. So, you know, sometimes maybe our emphasis on the tribal, it might be, you know, okay when we're on the continent and when we can relate to each other, but when it comes to other people, you know, they do not really have that experience. So it's very difficult for you know, for us to recreate our experience for them, what a tribe is.
Can I say something?
Kifaru, yeah. Okay, before Kifaru you speak, my point is, Tanzan, is that you cannot, when I'm not saying that we should recreate our experience, but what I'm saying is, when we are talking about the continent, when we are talking about the direction in which the continent should go, right? Or what should we not like, or what doctrine or ideology the continent should take, right? Or the ideologies, or the ideologies and the doctrine of the continent, or the politics of the continent, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Should we not just, you know, are we going to ignore the biggest, one of the biggest doctrines, or one of the biggest factors?
No,
in
I
every
say
household?
that that's why I say that is the start is not the end. I think that, you know, for us, we can start with the tribe, but we end with the, you know, with the global family of Black people and African people, the diaspora. And for the diaspora, they start, you know, with the concept of race and history, and they come to the realization of the tribe. So even for them, they should, it's their also duty to understand the history and the meaning of tribes, rather than just dismissing it, the same way it is for us to understand the history and the experience of you know, being forcibly pulled from the continent and taken somewhere where you had to, you know, almost recreate your culture from memory and against many obstacles. So I think that we all have to move beyond, you know, where we are. For us as Africans, our grounding is in the tribe, and I think that anybody who comes to Africa should realize the importance of that, not just to you know, to criticize and want to dismiss. Oh, you know, it's the reason why you Africans are fighting is because of tribes. No. Actually, the reason why sometimes we don't fight as much is because of tribes, because we respect each other's tribes. But that does not mean that sometimes it does not cause, you know, division and friction, especially sometimes when it's artificially created. So I say that, but that's not the end. We should also see that for some people, tribe might not be something that they may have access to, or, you know, an understanding of, until, you know, we share our experiences of what a tribe means. And to you know, to the diasporans, it's like how do I say it, like a warm blanket, you know, somewhere where you just feel like, oh yeah, you know, I know, okay, so this is your warm blanket, this is my warm blanket, okay. So it's just familiarity, it's just knowing, you know, certain, you know, stories and jokes, and having a certain, you know, I don't know, a certain fountain of knowledge and information where everybody knows the same stories, everybody knows where you came from, and you share certain things. You say jokes and riddles and proverbs and things like that. And, you know, you speak a language that only the people who are born of a certain, you know, people share. So it's a very intimate and very, you know, I don't know, it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing. What brings it into, you know, into sometimes critique is when people hold on to that and, you know, create their supremacy. But the pride in that,
I say that's a beautiful thing, and I love every tribe that loves itself, and African tribes love themselves. Like it's not in a disparaging manner. It's just a recognition.
Yeah. My point is the diaspora are also a tribe of their own, right?
Yeah, well, they've been trying to create that, and for me, I felt that that's a legitimate thing. If they want to create a tribe around certain practices and values and principles and experiences and history, that's a perfectly legitimate thing for them to do. Everybody is entitled to identify with the present and to identify with other people. Even we Africans, we also identify with where we came from. We all migrated from this place to another place, so we're like, oh, we live here now, but we came from this place, and so on. So this act of not just identifying with the present, but also with the migrations of the past, this is something that we Africans also do. So yeah, they also create. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you, Tanzan, but I think the diaspora has been doing a disservice by, first of all, not acknowledging that we don't have all the details of our travels in history. Everyone is speaking about the slave trade and claiming that everybody came from West Africa only. And when they play music for Emancipation Day in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, the music that they play, I have absolutely no connection with. It sounds awful. It sounds like war music. There is nothing beautiful about it. And they're telling everyone this is African music. And I feel as though I'm being colonized by the diaspora that is misguided. I feel a deep connection with the beautiful music of Mali, of Gambia, of Ethiopia, of South Africa, and we all know that there was a lot of travel on the continent long before the slave trade, and even off the continent long before the slave trade. Why are they doing this to us? I don't like this imposed, whatever identity they're trying to create. That's why I would prefer to have nothing of this sort. Don't bother to try to create a tribe, because it's doing many of us a disservice.
Interesting. Let me give space to Brother Kifaru.
Yeah, thank you for having me, bro. It's been a long time since I visited the Swahili nation.
Welcome.
Yeah, well, me, I am 100% African. I am 100% anti-tribal identity. You understand? So I'm gonna ask you some questions, Tanzan, my sister. What benefit do you have of aligning yourself to a tribe? How is that helping you? How is that protecting you? Because for what I know today, what protects me is my country. I think my country is the biggest tribe I can ever want to be part of. All this little subset, I think there's some ancient thing that time is due. We can't be sticking on this ancient tribe thing, because how is that even relevant? What is your tribe doing for you? How can you say, okay, this is happening to me because I'm part of this tribe? Those are questions that I ask myself. I just want to be a realist. Tribes are not relevant. The tribes we have to be in a nation. I think what is important these days is a nation. If we continue to identify ourselves as little splinter cell of people, the unity that we're trying to work is never going to happen. Because at the end of the day, those tribes are not relevant. Because if people, this tribal identity, like this tribal identity is not even a reality. Some people say, oh, my tribe is this, my tribe is this. But if you go to those tribes, the people you hate, they're probably people from your tribe. the closest people you don't want, they're people from your tribe. So this tribal affiliation is just a mirage. It is not real. We just take it because we think it makes us feel better. But without that, the country which you live in is your biggest tribe. That's what we should try to come together and build that tribe as a nation. I don't see any relevance today with African tradition ever. Well, we've got traditions that were cool. What I believe we could keep those things in the museum and carry on with the future, because in the future, tribes are not going to exist. We've seen that. We've seen many, many times, even to present days, any nation that is still tribe affiliate, they are the ones doing the worst economically, everything. The countries, nations that have forget about tribal identity, they're working as a nation, they're doing the best. And it is a fact that in the future, there will be no tribes. Africans now, they're even like bothered. Oh, I don't want to go to the village, all these village people, because it's something that we don't see the use. We don't see the use of these tribes anymore. So I'm just saying, like, our countries, our nation is the biggest tribe that we should try to be part of. That's just my idea.
I thought there was a question in there, but okay. So firstly, when it comes to the nation, it's not an exclusive, either or. It's actually either in is one in and something else. It's in brackets. So you have your country and then it brackets and all the tribes inside that one country. So that's the first thing. And then when you ask, what has your tribe done for you lately? Like that Janet Jackson song, it's like this. The tribe is not like this, this cool, club that you get to apply for and enter, and then it's like this elite society, something that you're just born into. The first people in your tribe are who? Your family members. So if you want to discount tribe, then just say, okay, then family will not exist, extended family will not exist, because what is a tribe? Firstly, it's composed, the fundamental unit of it is broken down into clans. Clans are broken down into, family lines. Family lines are broken into, households and so on. And then the fundamental unit is, that one of a family, but it's not just the nuclear, it's the extended family. So you extend that extended family and extend it even further, but then extend it into a way that you're not going to have, cousins marrying each other, and that's why you have all these different rituals where you have to interrogate every single person within that tribe, and also you can marry within other tribes and that person becomes part of your tribe. So what tribes give to you is that solid foundation, that community, where if you do have somewhere to develop and somewhere to go and people who you want to support and who want to support you, those are the people that you look to first. They start with your family, your immediate family, they go to your extended family, and they go all the way across. So the mother tongue is actually, people that you're related to, not just by language, but also...
Can I cut you short?
Of course. I
So
knew you.
you're talking about family, like you're trying to equate tribe and family. I don't know. Everyone has got a family, even people.
Well, the tribes are composed of family. You're taking one versus the other, and the country is composed of different tribes. So you're saying, oh, you can't be part of a country if you're part of a tribe. That's actually it's like you can't be a branch, if you're part of the tree. The branches are part of the tree. So the family is the smallest unit, and it comprises the tribes, and then the tribes comprise the country. And we Kenyans, maybe you're not from Kenya, it's slight, short, but we can actually learn to juggle those two identities. You can both be your tribe and your country, and you can feel that whole protection of your country as well as your tribe. So your country.
You said something that your tribes are the closest people that help you. Is that really a fact? Because most of the time, the people that will even help you are not even part of your tribe.
Well, they don't necessarily have to help you be part of a tribe, but your family is the closest people to you. You can choose to, for example, you can choose to leave your family and become friends. They say that the modern family is, the friendship circle. So you can choose that as well. But naturally, the people who you're going to have, who you grew up with, the people who grew up under the same household are the people who are more likely to help you. So it's not a choice. You don't have to be under the same roof.
So that is family. So I just want to understand. Is family the same as tribe to you? That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, that's the same as saying that a tribe is the same as country. It's comprised of families. I said comprised of families. That's the fundamental unit. Then comprised of extended families, and then comprised of clans. And also those clans are comprised of the tribe. It's not the same, but it's part of, just like tribes are part of a country.
Okay, maybe I'm just thinking a different way because I believe, I think you're just.
Well, okay,
I'm trying
let's
to
do
understand
this.
you.
For you, what is a tribe to you then?
I don't even know because I don't think it's valid.
No, but you have if something is invalid, at least you have to know what it is to invalidate it. You can't just say, well, I don't think this exists.
Let me try to define it the way I see it. I don't know if that's wrong. I think a tribe is just a group of people who have a same custom and tradition.
Okay.
Maybe I think that is a tribe, a group of people who share the same custom and tradition. And even talking about that, it's got so many loopholes that someone can even get into and make my definition look stupid. But yeah, I will leave it there. A group of people who've got some similar cultures and tradition together that share the same cultures and tradition.
Okay, so if they share the same custom and tradition, why wouldn't that you look at that as protection? If you have somebody that you share, your custom with, you at least agree on certain matters. So why would that not offer some sort of common ground and at least protection? That would be more easier than somebody that you do not share the same custom and tradition with. I mean, you don't have to be with somebody that you do, but at least having that is a form of protection.
So how you sharing someone the same culture and tradition protecting you?
Well, if you agree on certain things, let's say your custom is not to, kill a man on the Sunday, then you know that, you don't kill a man on a Sunday. And so you agree on that. So if there's somebody to be killed, you both agree on the rules. So you have the same rules. And so that person protects you by, sharing the same custom. It's like the legal system. If we all agree on the same rules, then we can all live in relative peace.
So what protection can your clan or your tribe give you where your state cannot protect you?
Well, let's say that the tribe says the custom is that you should protect children or that you should not harm an elderly person. That in itself.
That's the state. That's the law. That's the.
No, not necessarily. People had these protective customs. Like you say, before we had the law, people had, injunctions against, the theft, against murder, against criminality.
But that's when we lived in little subset where there was no state that we're all on.
Well, in those little subsets, there was also an absence of
why
prison.
do you still keep it?
Because we didn't create the nation state.
Yeah, but now we have a nation state.
We don't have a nation state. We have European real estate.
I don't know about that, but we have nation.
You don't have a nation state. Listen, if you had a nation state, let's be real. If you had a nation state, nobody would be leaving their countries. You don't have a nation state.
Yeah, there's one thing of having a nation state and one thing of that's not working. That's too.
No. It's never going to work. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. It's never going to be allowed to work because the West has the power and they're going to always find ways to destabilize it.
I don't think I think it's all still living in the past. I don't think it's
whether or not we're living in the past. The fact of the matter remains, when you look at what the IMF has done, is still doing, the World Bank, when you look at regulatory bodies and agencies and what they're doing to interfere, interact, destabilize, and totally frustrate the initiatives of people on the ground, it just tells you that they don't have a nation state. As a matter of fact, even something as simple as voting, the votes don't count in Africa. You know this and I know this. So let's not.
Oh, that's just do with bad politics, bad governance, and all.
No, but the point is, it's always been. Listen, ever since Africa. The problem of Africa has been that, you see, for example, you look at the Prussian state, you look at these European so-called nation states, they were able to organically, for the most part, create their own boundaries and create their alliances as to who they want to engage with in this thing or this Leviathan called the nation state. Africans were not allowed and have not been allowed to do that. So, for example, you're from Cameroon. If Africa was allowed to organically form into their own countries, a lot of southern Cameroon, southwestern Cameroon, might, especially the Bakassi region, would probably have said, we'll be in a nation state with the Nigerians who are 5, kilometers away from us than the northern Cameroonians. So
there was a referendum.
No, wait. No, but again, I'm trying to say that the referendum, I'm saying before the idea of a Cameroon existed. That's the problem. What you guys like to do is you guys like to skip over the issue of the colonizing, or like people skip over the issue of the slavery or the slavery genocide. So what I'm saying is this, is that if we don't contend with the fact that the nation state in Africa is a foreign concept pushed upon us. Now, that doesn't mean we cannot do our best to make it work, but we have to understand that it's a foreign concept pushed upon us. And we have to acknowledge that.
But what you're trying to insinuate, you're trying to speak is if when we live in little tribes and things like that, we were better. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's your interpretation. I'm not sure where you're getting that question from, so I'm going to sidestep it. But what I'm basically saying is this. It is not an issue to have an ethnicity. It's interesting that you call it little and this and that. It's very interesting. The language is it's sort of like when the people who have the power, they'll say the workers went on strike. Who the hell did they hit? They hit the pockets of the owners. So of course they frame it as a strike, but it's like, no, they just didn't want to work for a fucking cheap, let me not curse, for a cheap person, right? And that's what it should be said. But when you have the power of language, it's described in a certain way. So I find it interesting that you're describing, just these little, it's no different. Like if you watch Sarafina when Whoopi Goldberg's character said, yeah, it's just some keffers sticking spears up their backside, right? And so it's just interesting. Those just little groups. No, but those little groups have a history. They have something that's very important. There's DNA tied to it. There's genetics tied to it. There's lineages tied to it. Europe had the same thing, but papal colonialism. See, because we don't study how did Europe create the nation state? How did the nation state come to be in Europe? What created this? Right? These are people who had animist practices all of a sudden, decide that they want to create this universal idea of a citizen and a nation state. Where did they come from? Now they create borders and passports. And so where's the ideology behind it? So philosophically, if we're intellectuals, we have to contend with it. Practically, of course, we have passports. We have to have, defend ourselves. So, don't take me down to practical, but I'm assuming this is an intellectual channel. And so we have to, at least, if the philosophy of the West does violence on our minds ontologically and intellectually, we have to respond with the same type of violence philosophically and intellectually as well, by rejecting their definitions of who we are. And I always make this joke, but we never do it. So they come and they say, it's Harry Potter. Literally, it's magic. You people are Kenyans. You people are Nigerians. And you know what we do? We say, yes, I'm a Nigerian. Thank you. I like it. Oh, my God. Me, Nigerian? I'm so happy. Hey, this is what we do. None of us...
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, if you don't feel there's anything wrong with that, then that's okay. But there are people who feel something is wrong with it, and I don't think you should dismiss them holding on to their tribes. No, but you're dismissing it. Because if they dismissed you...
I'm looking
go ahead.
At a bigger picture of nation building. I believe when people come together, they're more powerful. That's my belief.
But they have to do it organically. You cannot force it.
Okay. Wait, see, this is the thing, I'm going to gas them up. You would not go around the whole of Nigeria asking people individually their opinion. The people that are representing a group of people, if those group of people have accepted to be in part of a nation, and what is wrong with that? If one or two people don't like the idea, then that's okay. We can't take everyone's 100%, like counting people, head count, and ask them their opinion. We can't expect to have 100% acceptance to create a nation. We have the people that are in charge of those people, they come together, they say, okay, this is the Nigerian's constitution. We are going to build Nigeria or Cameroon based on this constitution. This is what is important. If we are not following that constitution, then the problem is us. It's not some other people.
But none of our constitutions were organically derived from what the people on the ground wanted. So wait, no, that's a great point. So look at Nigeria, for example. Look, we have the oil. The oil belongs to my people. There's oil on my people's land. But people in the north who are Muslims have oil blocks. They're enjoying the money. But the Constitution, hold on, but wait, no, wait, but listen, no, the Constitution allows that BS. We didn't, because if we had this,
Nigeria, the Constitution sees Nigeria as a body. The Constitution.
No, but that's the problem. Listen, Kifaru, listen. The problem of what the violence that the nation states in Africa and the unfairness and the complete cheating that these nation states have done to the citizens, the so-called citizens, nobody believes it anymore. So you are right that we have to have a big picture, but we have to throw the stuff that what you're trying to do, you're trying to make us eat food we've regurgitated already. We vomited it. We threw it up. We don't want it anymore. Go back to the kitchen and come with something new. So you said big picture, go back and come with something new for us. That's my fight with you and Tunaja all the time. Stop rehashing European ideas. We don't want it. It cheated us. No, listen, those things that you guys keep bringing, it has cheated us. They've caused violence. People have died. We don't want them anymore. So give us something new. Kifaru, wait, let me ask you this question. You're a smart guy. Is it so difficult for you guys to come up with a new way of collectivizing us that still accepts and respects our tribal ideologies and our tribal lineages? You guys are so smart. You can create that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Before I don't want to cut you short, I've started my channel. Please, I've put it on a back chat. It's called the Pan-African Alliance. And we are a group of young people that want to encourage young people into politics all over Africa, because we believe politics and good policies are the thing we are lacking in Africa. And we really believe the young people are running away out of politics, and this space is being occupied by people who call them opportunists, people who've got no idea how to be a nation, and we think they can do things better for them. So we've started my channel, but the Pan-African Alliance is just a new channel. So I want you to subscribe, and we're going to talk about things like this. We're actually going to create a nation for us. What you're saying is true. You know, the nations in Africa, we were giving those names after colonialism, and those instruments, you know, the people who were in charge are still in charge. I understand that, but as I said, looking at the big picture, we can use this and make yourself more powerful. You know, we can go back on the drawing board and say, okay, before Nigeria, maybe before the Igbos and the Fulanis became together, they had some conflicts, and these conflicts were never resolved. So maybe let's try to resolve those conflicts before we can create a nation altogether and become powerful. That's what you're saying. I understand that. But we should not see bigger nation as less important than tribes. That's my point. I don't know if it makes sense. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mwendatezi, I think he went off for a while.
Yeah, I'm here. And it's political. Like, if you want to be politics, you want to get involved, we're going to put you on the path so we can create some political institution, because that's what's like.
No, I didn't want to cut you off. I was waiting for you to finish. I didn't want to cut you off.
Go up, gas them up. Go up. Do subscribe to my channel. I like your input. You know.
Yeah, please email it to me if you can, Kifaru.
Tribal man, it's all right, but
I'm fine. I like being a bushman, but email me your channel, Kifaru, please. Gas them up at gmail.com. Email me your channel so I can subscribe.
It's on the chat now. You can just click and subscribe. It's on the chat.
No, because I'm on my phone. I'm not using a computer. So if you can email it to me, I'd appreciate that. Okay, but no, I agree with you.
Okay.
Say again? Yeah, gas them up at gmail.com.
Okay.
Yes. But no, I agree with you about the politics. I do agree that we have to find ways to get political power and not abandoning economics, but we have to understand that, you know, politics in many ways precedes economics. And so, yeah, you're right. We have to find ways to do that. But, you know, that is what we're up against. We're up against, you know, I sent the video to some people. This guy was on a TV show and on a podcast, the Joe Rogan podcast. So they were asking him about Area 51, where the aliens are allegedly. And so, you know, the guy basically, the guy basically said, unless you want the, you know, unless you want the, what do they call them? He said the men in black suits and black sunglasses to show up, then, you know, you got to chill out. And so that's our fight. The people who run the world, who have the power, they effectively, and our sellout African leaders, right? They are effectively our biggest hurdles in terms of getting Africa on the path.
Sorry, guys,
yeah, go ahead.
Just put me your email. I'm writing it wrongly. Is it Gas Them Up? I can't see your name on the thing.
GASDEMUP. Gas Them Up. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, no. I'm almost done. I'm just saying that's the fight, and we have to know that it involves power. Right, it's gonna be bloodshed, and we have to be prepared for that. If we're not prepared for that, you know.
Yeah, so I think I think Tanzan was the one that said this really beautiful Swahili word. I don't know. I think I asked her that together we are stronger. I don't know. I forgot how to say it again, and I think that's our power. You know, together we are stronger. Together we are stronger. No, because most of the time we Africans, we know exactly what is wrong with Africa. If you ask an African what's wrong in Africa, I think they'll give you a list, and most of the time they're correct. But who do you expect to change those things? We always talk about our leaders, but these people are just us. If they can't do it, why can't we take the initiative? At least try. So that's why I came up with the Pan-African Alliance, because to try to fill that gap, you know, let's start little and see where we could go. Actually, we're going to actually create political party, not just talk show or YouTube, things like that. Yeah, so we gradually, we don't know where we go. We don't know what we're going to face, but we're going there, slow and steady.
Okay, I have a question. Who said, or who put it in our minds that tribes means disunity?
No, you know, I don't think anyone thinks that tribes means disunity. I think tribes, it is just really close, you know, the way people think. They think in a really small group rather than thinking at a big picture. That's what I think. Because if you talk about tribe, sometimes it's even hard to really describe, you know, to have to give a definition of what even is even a tribe. You understand? What's even a tribe? Because when you talk about language, now many people speak English. Am I part of the English tribe? Or maybe I eat some English food or American food. Am I part of the American tribe? You understand? So the tribe thing is, I think, to me, we just stick to it because we were told from a young age we belong to this tribe. And for the most part, there's no benefit for me. I don't know about you for being in my tribe. I don't see any benefit. I can as well say, well, I don't want to be part of this tribe. I don't see anything that's going to change in my life. You understand?
But Kifara, you're forgetting that blood is thicker than water. That's the problem. See, like when you create the collective, and I think like with Marxism, right? That's why Marxists and all these socialists fail, because blood, you know, it's easier to get people to move together when you have alliances. Why do you think they always try to intermarry people and create alliances through marriage? Because once you have blood, it's much harder to go against somebody when there's blood that's shared between both of you.
Yeah, so Monatezi, so what can you explain? So why is it not disunity? Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I always like to learn. You know, we're speaking with really intelligent people on this panel. So
no, you know, okay. I was chewing something. Okay, yeah. So when I don't think tribes are disunity. I think Tanzan had explained it way better than I can even explain it. When it comes to like nations are made of tribes. I think in Africa that is the doctrine we have. You know, nations are made of tribes, and I think tribes are not. If I was to describe a tribe myself, I think tribes represent philosophies. I think each tribe represents a different African philosophy. And so they are part of our rich culture, rich history, rich heritage. So to me, when you demonize tribes, what to me I feel, and I think this is what the international community is pushing, is that you're demonizing African philosophies, African way of life, African, you know, this is what I feel. So that's why when people talk about tribe and all of a sudden they want to link it to disunity or all these other things, and it's the same. Then it's the same as countries, because countries also go to war. Why do we then? We should also be rejecting the concept of nationhood, because nations also go to war, right? Or the concept of race, because also race goes to, you know, war. So what will be? We'll be just calling each other human to human, you know. we live alone. We live, you know, and you know, and maybe even humans, we can say, because we are destroying the environment and other species, we should just be calling ourselves animals. You know, you can go this, yeah.
So having made that statement, you know, what you've said is true. So why do you put more really importance to tribe? Why don't you just say we're all humans?
I'm not that.
Yeah. Gas them up.
What's gas them up? It's gone. Yeah, but you know, to me, I know I'm part of a tribe, you understand, but when I go to my like cultural, traditional, you understand, because I'm a futurist, you know, I'm a guy that believes that we need to move in the future. You know, I get some people that are against that, you know, they want to wear like ancient, like they want to tie leaves and dance, you know.
But Kifaro, it's funny you say that, because the people you say, you know, for example, you don't, if that's the case, then if I give you $100 bill, burn it, because it has an ancient person on it. Right? If I give you a $50 bill, you should burn it. It has the face of an ancient person on it.
Yeah,
why is it that you're quick to accept? Why is it that you're quick to accept the ancient $50, the face of a $50 bill with an ancient person, but what your ancestors did for you, you don't want to accept it?
What don't I accept from my ancestors?
Well, you just said that, you know, they're not people that you'll follow because they're ancient. So, you know.
Yeah, okay, exactly. I explain again. I say when I look at what they call my tribal, you know, philosophy or culture, whatever, you know, I go to my festival. When I look at these people, you understand, they're just dancing and singing and speaking in some language, but I can actually take myself away from that thing. I still be who I am. I still be better. I don't see anyone that is.
But who are you without that? You weren't born in a vacuum.
Well,
like, you get what I'm saying?
I can be a Cameroonian without that.
But a Cameroonian has no focal point. There's nothing that ties you to anything as a Cameroonian. You're just a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's just how I feel. I can feel like a culture. You understand? Of course. I feel that I'm part of that.
But there is no Cameroonian culture. But you see, what you're doing is the same. You're ending up to do the same thing that the diaspora people do.
Of course, there's no Cameroonian culture. I accept, because we don't.
So then, okay. Well, I mean, some people need it to have their existence.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't reject that, but I don't think it's more important than the state in which you live in.
You wouldn't say that without European expansion.
Maybe it's not. Maybe the state we have now, they don't work. Of course, I accept that. But if we can make it work, my state will protect me more than my tribe. That's just what I believe. If someone from another tribe is coming to invade me, my state can give me far more protection than my tribe. That's just what I believe.
Well, the state can also give you an attack. So, the state can also, sometimes not be as nice as you make it to be.
Of course, of course. But if the state is against your tribe, what can you do? Can you fight the state? Can a tribe fight the state?
Well, your tribe is your last protection against the state. Otherwise, it's just you.
Kifala, what about Somaliland? I mean, if you're saying, or Puntland, if you're saying tribes can't fight the state, Somaliland is a thriving, tribal zone.
Okay.
So I think we have to get past this idea that, the only way we can exist is through the nation state. The nation state.
Gas them up. You just mentioned Somali. That's the more reason that is just in chaos, because people still pay allegiance to tribes and clans. It's gone.
I think his internet had a fart.
And yet, on the other hand, you see all these countries that still have their tribes, and yet they still maintain their states. So it shows you that it's easier to maintain states with tribes, rather than just this detribalized place. People are not going to just leave their tribes because it is part of their custom. If you leave, the national identity is one that is, we can create it, but it is a creation that is made from the different traditions and customs of a people. People do not create their national identity out of the vacuum. Even, these European countries, they created their national identity from their past, their customs and traditions, whether, true or made up, they created it from their past. So you cannot create a national identity just based on, what is the country made of? What is the essential character of the country if it's not the tribe? So,
Okay, I just want to ask you this question, Tanzan. Are you ready to give up some of what's valuable in your tribe to create a powerful nation together with other people?
Of course, working with other people is essential. When you work with the people, it's not only good for your tribe, it's also good for the country. That's why, you cannot put your tribe above, the country or above other tribes. And that's what we were talking about earlier, that it's tribal pride, it's not tribal superiority. So when you look at your tribe, you can also appreciate the culture, tradition, and customs of other tribes as well. So when you look at it in that way, if you're building the country, if we have chosen to accept these borders that were thrust upon us, then we say, okay, we're stacking this together and we're going to make the best of it. And we're going to work tribe by tribe to build this country together.
Okay, that's fair enough. Makes sense. Yeah.
So, well, I kind of had like a question. And I'm trying to round it around in my brain, kind of just how I would word it. But do you believe that people can't align along anything outside of tribal lines?
Yes, 100%.
I mean, they can, but again, it's not lasting. Remember, what creates the lasting bond? It's weird how nation states have only been around for a few hundred years. These ethnicities and lineages have been around for millennia and can go back and trace themselves all the way back. I mean, there are parts of people from Kenya who can trace themselves back to Sudan. Beautiful black people. And now, because the white guy is a psycho, invents this garbage called the nation state, yeah, we have to contend with it. But that doesn't, it's weird. If we see psychos, why do we want to copy them? Now, I understand they have the technology and the power to kick our butts, right? Cool. So we have to copy to the best that we can defend ourselves. But at least mentally and psychologically, let's not copy psychos. I'm sick and tired of us like, oh, well, the white guy made the nation. It's only a few hundred years old, the idea of a nation state. It's BS. So at least philosophically, let's acknowledge that it's nonsense. It's just like race. Race is nonsense. It's not real. But racism is real, right? So we know that. So what I'm saying is that the nation state is a silly concept, but we have to contend with it because that's the way the world power has structured things. However, we should not quickly throw away what made us Africans in the first place, which is our so-called tribes, our ethnicities, and our clans and our groups, all in a bid to copy the white man.
I don't really think like we're trying to copy the white man. I just think people want to live better. So
I'm a fan of take what works and what doesn't, kind of discard it, because I'm not of the opinion that the Western world is kind of that they're perfect, and a lot of the things that they pride themselves on that they see as great is kind of what's destroying them. And I know some people would disagree. My thing is like, so I think at least when it comes to like certain, like to developing a nation state, like it kind of requires a bit of I'll say to a degree, a sacrifice of like, kind of like identity, or at least to some degree, like you kind of have to like circle around.
And nobody wants to do that in Africa. Like you guys are right, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. At the end of the day, when do we stop and say the customer is right? The customer is always right. That's what they teach us in business, right? If the Africans have had these nation states pushed upon them and they don't want it to work, they're screwing it up, they're corruption, all this stuff, maybe we should go back to the drawing board and say, yeah, you know what? Just doesn't fit them. Let's figure out something else. Like, but you guys are just hell-bent. Like, you're Garveyites to the core. Like, no, nation building, nation. And the African, we're just like, come on, man. I just want to live my life, enjoy my beautiful wives, and have a good time. That's the mentality if you scratch this deep enough. We don't want to be Europeans. We don't want to be German machines. We have to deal with them because they are external aggressors. And so when you say, oh, take what works and discard the rest, no African wants to discard what has been in his system for centuries and thousands of years and millennia. No, they will not discard it. So I'm just pushing back to you guys to say, maybe you guys are wrong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't come up with something that can unify us. You guys are smart people. Come up with something better than the nation state. But it's like that part flies over you. It's like, no, we got to be a nation state. Nation state, nation state. We got to really. Well, it's not working. They don't want it.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I'm of a mixed mind because, like, when I look at how Europe basically kind of like achieved it, they kind of they did a lot of genociding each other to kind of get there. It was, yeah, and I kind of say that I'm not really, because I'm not I guess what you would call African. So it's like, it's a little bit different. I personally kind of just like, align off of like, who agrees with my values. And that's about it.
Wait, you said you're not African?
Not in the sense that you are.
Why not?
Because I was born and raised in America, kind of,
Well, Malcolm X said if a cat gives birth to its kittens in the oven, do we call it biscuits? No, we don't. You're still an African. You're a displaced African, but you're still an African. And I think that's the beauty. The beauty for you is that you can, it's like this. People say, and this is where the tribe comes in, right? I think part of the reason why the diaspora wants and needs the African nation state is because, to a certain degree, tribal identification is so foreign that it's like, no, I'd rather just have a country that I can just be a citizen in and come in. And for Africans, the idea of nationality, ethnic, nation state nationality is like a jacket that we wear. We put it on as we step out. So, for example, the Kenyans are geniuses at this, right? I'm shouting them out all the time. They manage corruption so perfectly, but also ethnicity. Because when I meet Kenyans and I talk with them, they are always silent on ethnicities. Like a Kenyan, you have to press them to the death before they'll tell you their ethnic identity, right? They don't like to divulge it. But it's still a jacket that they wear, because when they go home and they go back to their regions, they take off the jacket of being Kenyan, they take off the jacket of Kiswahili, and they embrace their ethnicities. So it's like two jackets that they can function with. So my issue with the diaspora and Pan-Africanism, because it is a diasporic concept, is that I think it'd be much easier to find a group that you like and become a part of that group through marriage, through adopting. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is what I think about like tribe and tribal identity. What, as the speaker said, he believes in what that work. If Kenya, maybe some tribe in Kenya, I don't know, everyone know the popular Maasai, I don't know, Kikuyu, what the Kalenjin, whatever. If they have a culture, maybe a philosophy that I can use, to make my life better, to make my community better, I will be the one waving your flag. Say that's my thing. You understand? I'll give an example. The whole of Europe, or maybe America, they are talking about the Greek philosophy, the Greek that, or the ancient Roman that, because they saw value in what those people were doing, so they're making it their own, because it's got value in them. That's all I believe. But if you just want to be something for nothing, you know what I mean? I don't see the value. If you come out with, okay, for example, the Yoruba Ifa system, if it could actually, they can make it like, how am I going to say this? Really popular, documented. I can have that has some value that we can learn. There's no problem for me trying to wave the flag for the Yoruba Ifa culture. You understand? That's my point. So let's take what works and peel from there.
And
but that's not how Europeans did. But that's not how Europeans create. Like you said, they had to genocide things. They didn't take what works. They did wholesale slaughter. And it's funny because, what you're espousing is this rational, pragmatic approach. But Europeans are not rational or pragmatic. What's pragmatic about World War II? What's pragmatic or rational about dropping a bomb on Japanese people?
So there were
that still has effects to this day.
I'll answer Kifaru's question about what we can learn. And here's the thing, there was those people who study words, and then the people who study the gaps between words, the things that people don't say. And so what I think that we East Africans can teach others is what we say and what we do not say. And like Gastemap was trying to tell you, Kifaru, we in East Africa, it's not that we're not, proud of our customs and we don't see the value in it. Actually, we do see quite a lot of value. I cannot sit and actually explain to you what value, we all get from our different tribes. It would just, if you don't get it, I'm sorry, you just don't get it. But when it comes to, what we can teach, it's not just us. It's not saying that we are better than other people. What we're trying to say is that you can have pride in what you have, but also respect what other people have, because you recognize the same sentiment of that pride in other people. So if you feel pride in your tribe, you can also recognize that pride in somebody else and show them that same respect. So it's that has kept us, for some part, at peace or at bay, from each other. So that will teach us how to keep peace with each other. We recognize our differences and we recognize those differences are actually, valid. That's the first thing. So it's also in relation to each other that we do that. And then in other words, and also what is not said, because when we realize when we say something, somebody is going to have a reaction to it. Whether, you want it or not, somebody is going to have a reaction to it. So to keep the peace, you just, keep quiet. And that's why Kiswahili is such a, an open and easy language, because you're still speaking African, but it's a neutral African. You don't feel the,
I like Kiswahili. I like that language.
Yeah. yeah, so you can still, be African without, the constraints of, that English language. And I think, that is something that other people, because in Cameroon, when you speak English and French, and having those two foreign languages in your speech and your ears all the time is just, it does something to you. So we almost assert our Africanness by insisting on mixing, even with our English and Kiswahili, mixing all that together. But the main thing is this: we have to learn from each other, not only always look up to Europeans for models of, of excellence. You talk about, Europeans did this, Europeans did that. If you want to look at military, like I said, Eritrea provides an example. If you want to look at culture and, showing, that whole dressing up, West Africans show us that. If you want to look at that, just that South African, not aggression, but yeah, those South Africans, they have a certain, yeah, they're very strong people. I would say that they're very, very courageous people. So we have to look to each other for these examples of excellence that we can learn from each other. And what we're trying to tell you, Kifaru, is that we in Kenya have learned to live at peace with our tribal pride and differences. And you can actually have that model. You can actually have, that protection, for your tribe, but also that representation in the national government. And that's why I was telling Tezi that we should actually make our government into a tribal democracy, not just, a Western, liberal democracy. So, yeah, we can make things work, but recognize what our traditions and what made us great people, not just, clinging to everything that is European, which is not good.
Okay, yeah, I was not trying to say we are pertaining to European, but I believe you might have pride, but the stronger person is always going to win. You understand? Pride is one thing. It's good to have pride. I can have pride of my culture, but if my tribe is weak, there's nothing that's gonna my pride is.
But what makes us weak? Why is this narrative that Africa is weak and we're defeated? I'm so tired of it. Why are we weak? What makes us defeated? Because we don't go around.
Are you
because you know why? Because we don't go around acting like psychos. Basically, the only strength that you guys will respect is if we have the same sort of strength that the Europeans have. But they're psychos. These are not people to model ourselves after.
Well, I believe before.
Do you believe that to have always been the case?
Huh? I believe before you need to change the system, you must be part of it first before you can change it.
I've never seen anyone who's been a part of any system change it. Systems don't change from within. It just becomes synthesized. But the brother was asking the question, do I always believe what to be the case?
Europeans to have always been psychos.
No, of course not. I told you the cause of European psycho issue is they had one papal colonialism, right? So the papacy really destroyed Western Europe. If there's no such thing as Western Europe, no such thing as Europe, but because it's Eurasia, it's one continent. But these people were animist. They were different groups. They were Thracians, they were Goths, they were Visigoths. They were so many things. And what happened is that Christianity has this useless thing of universalizing people and forcing people to become this idea of one. So it goes back to this garbage of one body under Christ. No disrespect to the Christians, but you're taught to be this one body under Christ. But it never worked in Europe because they were largely Christian nations, and they were all sitting down there killing themselves in the 100 Years' War, the Spanish Armada, the French-British Wars, all these things. So what caused their psycho behavior is that then the church, of course, implements the clocks, right? And so they lived by the clock. Whenever the bells rang, they would behave a certain way. So just like Pavlov with his dogs, these people are, if you think about what happened to them, you almost will feel bad for them, because think about the idea of Christianity. Christmas, right? Christmas is really, as they say, it's a pagan holiday. But think about that. How did this pagan holiday, these people who were considered pagans, become these people who went around the world like psychos and savages. You almost should feel bad for them as to what destroyed them. It didn't empower them, it destroyed them.
Really kind of what did it was the religion in my mind is like, it's fine. It just gets very, very messy when you start mixing in with the state. And that was really kind of like, what was it, Constantine that did it? Yeah, that was, he basically perceived Christ to basically kind of be an avatar of Sol Invictus, which was pretty much an amalgamation of the Roman pantheon, which was basically the Greek pantheon. But, you know, hey, whatever.
Of course, well, he had to do it for political reasons, you know, Constantine, because remember, as Rome, the decline of Rome happens when you have the empire, right? When it basically is entropy and this implosion. So the civilization is not necessarily conquered. It implodes upon itself. When you build this Leviathan, it gets so heavy, it can't carry its weight anymore. So it collapses. And the people on the fringes and the people who, you know, of course, the lower bottom half of society always outnumbers the higher half. And so that cult of suffering, another psycho thing, this Christianity thing, tells you to suffer on earth and you'll receive a car in heaven and a Mazda. Is psycho shit. But you know, the masses there took hold to it. Like, yes, I am going to be hungry and starve, but when I die, Jesus is going to dance with me. It's like, yeah, really, sure, okay. And so what Constantine has to do, because he knows if I don't incorporate this into the fold, I'm going to lose out. So he, being the wise guy that he is, with the other people surrounding him, they make it a state religion. And so yeah, go ahead.
And so that's kind of the nature of, like, really, I'll say people just in general. It's
not the nature, because we didn't do that in Africa.
And I mean this like in the sense of like,
yeah,
so what started the empire in the first place was basically kind of like what you said just a second ago. Basically, the people in power, you know, were being more or less outnumbered by pretty much the people or the have-nots. It was basically a split between the Optimars and the Populars. And basically what Caesar had basically more or less noticed was this was like a golden opportunity, because he himself was like a patrician, to more or less take advantage of these people who were like they had problems with the Optimars because they didn't necessarily enjoy the exact same rights, and they were kind of like seen as like half human, not really normal humans. And he basically used that as the political push. Sorry about that. He used them as like his political push to more or less destroy what was the Republic at the time and become the first. Well, he didn't become the first emperor. He wound up getting stabbed, and then his nephew, who was Augustus at the time, basically
but Augustus and Caesar in Rome, remember, these people, for me, I don't see them as the problem, right? I think our issue of the nation state and all these things are at the 1500s, because ironically, that's when they start coming up with the idea of the mixing of nations, miscegenation, right? They start coming up with the idea and the concepts of race. The papal bulls are now being promoted, and you have propaganda being invented, and they say, oh, it's okay to go around the world and take over people if they don't believe in what we believe in, right? You have the kicking out of the Moors, and after the Moors teach them everything, the Moors are thrown out, right? So for me, the real issue of the world starts at that 1500s, because I can talk about Rome and Caesar, but, you know, Caesar is no different from Genghis Khan to a certain degree than the Chinese emperors. They all just wanted power, but they didn't have the mechanisms of a state, a real state, right? So think about the mechanisms of state. What I mean is, like, you look at the idea of a thorough population census and the use of things like statistics, the creating of, like, you know, medical boards where everything is standardized and saying, hey, listen, if you have a cough, you must take this, right? Or the idea of confessing. If a person did not confess, they would be, you know, killed off by the state. You would be, you know, they were burning their women in mass. I mean, this is during the age of so-called enlightenment. They were still, oh, you're a woman, you Your finger looked a little gnarly. All right, throw her in the fire. She's a witch. These are the psychos. And so, you know, I think we have to understand who they are, why they are, take, like you said, what works from them and apply it to our, you know, nation states as best as we can, but not buy into it wholesale.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was about to say. I'm not trying to say we copy, you know, like try to be like them, but this is my point. I hate the history, what has happened to us. You know, we had this great history, we had everything, but for some reason, a different culture was able to come to Africa, colonize us, enslave us. With all this, our good history, with all this culture, we are not like them. The idea is like an impala, a little impala. The mom tell him, have you seen the lion or the tiger? That is dangerous. Don't go closer to him. And the little impala say, well, I don't eat lion, so I don't eat tiger. So why should they eat me? It does not matter. You don't eat lion, but they're still going to eat you. So you don't want to be like them, fine, but you need to protect yourself from them. How do you protect yourself from them? That is my problem. To protect
Well, if you're an impala, how can an impala ever protect itself from a lion? You get what I'm saying? Like, no matter what an impala does, an impala is always going to be eaten by the lion. And if you think about it, because what you're describing is interesting, Kafaro. Let me show you what you're describing.
Let me just finish.
Go ahead.
Because, okay, maybe that was a word. I understand. I'm happy you get my point. So maybe if the impalas can accept their weakness in how they do things and say, well, if we can stop doing this, maybe we can protect ourselves from those lions. Maybe that's just some nature. They can't do anything. But that's my point. If we can identify how we can protect ourselves from these other people that are not like us, that are psychos, that whatever, and they don't care to still harm us. We should be trying how to protect ourselves from them. If we have to use what they have to protect ourselves from them, I don't see anything wrong with that. That's just my point.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm glad you gave that example, right? Like, oftentimes we talk about, oh, survival of the fittest and the hunter and all this other nonsense. But realistically, animals are not vicious. You know, the tiger is not a vicious animal. The lion's not a vicious animal. It's just hungry. You know, you don't really see a tiger or a lion going on a killing spree and just killing 55 impalas or 85 antelopes just because. You know, they don't think like that. They're hungry. They go out and they hunt. And if you think about it, quite often, who do they hunt? They hunt the sick, the old, and the weak. They're effectively weeding out the worst of the worst within the impala society. They're doing the impalas a favor, ironically, because it's only the strongest in the impalas that you see. And the ones who are weak and who can't function, those are the ones who get eaten by the lions and the other meat eaters. But the really strong, you know, buffalo or the really strong impala or bison, they don't get eaten. You know, the lions don't want to contend with that. There's too much of a fight. So it's interesting, again, the European, because they are not, they invent this thing called human, right? In Africa and other cultures of the world, we have the totem. So we understood that we had an interaction with animals. And so because we understood that, you wouldn't hear, I don't think you would hear, you know, like a predatory concepts and their use of language where they're all the apex predator. They see themselves as apex predators, but it's like, no, you're an idiot. You're not doing what actual animals are doing because you don't even have a true understanding of what the animals are doing. You know, so it's just that, and that's what I'm saying. We have to be very careful in the ideologies that we buy into. And what we have, like I said, we all have a passport. We all travel. We all use their technology. No one's against it per se. But what we're saying is if they have used philosophy to impart violence upon our bodies and our minds, we must be wise enough to do the same and reject and refute. That's why it's called the Western canon.
That's why I said, for you to be able to defeat someone, you need to understand them and maybe sometimes be like them before you defeat them. We need to understand their strategy because definitely they're still using it for their advantage. You understand? They're still using it to come to a continent and still do whatever they want to do. So, but we need to get into politics, you know, build the right institution, the right nations to try to protect ourselves. And that's what the PAA will be talking about on my channel, how we can actually build a nation that works and to fight this globalism, because it's going to come anyway. So if we don't start making plan to stop it now, it's going to come. It's coming. They're not stopping. So we need to stop it. They're not going to stop. That's just the fact.
I believe the quote is, know yourself and know your enemy, and you never have to fear the outcome of 1,000 battles.
Know yourself and know your enemies.
And you never have to fear the outcome of 1,000 battles. It's a Sun Tzu.
Okay, I get what you mean. It's deep. Yeah, it's right deep there. Yeah, that's true.
Though I'll say this doesn't exactly... This is based on the assumption that your opponent is rational. This doesn't work on crazy people or people who aren't acting rational. But if you kind of know that they're a rational person, you can war game it pretty easy. Just bear that in mind. So I did have a question. So you consider, well, I'll say you consider, I guess, people of slave blood to be African. And this is just like me asking, like, how you perceive things.
Say that again. Do I consider people who were victims of the genocide to be African?
I mean, like, descendants of slaves.
Can I go first? That's the more.
Go ahead.
I think it's not for me, it's for them. You understand? I think anyone that wants to call themselves African, I've got no way to say no, but I will not tell you you're African. If you think you're African, it's for you to decide. If you're not good enough, you may have valid reason, because we all accept that there's been a lot of mixing in the diaspora. There's some people who they look at themselves, they look at Africa, they don't really see any connection with that continent. If they tell me I'm not African, I'm not going to debate with them. But if someone tells me I'm African, I'm going to say you're welcome. That's just how I do things.
And Gaston, you said, of course.
It's just common sense. Of course they're African, because okay, I'm assuming you're in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the de facto law of the land in America when it comes to the descendants of Africans who were enslaved in that land? You know Dred Scott, right?
I've heard it.
Yeah, check out
the Dred
Scott case is still the de facto law of the land. That's what's played out in the United States. That's why black people are not given respect. That's what it is. That's just all it is. So they have to be African. Again, like if I say, I'm not running around, yo, you're African, you must be African. No. But I am saying the diaspora, pick a tribe, pick a group, learn the language. Get yourself back on the continent. You have a right there. White people come there all the time. I mean, you got Kenyans who said they're Kenyans by marriage. I don't know what the hell that means. But,
G, are you African American? Sorry if you sound white to me. Are you black?
Yes, very much so.
Ah, okay. What's Tanzan having? Does it say sound white? He sound white, isn't it?
No, he doesn't.
No, he sounds educated.
Ah, okay. Sorry. Maybe I'm not.
No, I don't think he sounded right at all.
I listen to Italian all the time in my ears, so that's why maybe his accent is a little different for me.
Yeah.
And you speak French as well, right?
I speak French, Italian, Russian, and Ukrainian.
Ah, my condolences.
Thank you very much. I need to learn Swahili.
Yeah, you really need to. Do you at least know what your acronym pseudonym means?
Yes, it's a rhino. It's a rhino.
Okay, at least you know that much. Okay,
I know that. Okay. And you helped me translate something in the motto of the Pan-African Alliance is together we're stronger in Swahili.
Pamoja ni nguvu.
Exactly. That's the motto of the Pan-African Alliance.
All right. Great.
And say, I guess I was kind of like curious about that. It's like, there's a phenomena, and I think you've probably observed it if you've kind of like watched Black Americans long enough, and it's just like I've noticed there's kind of like an observation that I've made about them, there's kind of like a rush to basically be everything but what they are. And I mean, like, in the sense of like, so like, you know, I consider myself, or like, you know, I am like, you know, an American. I was kind of like born and raised here. I've kind of like, you know, been here for a while. I've recently found out I'm literally descended from like some guy that signed the it wasn't the Constitution. It was the Declaration of Independence or whatever. I guess he had a thing for brown thighs or whatever. So, I've kind of been here for a while. The people I come from have been here for a while, but I don't deny that, like, you know, if I were like, you know, look into like who I consider myself, or like, you know, where I would say, like, you know, I'm obviously of what would be like West Central African heritage. Like if I take a DNA test, that's pretty much where it's gonna like, you know, tell me. And I don't have like a problem with that personally, but I've noticed there's like there's quite a few of them that basically kind of like do, like, and I mean this in the sense of like, because I had a relative, you know, he was kind of like, and I don't know if you've ever like heard of them. There's kind of like this whole Black Hebrew Israelite thing or whatever. That's kind of like part of the quote unquote, well, I guess the pro-Black sphere or whatever.
Yes,
I kind
of, how about them?
Yeah, everyone that's been on YouTube know about the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, I think it kind of capitalizes on a Black man's sense of wanting to be wanted somewhere. It's like, you know, if you kind of like accept that, you know, you're of West African heritage or whatever, and you're kind of just of slave descent, and that's pretty much like, there's no specificity or specifics, I'll say, as to like, you know, who you come from and where you come from. Like you couldn't even say like a specific tribe, because you'd be like a mix of a bunch of different tribes, because, you know, they did the whole breeding thing with, you know, their slaves or whatever, right? There's kind of like, it seems like they want to be, you know, Israelites or Jews or whatever, and it seems like they kind of like, and I call this what I would call the this mindset of the infallible race of people, and they suffer from it, I would say, just as much as like probably like your Western Jew suffers from it. Just as like, you know, I don't know if you've like, just with the whole Kanye and Kyrie thing, whatever, like they didn't even really say anything that was actually untrue about Jews. Kyrie just like retweeted like a video, whatever, and then Kanye just said Jews created cancel, or you know what, I shouldn't say that actually. He said they made cancel culture, but when you like look into it, that's actually true. The Frankfurt School were of that group of people. They basically came over during World War II and more or less immediately began working to subvert the society and began creating what we understand as cancel culture today. He wasn't wrong, but for some reason, when he says something about them that is negative, they cancel his shoe deal. They basically kick him.
That's power, brother. That's power. That's a full show of power.
Right, but the thing is like, if he'd have said something about Black people, right, he wouldn't have gotten the same. If he'd have said something about white people, if he'd have said something about anybody, he wouldn't have gotten the same reaction. And it's like they kind of suffer from what I guess I call the infallible race problem or whatever. Like you can't be associated with anything negative, even if it's true. Like you're like Gas Them Up says things about like, you know, Black Americans all the time. I never have a problem with it. I ask myself, is it true or not? And if so, why?
You know,
is it though?
Okay. Sorry, thumbs up. Go ahead.
No, I'm just asking, is it?
Someone?
Is it
like I don't have like a problem with him saying these things. Or there's like if it was like completely unfounded, I would disagree. But if not, like, you know, okay. Like, what do you expect me to do about it? Like, it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing about the Kanye West, I'm not so involved. I'm not a fan of celebrity things like that. But what I say, before you're trying to fight something that is really powerful, you should make sure you are on the same level. If you just think you're on the same level and you try to fight, you'll be embarrassed. I think that's just what happened. You know, you know where you should know what you're doing. You should know exactly where you stand before you start a war that you can win. I think that was a mistake some of these people do, because they actually feed them. You may think, you know, that's what I believe. They actually make them millionaires. You know, they're just talented people. If you're talented and no one buys your talent as well can be put in the trash. There's so many talented people that can't even reach that level because no one is paying them for your talent. So if you actually know where you are, you should be really careful before you start a fight. That's just what I'm going to say. He might say everything that's true, not wrong. We all know it, but it was just a show of power, just trying to tell other people, you shut up. If you make the same mistake, this is what is going to happen to you. So, yeah.
Can I also just ask something about, you know, this whole Kanye stuff? Is he trying to antagonize, you know, this group of people, or is he trying to appeal to his people? Because, you know, you can have two ways. You can either resist or, you know, how do you say it? Reconnaissance, you know, when you go back together and get your troops back in order. So he also has to look at what was his intention in doing all these things. What do they hope to achieve by, you know, bringing up a storm and doing all these things? Is it just to cause controversy? Is it to get, you know, their people thinking? But in terms of you know, Black Americans, the diaspora feeling displaced, here's the one thing that is great about, you know, belonging to a tribe. It's great to have a sense of a place, a sense of belonging, a sense of tradition, a sense of custom, a sense of how things are done. You know, your life is people have thought about how your life is supposed to be from your birth to your death. There's order in how you live your life, how you transition from one phase of life to another. It gives you grounding. It gives you a way to relate not just to yourself, but to other people. Your identity is not just, oh, I'm this and that, but it's also in how you relate to your peers, your ancestors, your fellow people, your lowers and your uppers, and it's not in a hierarchical sort of way. It's a sort of less responsibility, as well as, you know, giving forward. So that's what is instilled. But what you guys have is this advantage that you have the freedom to choose. We are born into our tribes. It's a great and wonderful thing, but sometimes, you know, you look at another tribe and you admire the tribe. You say, oh, wow, they do things differently. That's wonderful. And that is why there was always the option of intermarriage. People would see, you know, oh, they do things differently, and say, well, I want to be a part of that. So it was also open. So the diaspora people, you have that openness. You have the freedom to come into Africa and feel and see what feels right for you. You don't have to take a test. You just have to go and see, this is what appeals to me. You have that freedom. We don't. You know, we have the pride of belonging, but you have the freedom of choosing. So you should take advantage of that instead of saying, oh, well, we don't have a tribe. But you can choose a tribe. Just take a plane and pick a place.
Yeah, you can go to Kenya. Kenya is really, really good. They give everyone a tribe.
It is the best. It is the best.
You go to
like
Kenya and you
easy
can create
decision.
your own tribe. You're very welcoming. West Africa is more tribal. East, Southern is less. So I think that's the place you need to go. You know, West Africa, they're so into tribal.
You know, things happen, but, you know, you can rectify the things that happen. When Black Americans talk about, oh, why didn't you guys come back for us? Well, you know, now you can actually...
we're going through colonization at that time. We didn't have it.
Well, no, I'm not even going to go into that. You know, they'll say it's excuses, but I won't even go there. What I'm saying is that now you have the power to take an airplane and not, take ships and all that, long voyage, and just take an airplane. People like, how many hours does it take? Like, even if it takes 3 days, what are you going to do for 3 days? Just sitting there. You're not pedaling a plane. You're just sitting there and eating. So, how long does it take? It doesn't matter. You choose to take, it took the people who got here months and months of sitting tight in a cramped ship to get to where they got to. You're taking days. So don't complain.
That's true. But I really believe people who are really serious, they're already in the continent. I think the ones that say so much things online, they're not coming, they're not interested. The ones that really want,
and you don't even have to go, you can just meet somebody from there, and ask them questions, or the few people who come over here will ask them what life is over there. So you don't have to overhaul your whole entire life and go over and make this historic trip to the motherland, with trumpets and bells.
Just go. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So if you want to go, you can go. If you don't want to go, that's fine as well. The people, and you shouldn't go fast. Actually, you should meet some people. You should talk to people. You should find out what the people are about before you go to the place. The people are more important than the place.
So I actually did that here recently. I took a little drive to Houston, and I set a point to, because there's not very many Africans where I am. Like I've met a couple. But they kind of like move around, and I don't see them as often anymore. So
there's something I tell like Africa. I had a friend. He said he did his DNA, and he was from the Tika people, Bamileke in Cameroon. I said, okay, what you're going to do? In most African communities in the West, they have what we call the little traditional meeting. People from that tribe, they always meet somehow. I don't know if you do that in Kenya, but in Cameroon, it's really common. It's usually on Sundays. People from Bamileke, they have what they call your traditional meetings.
We do all that and more.
Okay, thank you. You need to identify one of those groups, and you keep frequenting. That's the best way you're going to understand. And these people will be so welcoming, and you don't know what we're going to find. You might meet someone that you may have to stay in their house or whatever, free where you're going. Just go there, familiarize yourself first with those people of your tribe, understand them before you start making a move. So Africa is really still complex now. Even for Africans who live in the West, going back home, they need some time to see adjust. So don't rush, take your time, understand those people. Go, just frequent your meetings and until you become so familiar before you start thinking of moving. But if you want to go like a tourist, okay, you can just go like a tourist just to visit, see the scenery and come back. But if you want to go to connect, you must first familiarize yourself with the people you can see that from that community in America. They are definitely, there's going to be.
So what I think, at least like, to a degree, some of this kind of like, at least what I'm describing, and this is just kind of like, because, I'll do like a lot of thinking while I'm driving. I think it's an issue of like us kind of not wanting to do the emotionally unintuitive thing. As like the thing is like when it comes to like at least when it comes to like looking at like well, you were of slave descent, somebody had to like, well, and I mean this like in the sense of like them not wanting to do the emotionally unintuitive thing. This means like you're not from here, you're not like really among the from these people, but like you were technically sent off like as slaves, and then if that is the case, then in a roundabout way you must kind of like conclude that like you're kind of like the Africans that like Africa didn't want, right?
I get what you said.
That's kind of like the thought that kind of comes across your head, and it hurts when you start thinking about it. And this is what I mean when I say emotionally unintuitive. It's like if you like accept that premise, or at least like accept it as a possibility, you then have to think, well, what do I do with that? And a lot of them don't they would rather cling to an identity that isn't theirs, as opposed to just accept that, like, you know, maybe you're kind of just a little spot that nobody really wanted.
So they're dealing with some kind of a trauma.
I don't know if it's a trauma so much as like people simply not wanting to do the emotionally unintuitive thing. And I've kind of like, it takes some maturity to do. But
can I ask you something? Sorry to interrupt. Can I ask you something? Do you feel the same way about the white people who took you and, you know, bought you? Because if Africans sold you, the white people bought you. So do you feel the same way about those who bought you?
Well, at least when it comes to, like, you know, them as individuals, like, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, no, we'd have like, and there's like a level of animosity towards them, not because, like, just in the sense of like, and I don't hold it towards people today, right? Because like, you can't be held accountable for something somebody way back then did way back in before time, right? So
wait. So you're saying that you can't hold the? Are we talking about the buyers or the sellers?
Either
right
or. I can't hold
either one.
I can't hold either of you accountable for that. Like, that was something people did way back when, and like, you know.
So you both you feel that both that those who sold and those who bought are equally culpable in the transaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like you can't get around it. Like, you know, you didn't have to, like, these people may have well as been aliens to you. You didn't have to sell us to them. And this is like, I mean, like, I'm not saying you as in you, but I'm just saying, like, you know.
No, I know. We're talking about the editorial, historical, you know, sort of thing. So, and Gas them up. I hope he would chime in, but he did have a conversation on this with Nakmizi about the capability of West Africans. So, yeah, you know,
The thing is, when I bring this story up, some people trying to like dish me out because, well, I'm not African American, so I don't really think, you know, slavery, how it affects the African American today, you know, because that's what I said. Your grandmother was not a slave. Your great grandmother, even your great maybe your great grandmother was not born a slave. So when I say that, they kind of like dish me, you don't understand, because like me, I'm from Sawa, okay? In 1675, the King Aqua, he was involved in slave trade, but that is 1675. So if someone is going to put that on me today in 2022, I don't see how that is relevant, because my life, what is affecting my life now is not what King Aqua did. It's maybe I made bad decisions, you know, or I did something that did not work. You understand what I mean? That is almost 500 years ago. So sometimes I think people overreact with the slave history. You know what I mean? But when I say that, they say, "Oh, you don't understand." So I don't really talk about it so much, because to me, there should be a point that, well, it should just be a history, because I don't think what's happening to you now, it's happening to you because of slavery. Because the thing is, African Americans, maybe, yeah, they went through slavery, but the stigma of slavery is even on Africans themselves. You know, some people don't realize Africans in the continent were not slaves, but they still consider you somehow. They still see you through the eyes of slavery. You understand what I mean? When you come to the West, it's a black man thing. It's not like an African American thing now. You know, or what was going on, slavery. It's a black man thing in general. You know, that disrespect, you know, it has created some kind of disrespect for the black race in general. You understand? So to me, it's something, maybe we're reacting too much, but some people don't like when I say that, because they say, well, they will tell you sold us. Well, I didn't sell anybody, you know, so that's the thing. I don't know.
So at least, like, you know, here recently, I've kind of been, you know, just in general, at least I tried to make it a point to just try and meet some Africans and kind of just like, just observe. I've been doing what you would call maybe a bit of a culture study, because I've kind of like concluded like, and again, Tanzan, this is like, me saying like, there's some stuff about my own community that like, that can't last, or at the very least, that can't keep existing. So I was just like, looking around.
Hello? I just want to ask you a quick question, because earlier you said Gaston says things about African Americans all the time. What do I say exactly?
Oh, I said they were true.
No, I know, but I want to know what exactly do I say?
It's more so cultural stuff with regards to like, the structure of like, I guess, well, our community, I'll say, with regards.
No, I've said that there is no community.
Yeah, that's what I actually agree with you.
But you said something earlier about the Africans who were stolen. I think the problem is that, like Kifaru said, and I'm going to say, Kifaru, I'm not saying your approach is right or wrong, but I think your approach is not brotherly.
Okay.
And let me tell you why I say it. If you come from a lineage that had a king who engaged in that genocide, I think understanding, because we don't really take the time to know what was going on. Why was Africa in this genocide? What was occurring? What were the economics at hand? What was happening? So I think Africans, a lot of times, they're very, and I'm not talking about you, but we're very arrogant in the things we don't know. So all of us, we think, oh, yeah, we saw slaves. We just try to brush it off. We don't have a freaking clue, right? And the reports are there. The anthropology reports are there. The documents are there. The letters and the ship manifest, those documents are there to tell you who was being removed from the Bight of Biafra, and who was being removed from this region, and who was taken here, and who was taken to Cape Verde, and which chief and which king were they buying the slaves on behalf of and trading. So all these things are there. I think the African has to acknowledge that happened, especially if your people were a part of it. Now, I'm not saying it to brag or anything, because I didn't choose where I come from, but my people, to the best of the research, did not have a hand in that slave genocide. Ambisoko, we did not have a single hand in it, right? So that doesn't mean that I'm better, or that we, if the situation presented itself that they might not have, right? But what I'm saying is that we can point to the people that were responsible. And, you said, oh, we are not wanted, and why did you guys sell us? I think that's where your approach is not brotherly, because you can't say you guys sold us. Like I said, there are groups that did not partake in it, my people being one of them. So now when you see me as a Nigerian, alleged Nigerian, I'm not Nigerian, and say you sold, I'm gonna look at you like, whoa, hold on. That was the Yorubas. That was some of the Igbos. They did that. My people didn't do anything to you. And then, so you have to be specific, and we have to be much more precise. But I just want to put it out for the record that no, it was not the people that they didn't want. No, what was happening is that Europeans monetized the African economy. What do I mean by that? They imported trillions or billions, but I'm assuming trillions of cowries into West Africa. West Africa, cowries are not native to us. There's only one species, and they were not in abundance. They brought these things in mass. And so there's a great article that talks about how people move from a redistributive society to these so-called, centralized hierarchical societies. And that's what was happening. As you started to see the influx of these cowries, now the society becomes monetized. Now you start having these people come about saying, hey, and you can see it play out with Duke Town and Old Town in Calabar in Nigeria. So Old Town were the place, that was where they originally grabbing, oh, white guy, you came with a top hat and a mirror. You need to, these people, take them. As long as it's not mine. and give us some guns and we'll bring some more people. Man, I love, you know, anything that these whites bring for us, we love it. And keep in mind, before that, the West African economy was not monetized. People were subsistence farmers. And when they did trade, you know, they didn't go to the market and buy the grocery bills for the house for the week at the market. You traded what was excess. And that trade before then was the trans-Saharan trade. It was intra-Africa trade. As the Portuguese start sailing down the coast of Africa, in West Africa and Central Africa in particular, now the trade starts facing the Atlantic. So as the trade starts facing the Atlantic, those people now, again, like I said, with Old Town and Duketown, the guns come in. So it's like, oh, it's nothing to get up those people. So now it becomes an arm race. Funny enough, the same Europeans thought that Old Town was getting too big for their britches. So they start funding Duketown, which was a subsidiary of Old Town. They start giving them more guns. They tell Duketown, yo, go in there and take it, and they go and attack Old Town. And there's a great book you guys can read called The Two Princes of Calabar that talks about how these princes, because, you know, a lot of people don't know, many of these African elites who were involved in this slave genocide, their kids went to Western schools. They were educated in Europe. You know, they got the finest European educations. It's no different today than what the African elite is doing. They're stealing Africa's money, sending their kids to Oxford, Cambridge, Yale. So the Africans you come across are very flippant to you as an African American because, ironically, parallel universe, they are the people brought back to life of the same ones who betrayed the Africans on the ground, such as people like myself, who was like, man, screw these whites. I don't want no business with them. I'm fine. Let's stick with what we got. But again, you know, you'll have some Africans, yo, man, get rid of him because I need a top hat. I need a pipe. I need a cloth from the Netherlands, a Dutch cloth. It's no different today. So if I went to Nigeria and said, yo, oil companies, I got to go. Don't want you here. This. Africans will tell me, oh, are you crazy? My wife needs skin bleaching cream. My wife needs Brazilian hair down to her ankles. I need the bends. This is the mentality. They don't want shit to change. So the people who are still in power have the same slave trading mentality. And I say it all the time that if the Europeans came with boats tomorrow and told Africans on the continent that if you bring me some Africans that you don't need and you don't like, and I'll give you dollars, they'll still do it.
Thank you. They'll still do it now.
They'll still do it.
No.
Not everyone, but again, those money-hungry elites, they'll be the ones organizing it.
No, I
and so often, hold on, let me just end with this sentence. Often, the ones who were taken over across the Atlantic were the victims of these people who decided to do business deals. Because imagine me and you sitting in our village, next to me here, boom, 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 everybody died, chaos. You're my brother. Next thing I know, you know, I run in one direction, you run in the other direction. I never see you again. But then we run into each other, our lineage, you know, 700 years later, we run into each other in the United States, and you hate me and I hate you. All because of what some crook who's still on the continent, blood-sucking people, did 700 years ago. That's the reality.
Well, yeah, so the thing is like, I obviously, like, you obviously want to treat people as, like, you know, individuals. And, like, you know, I'm not saying everybody would have been responsible. I'm just saying, like, you know, and this is why I'm saying, like, I feel like there might be some degree of rejection of, like, you know, anything to do with Africa, or, like, you know, really the regions that we would likely be from. It's like, because if you do think about it long enough,
I get you.
Probably going to be one of the thoughts that, like, come across your mind, like, you're kind of the Africans that other Africans didn't want.
But that's what I'm saying. That doesn't make sense, because not every African, the main traders, listen, if people take the time to research, you can see the main groups that were doing it. There were literally, you can, on one sheet of paper, you can write the 40 groups that were engaged in that slave genocide. Everybody else was a victim of them. So if you say, hold on, because I want him to understand that. If you say, oh, we're the ones that we didn't want, then what about the brothers and sisters that got left behind? How do you think they're still being treated? They still treating us like dirt on that continent. So you get what I'm trying to say? It's not that, oh, we're the ones. It's basically, damn, we're the ones who got caught. And the ones who got left behind are still getting screwed. We got screwed over here. And the groups, like I said, you can check out Madden Tinubu. You can check out the Arrow Chuku. They're groups. The ones who did this stuff are still around.
Most of the
we can name their names. Go ahead, Kifo.
Yeah, the clue were the bigger tribes that were involved. The smaller tribes had no way. It was impossible for smaller tribes to even be involved in slave trade. They were like the few.
Can I say
tribes.
the crux of the matter? Sorry to interrupt you, Kifari, but I have to, and also gas them up. I do apologize. But the reason why I don't think that Black Americans will get it is because they do not understand these tribal differences. This tribe did this, but this tribe. For them, it's either black or white. And for them, it's like, oh, you're black, you betray somebody who's black. How can you not know that this was going to result in, the ultimate destruction of your people? So I think this is also maybe our bias towards it, because we can see things in a very tribalistic fashion, but for them, they see things in a very racial way. So even if we try to distinguish, oh, this tribe is this and that, they cannot.
Well, that's why Pan-Africanism is a diasporic invention.
No. Why do you make such a statement?
Wow, things just went all kinds of different ways, but okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear.
That was so random, gas them up.
So I think there is kind of like a way to kind of clear this up. Like, I understand, like, obviously, like, you can't hold every African or every tribe. But do you remember when I said, what Kanye said about, like, the Jews was correct, right? Like, that was the Frankfurt School, and who were basically Jews that came over.
I don't know if I can blame the Frankfurt School. I mean, the Frankfurt School gave us some good ideologies. I think the Frankfurt School has been taken out of context, though.
So, the thing is, like,
sorry, I will go. So I just want to say this. No. And again, please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. We'll be talking about nation building, how to create political parties. And again, I think if African Americans are really serious in finding where they come from, or they're trying to gain something from the continent, if you can organize yourself as groups and you hit these countries, to your parliament, your political institution, and ask them for some demand, but not some crazy stuff like reparation or whatever. Maybe just recognition.
Well, you should do it too, Kifari.
Yeah.
Open up the door. You guys, the Africans on the continent, should open up the door too.
Of course, this is what I say. This is 10,000, maybe how many 100 years ago. The present people, they don't care. You understand? Maybe sometimes they don't even know. They think it's not them. You understand? But they do acknowledge that something like this happened. We have a Bimbia slave trade jungle in Cameroon. Maybe you don't know. People still go there and see like that jungle, things like that. If they can come like in a group and say, okay, we just want you to acknowledge that things like this happen, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. They're going to acknowledge. But if people come like one person, two people, three, it's not going to make that impact. So actually, if people that think, oh, we came from Cameroon, let's go there and ask them for some acknowledgement. I think it's easier for those countries to say, yeah, these people came from there, some kind of acknowledgement. So I'm going to leave you guys. I'm going to go. It was a great discussion. Please, I don't know, Tanzan, whoever, post my channel. Let's subscribe and let's talk about nation building. I'll leave you guys. It was a great conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kifaru.
Excellent stuff, brother.
So, and say like, well, actually, there's a documentary if I can find it, I'll probably send you. It's called A History of Political Correctness, but it's like kind of hard to find nowadays. But that was them. But the thing is,
okay. When you say Frankfurt School, which philosophers specifically? Because this is for me, right? I think these are people who haven't done a good job reading the Frankfurt School of philosophy. You know, you got guys like Althusser. You know, who specifically in the Frankfurt School are they pointing to? Because Americans, not saying you, but Americans really have a crappy understanding of European continental philosophy. They don't know. They only know, Americans only know how to look at it and be like, well, what's the bottom line? And that's why they can't contend with like the French or the Germans. So what they did, they run to the British. Because
And
the British
this is the
are
problem with Patterson. He just reduces, you know, Foucault and all the postmodernism to just one line, and then he refutes it, and then he thinks that he has conquered it. But actually, you have to delve deeper. And unfortunately, the French are becoming more and more obscure, and the translations are not getting easier. But you actually have to wade through all of that stuff to get it, because a lot of what the Frankfurt School, you know, talked about, especially Yumakus and the others, actually came to fruition. So they were not actually that far off, you know, maybe in their, some of their, you know, some weirdness that they engaged in, but on the whole, a lot of their, you know, predictions have come to pass. So yeah, I'm also interested in learning which part you are especially objecting to.
So there is like a documentary I'm probably going to have to send you after this via email. We're kind of like dissuading from the point I was kind of just like trying to make, because like this is kind of, well, the point I was trying to make is like, you know, when I say quote unquote Jews, I don't mean like, you know, all Jews or even every group of Jews. There are different types of Jews or whatever. But like I just said, like, you know, Jews quote unquote. I was like, but the people in the Frankfurt
but what exactly did Kanye say that was correct?
Hold up. Well, the Frankfurt School, like what we understand to be political correctness today, well, technically it's cancel culture, but back like not even 20 years ago, it was called political correctness. That kind of did come from them. But
yeah, but what about McCarthyism? Is that not a form of cancel culture? You know, when you can't be a communist. There's a law professor, I forgot his name. He passed the bar in the state of Illinois, and they literally did not let him get his you know, his bar. He couldn't get his law license. He took his case all the way to the Supreme Court. They ruled against him, unfortunately. But America has always been in censorship. Look at Wilhelm Reich, or the guy who was talking about, or FBI came and seized his documents and burned everything up because he was talking about using sex and energy to change the weather patterns. They got rid of him. So, I mean, for us to say it's just a Frankfurt School, I just think it's an easy reductionist way of not taking into account what the issue is. And here's my thing: if Kanye saying that the quote unquote, you know, 3-letter word people who control things. My thing with Kanye is this. If you look at the history of it, associating Jewish people and money was a result of the Europeans. They're the ones who, the first ghettos, wait, but look, listen, the first ghettos were reserved for Jews. Money lending is something that the Jews were pushed to. It's not like they just woke up and said, oh, I want to lend money. The kings in Europe at the time forced them to lend money. So what I'm saying is that whatever they are today is as a result of the same system that we are under.
So I agree with you. They were forced into basically like, you know, pretty much money lending because like of usury laws, and pretty much because of that it was considered a sin for like people of the church to basically partake in well, pretty much banking, more or less, for lack of a better word. Like I get that and I acknowledge that. The issue is like just like anything that's negative that could be associated with them. Just like, and that's really kind of the point what I'm trying to make is like I can accept something negative associated with my people, especially like if I feel like there's some truth to it. Do I believe all of them do it? No. Obviously not. But it just seems like when it's them, we have like a problem. Like we have to start, you know, taking people's shoe deals or whatever and kicking them out of like, you know, whatever, yada, yada, yada. You can't bank with us, yada, yada, yada. You know, you're just, or, you know, suspended from, you know, gaming. But like when it's us, like we all ha, 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 ha. It's our.
But when you say that, I mean, historically, that's not been the case, right? Like that the power that they engage and enjoy today only came about after the atrocities that they were put through during World War II. So
historically,
you know what I'm saying? Okay, I put it like this: when the Moors and those people were kicked out of Spain in the 700s, nobody cared. When they were being harassed in Germany, nobody cared, right? When Einstein and Ford and these people had to leave their countries and leave Austria and all these places, nobody cared. There was no outcry. No one's shoe deal was taken away. You get what I'm saying? It's only now that they've been able to analyze their situation and say, how do we control the narrative so that we never again have to go through this?
Ironically enough, that's going to be the very thing that turns people against them.
Again, my thing is, they're not the issue. The issue is still the European continental philosophies and power structure, and by extension, the American, that has ravaged the world. It's not them. Now, they like to, again, because whiteness is a club, and if you can hop your ass in the club and enjoy some of the benefits, of course, they try to benefit, but they're always reminded very quickly, once, the Negroes out the picture, that we don't like you too. And so they know that. But what I'm saying is that I think Kanye West, yes, there is a power dynamics that is a problem that he should address, but that's not who is really his issue. His issue is, think about it, right? He says those people control the media. If you look at it, those people never they control the media, they control Hollywood, right? Yet, if you look at Hollywood, they're always still portraying black people negative, right? They don't have black men in the media. And when they do, they have severe character defects. And if it's a black woman, she's either obese or she's just ready to suck off any white guy that just blinks. And then they always portray white Europeans and white Americans in the most positive light, right? If you notice, yes, they can control the media or control Hollywood, but their position is still precarious, because you would think that they would put themselves more in these films and celebrate themselves more, but they know that the larger white society would reject that. So they control it only as a way of bigging up the larger white society. They occasionally may put themselves in there, and they, of course, throw the black people under the bus. I mean, what's that show, that movie where Mike Tyson and Hangover, and I think it was part 3, the Asian guy, they have to show his penis, and it's very small. So they of course, they continue with those tropes to make white people comfortable. But think about it. If they really had power, they would put themselves all in it and say, screw that, we're the best. But they can't do it because there's going to be a reaction against them. So, yeah, I'm not saying that they don't have, power in terms of those power dynamics, but their position is just as, on edge as everybody else's. Like, our real issues, white systems of oppression. And that, to me, is what we should be worried about.
For me, it's not an issue of, per se, the power. I don't even believe they're just, empowered for really. It's basically because they're just they disproportionately live in certain areas that are basically the media hubs of America. There's a lot of them in New York and specifically Southern California. That's just a matter of demographics. I don't think that's necessarily, at least not entirely, all right, even most, them server, or them, an issue of I'll say them being a problem. We'll reduce it to that. I don't think it's an issue with that. For me, the issue is and this is really just the long and short of the point I was trying to make with that, at least when I said it, was it's an issue of why are you above criticism? Why can we make a blaxploitation film and make black people look like idiots for 2 hours, and then for whatever reason, if somebody says one thing about your group, just not, again, one negative thing, it's like all of a sudden a problem.
But that's a recent thing. That's what I'm saying. That's not been the that's not been historical.
I'm talking,
and that's because, but to answer your question, the reason why it is because after World War II, they collectively understood what are the industries that we must control. Remember, propaganda, right? Who's the master of it? It was the German forces under, the guy with the H name, right? And so he was able to rise up these people to look at these other people through what? Through the use of media, right? They say if you say a lie repeatedly, the people will believe it. So they were there in the thick of it, watching it, like, oh my God, wait a minute, no, that's not true. But they didn't have control of them. So of course, after they come out of it, they say, what do we have to control? They have to control this. They have to control that. And they figured out what they have to control. So my only thing with us is, or Kanye or Kyrie, dude, shut the F up and go to Africa and sell your stuff amongst Africans. But guess what? You're not going to have the machine behind you. Most Africans are not going to be able to afford your overpriced $500 sneaker. But you'll be free. Yeah, get it,
I just need to make one quick point. It won't be long. The word that Tanzan used, renaissance, is a very important word. What Kanye and Kyrie are doing at the moment is no surprise to those who study these things. Things will get extremely bad, but after that point, they will gradually get better. And what do I mean by that? Kanye will be placed temporarily in a psychiatric facility, but this is part of his preparation for a greater job that he has to do. In the meantime, people will become more spiritually connected. So all this that the other side is doing, controlling the media, should be no surprise, and they have to go down fighting. It's unpleasant to watch, but nobody who is spiritually connected is worried by it. It's just very unpleasant to watch, and it's expected.
But wait, who's the other side?
The people who control the media.
But they're not the people in power.
They, in power in what sense?
They don't have power. They're not powerful. They just got access to the media after World War II. The real people who are our problems are the Westerners, the whites. That's our problem, not them.
They do have, at least to some degree, at least when it comes to they do have a degree of power now. I just don't believe that was always historically the case. They do have, at least over here, a degree of power now. There's basically no artist I can think of that they couldn't deplatform at the moment, and there's no, really no athlete I could probably think of that they couldn't deplatform.
Can they deplatform Dangote?
Huh?
Can they deplatform Dangote?
Who's Dangote?
Can they deplatform Patrice Motsepe?
It depends on where they are. That's what I'm saying.
That's my point. And so that's why with Kifaru, people got to go back to Africa. There's no other way around it. You're not going to get what black people, I think, are looking for, particularly in the diaspora. You're not going to get it around those people. And they're not going to let it happen.
People will eventually.
What I think Kanye...
They will eventually go back to Africa.
What I think Kanye probably should have done if he decided he was going to do was either A, do what you said, gas them up, or B, he basically should have sold Yeezy for a few $1 billion. At the time, he had more money than Trump, and just started his own bank, started his own alternative to Visa and MasterCard. Because the issue with doing something like that is basically what was it? What was that thing they passed after 9/11? What's it called?
The Patriot Act?
Patriot Act. Pretty much, they more or less kind of cut the cut the cord by, or at least like making like, you know, your own alternative financial system. They made it prohibitively expensive to basically like build something like a bank or an alternative to like, you know, MasterCard and Visa. They basically more or less made it impossible unless you had that type of money. It's like, if he knew he was going to say something like that, he should have either A, did what you said, or B, basically sold Yeezy and then pretty much started his own bank and his own alternative call.
But here's the thing. You're right. He should have sold it. But here's the thing, right? And this is why I say when we play these games, and that's why I don't take it too serious when black people come, oh, black economics. Who gives us the value and tells us that we are worth what we're worth? I've always said it. Africa doesn't have natural resources. Africa only has natural resources to the degree that Western people need those resources. The minute they don't need them, your resources have no value. Because the people who have the currency and that control the currency that will make you rich are the same Westerners. So, yeah, I mean, I wish he had sold it and then did what he did. But realistically, you know, the value of that stuff, if you tried to sell it, then, how do I put it? Like, getting I think what he wanted, which was wealth and all this other stuff, and you know, Jay-Z had the lines like, I'm turning Barney's into VIM, and I have black people going into high-end. You're an idiot. That doesn't make sense. But whatever, you know, sure. I think no one wants to acknowledge or admit that what we call success largely is white validation and us collecting white people's money. Because they're the ones who tell us we're worth what we're worth. It's the equivalent of like black women's hair, right? Like no one on earth buys black women's hair. It's not for sale anywhere. As much as black women go to Asia and the Asian women are like, oh my God, look at your hair, and they touch your hair without your permission. If I cut black women's hair, put it in the package, made it nice, and sprinkled rainbows, put Beyonce's face on it, and tried to sell it in Asia, nobody would buy it. But black women will buy everybody else's hair. So you can see that economic imbalance, right? And I think that's the imbalance that we have when it comes to wealth, too. We are only wealthy when they give us access to wealth.
This is like what I would call, or what I called a second ago, like it seems like an issue of the rejection of identity. Like, why is your hair that clearly looks like those of Africa not good enough for you? And I don't get why. Well, I've thought about it for a while. I'm still trying to put it together, but like for some reason it's just not good enough for them. And I agree with you on the issue of like a lot of it is kind of centered around validation. And there's only like, you know, and I think we were having a conversation about this a while ago. It's like, it just seems like there's only a handful of people, like I'll say like, you know, at least in the mainstream that I can see, that kind of operate on just like making things that they want to see as opposed to like acquiring the validation of other people. Like, and it's like, I could probably count on one hand.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's like, look, think about it. Like, if people say, okay, you can go bypass Netflix and do all this other stuff. Well, if you try to bypass Netflix, that means you got to sell it straight to the consumer, right? And so, primarily, if you make, let's say you make a movie about the Haitian Revolution, or you make a movie about what's the word? Like, what's a black? You know, like, or a good movie about, let's say,
Alexander
an African, right? Yeah, like an African American hero, right? Or some, you know, like some sort of African warrior or something. The white people are not going to buy it, and so the people who will possibly, hopefully, buy it are black people. But what that means is that your audience is Africa, parts of the Caribbean, well, yeah, the Caribbean, parts of so-called South or Latin America, and African Americans. Your international audience is kind of like, because Indians don't want to see a powerful black man. Chinese ain't going to watch a film with a powerful black man, but they will watch Superman, they will watch Thor. So you're still contending with that. So now, realistically, the only way to get the money is to do the Kevin Hart. Oh, I'm not going to wear a dress, but he wears a dress on Saturday Night Live. Of course, he's doing films ever since. The Rock played his gay role in, was it Get Shorty in one of those movies? You know, so you even Dave Chappelle wore a dress. I forgot the film. Type it in. Dave Chappelle dress. He wore his dress too.
Did he?
You know, yeah, oh yeah. He wore his dress.
I recall.
You know,
trying to like.
I can't remember the film. Just Google it. You'll see it. Dave Chappelle dress in film. You'll see it. You know, so I'm just saying. You know, Will Smith. He had his gay scene where the guy was penetrating him. So, but this is what Europeans feel comfortable watching. It makes them feel good. It's all about boosting their self-esteem. So if you're a black entrepreneur, you have to understand that if you want what they so-called call mainstream money, that means you're going to have to make white people comfortable. Now, if you want black people money, you're not going to get that $1 billion deal. You might have to sell independent and get $300 million. But then you got to learn how to invest it wisely, right? And invest it indirectly, put it in the right hedge funds so they don't know, and, you know, let your money grow and pull it out. You know, invest in African infrastructure and manufacturing. Start buying stocks in African, you know, like people like Dangote and people in Ghana and Morocco that are doing big things, and invest in their stock market and grow like that. But diaspora Africans aren't ready for that. Like no, they still want to sign a deal with BET and to, you know, walk the red carpet. I mean, think of look. I'll end it with this. They have the Grammys. If I'm not mistaken, Cardi B and that girl, Glorilla, either they won or they were nominated for a Grammy called Uck Igga Free. Fela Kuti has never won a Grammy. Think about that. They will not give Fela Kuti a Grammy. They don't even want to put him in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But look at who they've put in there. Why are we still searching validation from these people? It just baffles me. Why are you still? These people are not going to reward the very best of you. What makes them feel comfortable is you useless in their eyes. So Cardi B is empowering women, but a woman like Tan or Marie, who are engineers and doctors, hell no, we're not putting them on TV. You crazy? You crazy? Bring the booty stripper. Shake your butt cheeks. Yeah, be black. Booty, shake it. Yeah. Black empowerment. And they'll give you a Grammy. Come on there. Talk about killing niggas. Y'all shoot 30 boys. Dead, bang, bang. But, you know, if you make a song about get a degree, you know, get a job, work hard. Oh, no. But guess what? Their artists, like, what's her name? That Kanye West, when she took her award and he interrupted her, she makes songs about I was white, walking down, life is great, I'm happy. 5 Grammys, Artist of the Year. What's her name? Taylor Swift, right? You know, she gets 7 Grammys. Avril Lavigne, he was a skater boy, 30 Grammys. Oh my God, groundbreaking. This is what we're dealing with.
I actually agree with you on that one. At least it's like as far as like, I just don't. And again, it's not like the money isn't there. We basically put entire other races of people's kids through college by buying their hair, like an entire generations. And it's not like the money isn't there. They just don't want to be. Really, what it is they want to be something other than what they are. This is what I've concluded. It seems like I don't know how to fix that. So this is kind of like one of those things where I kind of just like, you know, you remember when I was like talking about like having that conversation about like, you know, mimicking at least to a degree the Amish model and basically kind of just like, you know, separating or whatever and kind of just like, you know, building.
Yeah, I remember.
I was this is like, you know, why I kind of like one of the things, because I was on there on like a bit of a personal trip, but I said to myself, like, I'm going to make time to like, you know, go and see, like, you know, I'm gonna have some African food. I'm gonna talk to some Africans and kind of just like, you know, observe them for a bit, just like a bit of a culture study. And this is like I concluded that like there's certain aspects of like, you know, our culture over here that's got to go. It's like, well, you kind of got to replace it with something, which is like why I was kind of just like doing it, just to observe them, you know, almost, you know, think a European accent watching a bunch of people in their natural habitat, like that. And I was just gonna you know, if I see something I like, I'll take it and I'll bring it back. That's better than what we got here. It's like I feel like that's better than just like, you know, rejecting, like, you know, kind of like where we come from, and just like, you know, rushing to be something other than what we are. No, that's just it's
No, I agree with you, but I just feel personally like I'm done with this. With, you know, this country is just a place where people should get money. I think we have to think globally, in my opinion.
That's
just a place to come get some cash, and then bounce. That's just me.
Oh, you know, actually, that's like the only thing that's kind of keeping this country together at this point is like money. Nobody really has any like loyalty to like any of the ideals of like, you know, anything that had to do with like, you know, the start of this country or whatever at this point. And if they are, they're like in a grand minority at this point. Everybody's basically more or less there just trying to like, you know, make their money, or like, you know, they're there for welfare, and that's like political right and left. Everybody. That's really the problem. That being said, I should probably send you an article, because the thing I said was going to happen is kind of happening, and it's actually I don't know, kind of just like a proof in the pudding thing. You remember that when I said like, you know, the financial system was breaking, and they were basically kind of just like, you know, they're going to start like, you know, resetting it with like a central bank digital currency thing.
Yes, I remember.
It's here. They're basically running a test trial in New York in this spring, actually, and then they're going to basically start pushing it on the whole country. But, you know, proof's in the pudding. I wasn't lying. So when I get that article, I'll send it to you via email. So if you have passports, and you know you have like another place you can be, get ready to go there. You know. Some interesting, spicy stuff is going to happen in the Western world over the next 2 to 3 years. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I think it's I think with that we should probably wrap it up. If nobody.
Yeah, we should start. Yeah, Mwendatezi.
Yeah.
If you're in the same time zone, yeah, you should start.
Says his wife has told him he needs to get off YouTube.
Wow, yeah, that was another epic stream. You know, reminds me of those good old days. But Desi, if you can hear through your, you know, yeah, maybe you should start wrapping up.
Says he cannot wrap up. His wife will not allow him.
Yeah, basically, if anybody here has any final thoughts, I think now is the time. So
all I have to say is Tanzanian food is much better than Kenyan food.
Blasphemy, hypocrisy, lies, prevarications, and utter nonsense. Do not believe it.
The women in Burundi are much sexier than Kenyan women.
He doesn't even know what a Burundian woman is. Okay, so Kenya still stands. But yeah, you know, it was a good one. I'm talked and eared out.
Yeah. Actually, it's been a good stream. I really enjoyed the stream, man.
What do Burundi?
Yeah. What do?
Yeah, send me some pics later, man.
Burundi women.
Mm-hmm.
They look like Kenyan women, but with bigger breasts.
Oh, okay.
No, they don't. They just look like Kenyan women that, you know, are just a little bit, you know, yeah, they didn't get the full, you know, service.
Kenyan wow. That's crazy, Tan. I was just joking. Wow. That is crazy.
Hey, I have no hate for. Hey, I love
Nah, she said they didn't get full service.
Yeah.
Wow. So are you saying that they have some flats in their back? They're flat. They need to get some air to fix the flats.
Are you trying to start some beef? No, they are wonderful, wonderful people. You know, the women, and I'm sure the men appreciate them as they are.
Yeah.
Listen, I am a trans-Africanist. I am going to go to every African country, and hopefully I can get $1 billion so I can... 54 countries? I need 54 children. One in each country.
Yes, what's his name? There's a guy in Kenya who has 100 children by now. What's his name?
I don't want to just be in one country. I want every country. I need every country in Africa.
That's the Oni of Ifa, or is the Ifa of Oni? Yeah,
the Oni of Ifa. But these guys are local, man. I don't want to be local. I want to seed a woman in each country. So I'm hoping that
just spray your seed all across the country.
Just spread it. I want to be like Father Abraham, but I'll be Father Abraham. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Okay. Wow. Yes. Wonderful, wonderful discussion. I'm glad we had it, and it's really late.
Well, I'll see you guys later. Thank you all.
Yes. Thank you.
Man. Thank you guys Thank you guys for joining the stream. Anybody else who has any final thoughts?
No, Chezi, you know me, I should just say that if I come in, it's going to be a long one, and it's not even intentional. So, hey.
Okay. Let me not provoke. But thank you for the stream, and let me just maybe give a final prayer and end it, right? So Heavenly Father, thank you for this stream. May everybody have a great week. In your holy name we pray and believe in. Amen. So thank you guys for joining, man. We really enjoyed the stream. It's been we're going to close to 6 hours now. So it's man, it's been good, and I've seen that the people from Kenya we have been following. I was expecting even not now. Elia is still
I'm really
I know.
Yes. I'm really I really enjoyed this stream, and I would just like to encourage those who are interested to read the 28th chapter of Deuteronomy. It's very liberating. So I'll end with that.
Okay. I'm going to have to read that.
I'll put it on to do so.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So it's a wrap, guys. Thank you.
Hey, watu walale. Hey, tuone next time. Asante sana.
Nimekuwa nimelala nikamka, lakini
afadhali wewe. Hapa.
Sitaki kuambia. Great stream, man. Great stream. So I think she'll tune in next week for I don't know, Monday. I don't know. Okay, I think you will just see them as they come. I don't know, Tanzania.
Sometimes vitu ziko too random, sometimes ziko planned. So Nal wewe ni mjinga. Sawa. Good night.
Kwaherini watu. Sawa.